This is Catherine Magbanoa, 2016 CF 3036, 2018 CF 497. Ms. Magbanoa is present along with her counsel and the attorneys on behalf of the state. All right, so I've received the witness list, and so it looks like we have 5 witnesses on board for today. And so, Ms. Kappelman, how many do you think we'll get done with by our lunch hour this morning?
I'm hoping to get through Mr. Lacoste by the lunch hour, Judge.
Okay, and then just Mr. Rivera would be this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Your Honor?
Yes.
Because the state didn't let us, they only let us know that they would be calling Ms. Adelson and Mr. Rivera today.
Because the state did let you know?
Did not let us know until this morning that Mr. Lacoste would be testifying today.
Okay.
I am handling Mr. Lacoste and I did not bring my documents, so I would need to return to the hotel to pick up my documents in order to properly cross-examine him. This is one of the issues we had, Judge, with them not telling us fully who is going to be called.
All right. You're either going to need to send somebody, or you're going to have to do it during the break, or whatever you need to do.
On a break, if I could I could probably send someone. I just have to be able to have her locate all the documents.
All right. Well, it's the 4th witness. Just do what you have to do. I mean,
Perfect.
you
Thank
know,
you,
the state's not required to provide you with every bit of information. We knew that there were 2 other witnesses testifying today, so you just make sure that you get your documents, and however you need to do it, then I'll depend on you, okay?
All right, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, the first thing that I want to address is in regards to Wendy Adelson and a non-party motion that I received. And so is Mr. Laura present?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Laura, good morning. Let's see, we don't have the podium in a good place at this point, but you could just step right up to the podium. Good morning.
Yes, Your Honor. John Lauro, and with me is Ms. Adelson. Your Honor, as you know, Ms. Adelson has been subpoenaed by the state as well as the defense. She, without a state subpoena, would unequivocally invoke her Fifth Amendment rights. We want to make that clear for the record. In light of Your Honor's prior rulings and direction, we wanted to put that on the record. However, with respect to the state subpoena, it automatically confers use and derivative use immunity on her pursuant to Florida Statute 914.04. That use and derivative use immunity would only apply to a state subpoena and not to a defense subpoena. So in light of that, we would ask respectfully that the court quash the defendant's subpoena, since there's no purpose and no appropriate purpose in calling a witness simply to invoke in front of the jury.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Laura. Any questions that are given to Ms. Adelson during, if she was called with the defense case, is she going to assert her Fifth Amendment rights to any question that's asked at that time?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm assuming any question would have to be relevant and germane to the matters in this case, and as a result, she would invoke as to those questions.
All right. And so I'm just going to assert my previous ruling that I've made, and I did restate it on the record yesterday, is that she'll be required to testify under the state subpoena. The cross-examination will be limited to whatever the state's brings forth on direct. So that's what the cross-examination scope will be limited to. There's no piggybacking or bringing in any other information just because she's under the state subpoena. That's not going to be permissible. And then she's not going to be permitted to be called as a witness. Now that we know that she's just going to assert her Fifth Amendment rights, she won't be called as a witness in the defense case at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. That's
okay.
Exactly our understanding of the law.
All right. Okay. Anything else for the court?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to ask that Ms. Adelson then please remain outside the courtroom because she's subject to the rule.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, our cross-examination ability, which was precisely in this case of Catherine Magbanoa versus State of Florida that was issued by the first BCA on this direct issue, warned about this exact thing happening, which is that, and the court even stated that it would be reversible error for our cross-examination to be limited because the state can tailor their direct examination to prohibit us from going into areas that could potentially be relevant.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kawas. We've gone through these arguments before. I think you've made a record prior, and so I appreciate that. You further made your record, and so my ruling stands.
I appreciate it. Thank
All
you,
right,
Judge.
thank you. All right, and first witness will be Marcia Rodriguez. Okay. All right, so anything else from the state before we bring the jury in? Ms. Kappelman? Ms. Dugan, is this your witness?
No, sir, this is Ms. Kappelman, but I did want to follow up with the court with an issue that came up yesterday regarding whether portions of the defendant's testimony.
Okay, I did some research myself on that,
Yes,
and
sir, and when I brought the case law for the court, I provided it to the defense, and I can give the court a 2-minute summary of this in an argument, or we can do that at a later time. We don't expect to try to elicit anything or play anything to that right now.
okay, if it becomes an issue again that's objected to, then I'll hear the argument at that time. I did do some research on my own in regards to the admissibility of her trial testimony from the earlier trial. So based on how it's presented, or if there are any other issues connected with that, then when it's presented as a particular issue, I'll make my ruling at that time.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Would you like this, or?
I have enough
Okay.
at this point. All right, thank you. All right, anything else from the state?
No, sir.
Anything from the defense?
I guess I call this a housekeeping matter, given the fact that Mr. Rivera is going to be testifying, and I just want to give the court as much notice. If we can get some sort of secondary table, perhaps something like this, or if we can use this one for Mr. Rivera, there's just a lot of paperwork, all of those transcripts, and I'll be able to move a lot smoother if I have it laid out.
Okay, you're asking, do you want that up here by the podium, when you have the podium up here? Is that what you're asking?
I'd put it next to me. I need something a little bit bigger than that. Your courtroom officer has pointed out. If I could potentially use that from the state, it would work out great and it would move real smooth. I just have it next to me laid out with the computers and we can move smoothly.
Okay, so I want to make sure what you're asking for. I don't know what you're pointing to over here.
Oh, this right here, the state would let me use this table for the cross.
Okay.
I think that'll clear up the issue.
Okay, so it can remain right there, and then you just want to set your items on that?
I'd wheel it right up here, put it next to me.
Okay.
Like the transcripts.
All right, well, there's some things, I don't know what that is on it. And so I want to make sure that, let's see if we can get something else that would be sufficient that gives us at least the square footage of what that table is that we could wheel in here. Okay, we'll get something available to you. We'll make sure that it's in here by lunchtime for your use after that, okay?
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, anything else before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning. Morning. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. All right, please be seated. And again, good morning to everyone, and thank you for your timeliness. And we are doing our best to remain timely for you here in the courtroom. We're ready to continue with the testimony at this time, and so the state may call its next witness.
The state calls Marcia Rodriguez.
Marcia Rodriguez, please. Good morning. Can you come up to the witness stand, please?
Yes, sir.
Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and spell your name.
Good morning. My name is Marcia Rodriguez, and it's spelled Marcia-Rodriguez.
Where were you employed back in 2014?
I worked for the Tallahassee Police Department.
How long did you work for TPD?
I worked with them for about a little over 27 years.
And what's your current status?
I am retired, but now I'm back as a reserve officer working for the Tallahassee Police Department.
All right, and back in 2014, what type of duties did you have at TPD?
I was assigned to our Special Investigations Division as a digital forensic investigator.
What does a digital forensic investigator do?
So when investigators or officers need assistance with trying to obtain evidence off digital devices, cell phones, computers, tablets, those types of things, they would bring those items to us that work in that position to assist them in trying to collect the evidence off of it.
And as part of your duties back in 2014, did you download a device that was purported to be owned by Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what type of device was that?
It was an Apple iPhone 4.
What type of downloading do you do?
So we would use the tool that we use to extract the evidence off of the phones is Celebrate. It's a tool that allows us to plug up the phone and pull out the electronic data and print it out or pull it out into whatever type of format we needed it.
All right, and so the downloading process creates an extraction report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but does not change the content of the phone itself?
Oh, no, not at all.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 55 through 58. You recognize dates 55 through 58?
Those are, so when we do an extraction on phone, we can create a report from it, and these are pieces from that report. They're samplings. It's not the entire report. It's just pages from that printed report.
And are they fair and accurate portions of the Bribe report from Wendy Adelson's cell phone
Yes, ma'am.
that you downloaded?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence dates 55 through 58.
Any objection?
We may take a look at it again.
Sure.
You repeat this one. You did. Can you do me a favor?
Were those admitted, Your Honor?
Excuse me?
Were
Not
those
yet.
items
I'm
admitted?
still waiting if there's any objection.
Okay.
You okay? Yeah. No objection.
All right, be admitted as states 55 to 58.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Your Honor, if we go sidebar on something?
Sure. All right, Ms. Rodriguez, we're going to ask you to review some documents before your cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
And once you review those documents, I think you'll see why. So we're going to continue your cross-examination after the break so that you have an opportunity to speak with counsel and take a look at some documents so that when we bring you back up, things will go a little bit smoother.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So, and also so you won't have to be recalled at a later time.
Perfect.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to excuse you at this point. You're still subject to the subpoena, and we will see you back for your cross-examination after the break, and the attorneys will be talking to you outside. So if you could just go remain out there, and they'll see you soon.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Wendy Adelson.
All right, Wendy Adelson, please. Okay, Ms. Adelson, if you come up to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please have a seat. Ms. Kappelman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendy Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Ms. Adelson, where do you currently live?
I currently live in Miami Beach.
And are you here today pursuant to a state subpoena?
Yes, I am.
And do all state subpoenas confer immunity?
I don't know if all state subpoenas confer immunity, but this one does.
Okay, and do you believe that your subpoena is special or different from other state subpoenas?
I don't believe it's special or different, so I suppose they all carry immunity.
All right, and does the immunity conferred upon you by the subpoena mean that you can never be prosecuted associated with this case?
That's right.
That's what you think it means?
That's what I think it means.
Okay. And do you think, isn't it true that it's use and derivative use immunity? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, but not complete immunity from prosecution. Do you agree with that?
That's different than what you just asked before. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All right, so what I'm trying to allow the jury to understand is what sort of immunity you have. What is your understanding of what it means for you to have immunity pursuant to the state subpoena?
So I have derivative and use immunity. And so in the future, a prosecutor couldn't use what I say here today against me.
Correct. But you could be prosecuted. Just nothing you said here today could be used against you in that prosecution. Do you agree with that?
I suppose so.
Okay. Have you made any sort of special deal with the state attorney's office or with any law enforcement or government agent?
No.
All right. Was there a time that you lived in Tallahassee?
Yes, I used to live in Tallahassee.
What was the time frame that you lived here?
I was here for about 8 years. I lived here my last year of law school, so the academic year 05-06. We were in Miami for 06-07, and then I would have been back 2007 to 2014.
All right. And what brought you back to Tallahassee after you returned to Miami after law school?
Well, I went to Tallahassee to finish law school, and then we went to Miami because Danny had a job opportunity at University of Miami.
Okay.
It didn't come to fruition. He was not hired, and so we came back to Florida State.
And so your husband had a job opportunity here at Florida State?
Yes,
Okay, and that's what brought you to Tallahassee?
that's what brought us here.
And you also had a job opportunity at Florida State, is that right?
That's right.
What was that job?
I worked at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and at first I was a staff attorney. I used to represent victims of violent crime, asylum seekers, and victims of human trafficking. And then I taught various classes at FSU Law School. And then I ran something called a medical legal partnership.
And how long did you do that?
I was working at FSU for 7 years.
All right, so basically the whole time you were here in Tallahassee.
When I wasn't a student, I was working for FSU.
All right. When did you meet Dan Markell?
Danny and I met first online, and we met when I was starting my 2L year of law school. So that would have been 2004, fall of 2004.
And when were the two of you married?
We were married in February 2006.
Do you have any children in common?
We have 2 children.
All right, both boys?
Both boys.
All right, during the time that you moved to Tallahassee, the second time to work here at Florida State, were you living with Dr. Markell the entire time as a married couple?
I'm sorry, Dr. Markell?
I'm sorry, Mr. Markell, Dan Markell, your husband.
Were we living as a married couple when we returned to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Yes. So by that point, we returned in August maybe of 06, so we got married in February of 06. We've been married 6 months by then.
And the entire time that you were living as a married couple, was that at the Truscott address that we've seen photos of earlier?
No, we lived first in a rented house. I actually don't remember what neighborhood it was now. It's been a while. But we lived there until we bought our house. So maybe 6 months in the other location. I don't remember exactly how long.
All right. Do you remember what year you moved into the Truscott address?
We moved into the Truscott address. Maybe, I don't remember exactly what year. Probably, it would have been 2008 or 2009. It was before my older son was born.
Right, and you were living there he was living there in 2014 when this murder occurred, correct?
He was living there in 2014.
And you were no longer living there?
I stopped living there in 2012.
All right. In 2012, was there a separation first before a divorce, or?
Yes, there was a separation.
When was the separation effective?
September 2012.
And whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation differing views on how your children should be raised within the Jewish faith?
I mean, that's certainly part of it, but not really a central decision. It was more just our relationship overall. I mean, Danny certainly wasn't, we were on different pages when it came to religion, but I wouldn't say that was...
And that's what I'm specifically inquiring about, was that part of it? So I think your answer is yes, that was part of it.
Sure.
Okay, you are both Jewish, correct?
Yes.
All right, and both of you did agree to raise the children within the Jewish faith? Is that
we did,
correct?
and we have.
Okay, so what were the differences between the two of you on that front?
Probably in the observance of keeping kosher. So I don't keep kosher, and Danny did, and that became difficult to do in Tallahassee and difficult to do with differing beliefs around that.
Can you explain for the jurors what keeping kosher means?
Sure. It's a separation of milk from meat. So you couldn't have a cheeseburger, for example, right? You couldn't have milk with a meat product. And the meat has to be killed in a ritual-specific way that's been blessed by a rabbi. And you're not supposed to eat shellfish of any kind, so no seafood. There's a lot more rules, but those are just some high-level ones.
All right, and was it very important to your husband that the children be raised on a kosher diet?
It was, yes.
All right, and that was something that was not important to you?
It's not a question of it not being important to me. It just started to supersede other things that are important, like love and trust.
Okay, did that diet seem impractical to you?
At times it was complicated. I mean, there was one particular time I had taken the boys to a picnic for one of my clients for one of her children, and my older son had pizza, and Danny was very, very upset about this. He was maybe 1 at the time, but it was pizza that wasn't kosher, and so that became challenging.
All right, so this was something that sort of came up as an issue during the course of the marriage.
It did.
All right, and other things as well. I don't mean to suggest that it was based solely on the children's diets, but that was something that is going to come up later, and I wanted to make sure the jurors understood what was meant by kosher diet. All right. Did you move out of the marital home when you separated?
I did.
And where did you go to live when you left the marital home?
I rented a house, and I went to that house.
All right. Was that at the Aqua Ridge residence?
Yes, it was.
Does 3303 Aqua Ridge sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. And that location is here in Leon County, right?
It is.
Okay. As well as the Trescott residence.
They're both in Leon County.
About how far apart are those two residences?
I think it used to take about 15, 20 minutes to drive, depending on traffic.
How long after you moved out of the home did you file for divorce?
I actually don't remember the answer to that. I'm assuming I would have filed for divorce right away.
Within a month sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 59 and ask you to take a look at the exhibit. I do not expect you to look at every page of this exhibit. But I think you've had an opportunity to look at this exhibit previously a little bit, right?
I don't have any memory of that.
Okay. So this is the first time you've ever seen this exhibit?
It's the first time I remember. It's
All right,
very
well, just
big.
Take a look and kind of just thumb through it. I again don't expect you to familiarize yourself with every page. And my question, Ms. Adelson, you can look through it as much as needed to answer this question.
She had a question. What was your question?
It looks like it's about 800 pages long, so you want me to look
I want
through
you to
it?
look through it as much as is needed to answer the following question. Does it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
I mean, from the front page, sure.
Okay. Do you have, thumb through it a little bit and just see if there's any reason to dispute that that's your complete divorce file from the clerk's office. It's certified if you want to take a look at the certification.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so I want you to take a look, if you would, at the petition that is on State's Exhibit 59, pages 1 through 5.
The one right on top?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All the pages should be numbered through, so I'm referring to 1 through 5 on the bottom right corner there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that was your petition for divorce, correct?
Yes.
And so this was, would you agree that this was a contentious divorce?
I think it was made much more difficult by Danny, who didn't want to get divorced, but sure, we can call it contentious.
Not what we would classify as an amicable divorce. You hear about those.
No, it would be not an amicable divorce.
All right. And part of what you were seeking in your divorce in these documents in front of you was permission from the court to move with your children to South Florida. Is that correct?
That was part of the overall divorce proceedings.
All right. And specifically on pages 43 through 50, there's a petition to include a request to be allowed to relocate with minor children. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And why were you seeking to move to South Florida?
I was seeking a place that would be stable and permanent for the kids and me. Danny never planned on staying in Tallahassee. It was just a question of time before he moved to New York to be with his girlfriend or had dreams of being at Harvard. So Tallahassee was just a temporary stopping point. I wanted a place that was permanent for us, where we had family support.
And why did South Florida seem like a place of permanence to you?
Right. I mean, because we had family support, because I work in immigration, there were a lot of career opportunities for me there.
Are you from South Florida?
I am.
Okay. And when you say family support, what family resided there?
My mother, father, and brother.
Was the relocation to South Florida the most important part of your divorce?
No.
Was it your most non-negotiable term?
No.
Okay. But it was very important to you?
I wouldn't say it was very important to me.
Was it very important to your mother?
She was much more looking forward to having her daughter and her grandchildren home, yeah.
All right. If you would take a look for me at page 46, paragraph E. Just read that to yourself and let me know when you've had an opportunity to read that.
I read the first paragraph by E. Do you want me to read the second one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And in those paragraphs, Ms. Adelson, are you alleging that Mr. Markell has created a hostile work environment for you at the Florida State University College of Law?
He did during a period of time.
All right, and was disparaging you to your colleagues? And if you'll take a look at pages beginning on 79, the document beginning on 79. And the question is this Mr. Markell's 23-page response to your motion to relocate?
You're asking me, is this
his response to your motion to relocate?
Yes, it looks like it.
All right, that's quite verbose. Would you agree with that?
I imagine it is. At some point, Danny fired or alienated all of his attorneys and started doing his own legal work. So
fair to say he was adamantly opposed to you taking his kids to South Florida.
Yes, he shared all of that here, which is different than the conversations we had. But
that's what he filed.
What he filed is what the judge sanctioned him for.
All
yes.
Right. And in that filing, I'm specifically referencing to page 82, where Markell states that the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate with the party's minor children is so she can be closer to her parents. My understanding is you don't agree that's why you wanted to move.
It wasn't the sole reason why I wanted to move.
Okay. But you do agree it was a reason.
It was absolutely a reason. I wanted to create some stability for my kids, and having family around helps have a more stable environment.
Is it fair to say that your mother, Donna Adelson, was following these divorce proceedings pretty closely?
She was definitely being a little bit over-involved, yeah.
She was pretty invested in your personal life. Is that fair to say?
She is one of those moms, yes.
All right. And we talked about your mom, Donna Adelson. Who's your father?
What is my father's name?
Mm-hmm.
Harvey Adelson.
And where do Donna and Harvey live currently?
They live in Miami.
All right. And are you still very close with your parents?
I am.
All right. And do you still live in close proximity to your parents?
I live about a 15-minute drive away.
And where did they live at the time that Dan Markell was killed?
They lived in Coral Springs, Florida.
And were you close with your mom back around the time that you were living in Tallahassee?
I was.
And did she have a close relationship with your children as well?
She did.
Are your parents employed?
Right now, they are both retired.
What about back in 2014?
In 2014, they were both employed.
How were they employed then?
Then my father had a dental practice, and my mom was managing his practice.
What's the name of the dental practice?
Dr. Harvey Adelson, DDS.
All right. Does Adelson Institute ring a bell as well?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know whether the practice there was successful, meaning lucrative?
At one point it was, and
what about
not anymore.
What about between 2013 and 2016? Was it lucrative at that time?
Between 2013 and 2016, it was definitely, the business was doing better than it did after that point when the social media barrage happened.
Referring to this case?
Absolutely.
Okay. But previous to the murder, the Adelson Institute was earning approximately $2 million in profit each year.
I have no idea what it was earning. I haven't the slightest idea, but
do you know whether your parents had other investments other than their work at the Adelson Institute?
I don't know.
You don't know if they own any properties?
I know now that they own properties, but I didn't then.
Okay. And do you know now that they owned properties then?
I actually don't know when they acquired the properties, so I don't know.
All right, was your divorce impacting your family financially? So this is prior to the murder and the
It was
social
certainly
media.
impacting me financially, but I don't think it was impacting the rest of my family.
All right, how many lawyers did you have in your divorce?
I had one, and then Danny accused her of ethical violations and stealing money, and so I had to hire a new attorney. I think he had 3 or 4.
No, I was talking about you. So you had 2.
I had one, and then I had to get another, yes.
All right, and who paid for those 2 attorneys?
I did.
Did your mom retire from the dental practice during the time of your divorce to facilitate her spending more time with the children?
No, she didn't retire from the dental practice. She did help me during the divorce and help me with the kids. They were very small, but she didn't retire. She just worked for my dad, so it was okay if she took a leave of absence here and there.
All right. Did you discuss your marital problems and the resulting legal issues with your mother?
I'm sure I did.
Is it fair to say your mother is a controlling person?
I think my mom is and was very invested in my life. I don't think of her as a controlling person.
Is it fair to say around the time of your divorce that your mom did not like Dan Markell?
I think that's fair to say. I think she was very disappointed by the way he treated me.
In fact, she despised him, didn't she?
I can't speak to how my mom felt or whether she despised him. I think she was very disappointed.
She sent you some emails to indicate her feelings about Dan Markell around that time, didn't she?
She did.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 63. We'll come back to this, but we can kind of move it to the side. All right. This one.
Ms. Kappelman, do you want me to read it?
No, ma'am. Just take a look at those and tell me if you can authenticate them as emails that were sent to you from your mother.
I can authenticate them.
All right. So the donnaharvey@gmail.com is your parents' shared email address. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But these emails were coming from your mother based on the context. Is that right? Not your dad.
I imagine they probably represented both of their feelings. They've been married 51 years, so sometimes my mom speaks for my dad.
Okay. All right, so there's one, I believe it's on top there, dated May 3rd, 2013. Was that about 3 months before your divorce was finalized?
My memory is that our divorce was finalized in June 2013. So
Okay.
wouldn't that just be 1 month before?
I had July 31st, so
Okay.
whatever is your memories.
So, okay, this was May and our divorce was finalized in July then.
Just want to talk a little bit about the emails that are in front of you there. So on that first email dated May 3rd, 2013, page 1 of 5, in the second real paragraph, does your mother indicate that the most important
Objection.
part of your divorce is
Objection.
relocation?
Hold on a second, Ms. Kappelman.
I don't believe this item is in evidence, Your Honor.
The items have not been admitted into evidence at this point, Ms. Kappelman.
Correct.
All right, so I don't want you reading from them if they haven't been admitted into evidence.
All right. Ms. Adelson, did your mother indicate to you that to her the most important part of your divorce is
Objection,
relocation?
Your Honor, objection.
That's sustained.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I would ask to approach.
Sidebar of the witness.
Sidebar.
Oh.
I'm sorry. right, Ms. Adelson, what was the most important part of your divorce to your mother?
You're asking in reference to the email or not in reference to the email?
Not in reference to the email.
So just in general, what for
Yes.
her, it was probably for me to be safe and be in a stable situation with the boys.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the emails in front of you, State's Exhibit, which are marked as State's Exhibit 63?
If I look at it, she's saying
Hold on
here.
a second. Just review
Just,
it, okay?
If you'd read to yourself about the first half of that second real paragraph.
Just review it to yourself, and then Ms. Kappelman will ask you another question.
Okay.
All right, does that refresh your recollection about what your mother felt was the most important non-negotiable term of your divorce?
It does.
Okay, and what was that?
That was relocation.
And did your mother, I think you said she was very unhappy with him. Did you agree that she despised him?
I can't speak to whether my mom despised him or didn't. She was very, very disappointed with the way he treated me.
Okay, and did she ever call him names?
I don't remember her calling him names.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the emails for that?
I'm happy to.
Okay, if you'll take a look at page 1, about halfway down. Just read those few sentences there, and then I will draw your attention to page 2 when you're ready. Actually, you know what? For refreshing purposes, I'm going to approach with my copy. I'm just going to kind of draw your attention to the items highlighted in green. If you'll just look at those to yourself and then flip through and look for those items highlighted in green.
Okay. Do you want me to flip through the whole thing?
No, go through and just to yourself look at the items in green.
It's a lot to expect with no hearsay and proper refreshment. I know. I don't want to, like, we're not true. We're not true. Yeah, record purpose.
Okay.
Did your mom ever refer to your husband as an asshole,
Yes.
a bully,
Yes.
a zealot,
A religious zealot. Yes.
a jackass,
Yes.
a religious extremist?
Yes.
What about Jibbers? She calls him Jibbers?
Yeah, Jibbers is not a bad name. It was a silly name that I came up with during a period of time when I felt incredibly terrorized by Danny. And so it was a word that I would use to kind of make him seem less scary.
Is it fair to say that it was a derogatory term?
No?
Okay, but you came up with it directly in relation to him terrorizing you.
I did. It was a way to take the steam out of a situation I found scary. I wouldn't say it was derogatory. I just think it was
And
a
when you
silly-
say scary, are you alleging physical abuse?
I'm not alleging physical abuse.
All right. What types of things did your mother suggest that you could do to try to coerce or acquire the ability to relocate your kids to Miami?
She suggested that I could change the religion
Of who?
of my children
And why would that affect the relocation effort?
because religion was so important to Danny that would be a real hot button thing.
Okay. And did she ever suggest that you could bribe your husband to allow the relocation?
She did.
And how much money did she suggest that she and the family would be willing to put up for such a bribe?
So I just saw the bribe reference, but I didn't see the amount. If you want to show me.
I will refresh you on that. Give me just a moment to find it myself.
Overruled.
I'm going to page 15 of the document. Look at that highlighted portion, let me know if that refreshes the recollection.
Okay.
How much money was your family willing to put up to bribe Dan Markell to let you move to Miami with your kids?
They said that they would go as high as $1 million, which would be $333,000 each.
And who are the each?
My mom, my dad, and Charlie.
Did Charlie, you mentioned he also lived in South Florida. Was he employed at the family dental practice?
He worked there sometimes.
And what type of work did he do?
He is a periodontist, so he would sometimes do implants or surgery for people.
Did your motion for relocation get granted or denied by the court?
It was denied by the court.
So you were not legally permitted to move to Miami?
No.
Did you have an alternative? You mentioned previously that there was a hostile work environment at Florida State University as a result of your husband. Or your ex-husband at this point, was the failure to be able to relocate, did that cause you to remain in that environment?
It did.
For how long?
I don't remember the date that the petition to relocate was denied. If you could show me the binder, I can find the date.
And I'll draw you to pages 262 and 263.
In the binder? Oh. Okay, so the order was on June, no, what's the date is? It was June 20th, 2013. So I was still working at the law school through July 2014, so I stayed for one more year.
Okay, and it was subsequent to his death that you were able to find new employment that was in a less hostile work environment. Is that accurate?
I mean, eventually after his death, I found new employment. It took me a little while.
Okay. How long did you stay in Tallahassee after your husband was killed? Ex-husband, sorry.
I stayed a couple of days. And then after I had asked the police for protection at the funeral or in my home and they refused, I decided to just go for a couple of days and spend a few days away from Tallahassee. And then this case hit CNN and hit the media, and I didn't feel safe.
So I don't mean to interrupt you, but the question was, how long did you stay in Tallahassee after your husband was killed?
I'm sorry, Ms. Kappelman. I stayed for a few days.
Thank you. All right, so how did your mom take the news that you were not going to be able to relocate?
She was very upset.
One moment, please. I want to talk a little bit about the litigation that continued after your divorce was final. Was there a motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markell in contempt of court filed by you?
Yes.
Right. And a few months later, did he respond with a counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement's final provisions, alleging some violations that he said you made on the marital settlement agreement?
Yes.
And these filings are pretty venomous. Is that a fair characterization?
Not on my part.
Well, on both your parts, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And he accuses you of various things, lying about your financial affidavit and things like that. Would you agree?
He does make those accusations. They were completely baseless, but yes.
All right. And let's see. Oh, in the pleadings, is the tennis racket mentioned as something to fight over? And I can draw your attention to that page in line if you need it.
I imagine it could have been. You can draw my attention if you like, and I can confirm.
Okay, but no reason to argue about the fact that a tennis racket is mentioned specifically in your divorce documents.
No. I mean, that sounds like some of the nonsense that we argued over, sure.
Okay. And was there a motion? I want to draw your attention specifically to this motion. It's on page 441 of that document in front of you, Exhibit 59. This motion was filed by Dan Markell on March 26th of 2014, so shortly before his death.
I see it.
Okay, what was that motion?
Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And in that motion, did he allege that you were violating the marital settlement agreement in a variety of ways?
Yes, it looks like he did.
Including failing to facilitate communication between he and the boys, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, things like that.
Yes, that looks right.
All right. And was he, as part of this motion, seeking to enjoin you from allowing your mother to have time with the children that was unsupervised by another adult?
I am not seeing that right now, but I can continue reading through it.
Okay, take your time.
Actually, oh wait, still going.
Is this a question that you need refreshing on? Did your husband make these allegations? You don't have an independent recollection of that?
I don't have an independent recollection.
Okay.
He made a lot of allegations that weren't true, so I need
All
to
right.
look through to figure out which ones we're talking about.
Okay.
Okay, I see it. I see what you're referencing.
All right, so in that filing, Dan Markell alleges that your mother is disparaging him to the children, correct?
That is correct.
And he was seeking a court order saying she couldn't have contact with the kids unless there was another adult present, correct?
I see that here. I don't think I took it seriously at the time, so it didn't really lodge in my memory.
Did
But
your mom take it seriously?
No,
Was it ever ruled on?
I don't know. If it were, it should be here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it here?
No, it's not. It was scheduled to be ruled on in August of 2014, right?
I don't know. I don't know when it was scheduled for. I do know that nobody took it very seriously.
Okay, so your mom wasn't worried about that motion being granted. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your brother. You can just sort of close that binder and leave it in front of you if that's okay. How old is your brother, Charlie Adelson?
He is 45.
Is he your older or younger brother?
I have two older brothers, so he is one of the two older brothers.
Are you closer to one more than the other?
Yes,
Which one are you closer to?
Charlie.
And has that always been the case, or just since this case?
No, it's not since this case. I think when we were kids, I was probably closest to my oldest brother, and then after getting to be an adult myself around my 20s, I was probably closer to my middle brother.
Around the time of 2013 and 2014, were you closer to Charlie at that time?
I would say so.
All right. And are you aware of any connection at any time between your brother Charlie and any gang members?
No.
Did your brother use drugs?
He did, yeah.
What type of drugs did he use?
Marijuana.
Okay. What else?
I don't know of anything else.
Okay. And do you know where he got the drugs from that he used?
I don't.
Okay. Was he a recreational marijuana user, or was he a drug dealer?
I would say he was a recreational marijuana user.
Okay. Was this something he did every day or just occasionally?
I don't know how often. I don't know if it was every day, but I do know the pain of the last few years has led him to do some self-medicating.
Okay, but I'm really speaking of the time frame. I should have clarified, 2013 to 2014.
I don't know if he was using any drugs during that time.
Okay. But you became aware of it subsequent to the incidents that we're here about today?
That's right.
Okay. Were you aware that your brother, I think you testified he sometimes worked at the Adelson Institute. What did you mean by that? Where else does he work?
So he is a periodontist, and he has kind of a traveling practice of sorts. So he would work in various doctors' offices throughout Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach counties. And so sometimes he would work from my dad's practice, but sometimes he would work from different offices. I don't know how often he worked at which one. I just know he worked at various offices.
All right. So I asked you, I'm sorry to change topics on you so much, but previously we were talking about your two brothers. Is your other brother, not Charlie, but your other brother, is he located here in Florida?
He is not.
All right. And back in 2014, was he living in another state?
He lived in Gainesville for a while. I'm trying to remember in 2014 if he was in Gainesville. I don't think so. I think he was in another state.
All right. So been in another state throughout the incidents we're here about today?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. Now back to what we were talking about with your brother Charlie's practice. So he travels around to different dentist offices and performs a specific service, like on a contract basis. All right. And are you aware that he does that type of work or offers a discount for that type of work if his customers pay in cash?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of your brother carrying large amounts of cash?
He did sometimes carry more cash than I would, but not like big sums of cash, no.
And did you observe the cash that he carried to be stapled together in packs?
No, I never saw staples.
Has your brother ever been married?
No.
How would you describe the kind of lifestyle your brother was enjoying back around the time of these incidents, 2013, 2014?
I think he lived a bachelor lifestyle, very different than mine. Would enjoy nice restaurants, had lots of girlfriends.
Not a lot of responsibilities.
Not a lot of responsibilities.
A lot of girlfriends.
You say not a lot of?
A lot of different girlfriends.
Always a different girl, yeah.
Yeah. Who is Jerome Obed?
He is a person who used to live with my brother.
Do you know the time frame that he lived with your brother?
I remember I introduced him to his current wife, and that was maybe 2011. So maybe during the period, I don't know how much, I can tell you he was living with them that year. Mm-hmm. But I don't know for how long before or how long after they lived together. They were friends, though.
Oh, so okay, so you can't tell us whether he was living with your brother in the 2013-2014 timeframe that we're here about.
I don't remember.
Okay. And is Mr. Obed also a doctor, a dentist?
He is a dermatologist.
Dermatology, thank you. All right, and your brother, we were talking about his lifestyle and the girlfriends. Does he also drive fancy cars?
He does.
Including a Ferrari?
Yes.
All right. And Were you aware of one of his girlfriends by the name of Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Did you ever have the opportunity to meet that particular girlfriend?
Yes, we met maybe 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times? Do you recall what the occasions were?
There was one time we had dinner when I was in town, which is what I did every time I'd come to town and have dinner with my brother and a different girl. And then one time I went to the beach for an hour or so, and she and a friend of hers joined us.
Okay. And was there a third time?
I don't actually remember a third time.
All right. So was there anything special about this girlfriend in terms of her relationship with your brother? Did they seem closer or more serious?
It didn't seem serious.
Were you off-put by Ms. Magbanua for any reason? Did she seem like different from the ordinary trail of women that came through his life?
She seemed perfectly nice.
Did you bond with her in a special way? Did you have a different type of relationship with her than you had with any of his other girlfriends?
No, I mean, if anything, I'd say I'd been closer to other girlfriends. I only met her twice.
All right. What about her ex, Sigfredo Garcia? Were you aware of him at all before this case?
No.
So you didn't even know she had an ex?
I knew she had an ex because my brother once mentioned that he was dating a girl and she had an ex that seemed a little scary.
All
and
right.
I said, maybe you should stay away from that.
Yeah, and so the ex, did you have specific knowledge about why he was a little scary?
No.
And did Catherine Magbanua ever tell you anything that was specifically scary about him?
No.
Were you aware of your brother having any communications with the scary ex-husband?
No, only that my brother seemed a little scared of him, but I don't know that they talked or didn't talk.
So it would be surprising to you to learn that they had a relationship.
Very.
What about your ex-husband, Dan Markell? Did you ever know him to be involved with any type of drug activity or gangsters, anything like that?
No, Danny consulted on criminal law cases, so I do remember there being a case involving Orthodox rabbis that were engaging in some very violent activity, and that had me concerned, but other than that, no.
Okay. Not in his personal life?
No.
Okay. Was your brother Charlie, or is your brother Charlie, protective of you?
He is, yeah.
Did you discuss your marital problems with him back during the time of 2013, 2014?
I did.
Is it fair to say that in the time frame leading up to the murder of your ex-husband that your brother did not like your ex?
I think it's fair to say. I mean, I also think it's fair to say he wasn't particularly concerned with it. He was leading his own life and not really focused on mine.
But your mom was really focused on yours.
My mom was focused on mine.
And your mom was in the ear of your brother quite a bit, same as she was with you, right?
I don't know about how much she was in his ear or not.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill your ex-husband?
He never mentioned hiring a hitman. He told one bad off-color joke where he said he had bought me a TV when I got divorced and said it was a present and made a very bad joke and bad taste that it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
And was
But no,
that... I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, that's okay.
What else were you going to say?
I think that was it.
All right. Was that a joke that your brother made one time or more than one time?
He has a tendency to repeat himself, so everything he says multiple times.
Do you know how many times he said it?
I have no idea, but definitely twice at least.
And it was your understanding that he had not made any actual efforts to hire the hitman?
Yes.
But you did get a TV as a divorce present?
I did get a TV.
Was there a time when you went out to dinner with your brother after the murder where you vomited at the table? That happened? It's just yes or no.
But would you like to know the context? It did happen.
Okay, and who was present at that dinner?
Just my brother and me.
Okay, and that was kind of your first time out after this murder had occurred, right?
After it happened, I couldn't eat for several weeks, and then I was completely terrified to leave my house. So this was the first time I tried to leave the house and eat food, and that is how it ended up. I threw up.
At the dinner table, in a restaurant.
Yes, it was very embarrassing.
How long after the murder was that incident?
Probably about a month or so.
Was the dinner intended to be a celebration of the fact that your husband was murdered?
Absolutely not.
Did your brother refer to it as a celebration?
I highly doubt that.
Could that have been one of his jokes that was in bad taste?
He may have been celebrating the fact that I was willing to leave the house.
All right. Were you involved in the plot to kill your husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you have knowledge of the plot to kill your husband?
No.
But you suspected that your family was involved?
No, I did not suspect that my family was involved.
Did you mention in your interview with law enforcement that you suspected that your family could be behind this?
I think I speculated about lots of things during the 6 hours I spent with law enforcement without an attorney present trying to help them solve this murder. Yes, I said all kinds of things.
All right, and one of the things you said was that your family very much disliked him and that you thought it was possible that someone had done this on your behalf, unbeknownst to you.
I did say I thought someone might have done this on my behalf, yes.
And who did your brother know that had connections that could get something like that done?
I have no idea.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua?
I have met Catherine Magbanua twice, as I mentioned.
She was your brother Charlie's girlfriend at the time of this murder, wasn't she?
I believe
Objection
so.
asked and answered.
There may have been other girlfriends
Overruled.
here at the time.
All right. Wait a second. Okay, now answer the question.
Specifically at the time of the murder, Catherine Magbanua was your brother's girlfriend at that time, correct?
I think so.
Okay. And can you identify her? You mentioned you've been to the beach with her on one occasion and dinner on another occasion. Do you see her in the courtroom?
Yes. I do.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is sitting over here. She has on a striped blouse and a blazer.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. You mentioned that your brother Charlie had a lot of girlfriends. Did you meet all of his girlfriends?
I highly doubt I met all of them, but I met a lot of them.
All right. And specifically in reference to this defendant, did you talk to her on the phone ever separate from your brother?
I have no memory of ever doing that. I don't think so.
Okay, so it wasn't like you had become girlfriends or had an independent relationship with her. You only saw her secondary to visiting your brother?
Twice.
On 2 occasions. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 35. $35.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That was the second time we got together. It looks like the 3 of us at the beach.
Who's the 3 of you?
So it's me, Katie, and one of her friends.
Do you remember the friend's name?
I do not.
If I said it, would you be able to say yes or no?
I wouldn't.
Okay. And do you know when the photo was taken?
I don't. My best guess is 2013 or 2014.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you recall going to Miami for Father's Day in June, right before Dan Markell was murdered?
I don't have a strong memory of it, but it sounds like something I might have done to visit my dad.
Okay. Did you previously testify in reference to this same photograph or a similar photograph?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and did you testify at that time?
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment. We're fine with
We'll
summary.
return to it, Judge.
All
Just
right,
give me a
that's
minute.
sustained.
All right, and did you have any contact with this defendant since the murder in any kind of way, any communication?
No.
Did you have any contact with her in any way on the day of the murder?
No.
Do you remember what girlfriends came after Catherine Magdanois, as far as your brother's girlfriends?
In order?
Just do your best.
I do. I mean, I feel nervous about saying their names out loud just to...
Why don't we just use first names then?
I remember Whitney.
Okay.
After Whitney.
Whitney, And was Whitney a serious girlfriend?
I think Whitney was a fairly serious girlfriend.
All right. And what about after her?
I'm blanking after Whitney.
Do you remember June?
Yes, yes, June was after Whitney.
Okay. And can you give me the basic time frame for Whitney?
I just really remember how old my boys were, but I don't know how long she was in his life for. So maybe like 2014 to 2015 or 16, and then June after that, and I think on and off for a couple of years. And then he was together with the mother of his son, and that was probably 2017, 2018.
Okay. I'm going to approach, would it refresh your recollection to look at some text messages so you could give me exact dates of when these women were in your brother's life?
Sure.
Right.
All right, so take your time, just take a look at this first page, and I'm specifically referencing these messages that are in red there.
So help me understand though, this is a message between...
Just take a minute and sort of take your time and look
Oh,
at it.
I'm using this to figure out who he was dating when?
Yes.
Okay.
And you're just going to take a look at it and tell me if it refreshes your recollection. If you can't figure out what it is or if it doesn't refresh, then you let me know.
Okay. Right, so it looks like he was with Whitney in 2014, 2015.
Okay, and
But-
the specific date?
I mean, it just means that they're in touch with each other. It doesn't mean that they're dating.
Okay. And when were they in touch with each other? specifically?
It looks like he's telling me Whitney is trying to get back together with him in
Objection,
May.
Your Honor. At this point, the witness is just testifying off the documents,
All right.
which we've only seen for a few seconds.
I'm going to sustain that, okay? I don't want you reading from the documents. What you need to do is take a look at them. If it refreshes your recollection as to what the information that is being asked, then testify to that. If you're just having to read from that document and you don't recall independently, then your answer is that you don't recall, okay?
Okay, thank you. Yes, my answer is the same as it was. I said 2014, 2015, and it looks like there's conversation around that time. So, okay, it doesn't independently refresh.
Okay, let's take a look at a couple more and see if they're more helpful. I think that's it.
Yep, it's
The same.
the same, 2014.
right, so 2014, 2015 for both of those women.
Wait, both of those, it's the same woman, it's Whitney.
Oh, I was also asking about June.
Oh, I didn't see June in those text messages.
Okay, when was he dating June?
It's a guess, but I think it was around the same time, maybe 2015, 2016.
Okay, so is it your recollection that it went Magbanua, then Whitney, then June?
As far as people that I met.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as states 36. Do you recognize states 36?
I think I've seen this picture before.
Okay. And do you recognize the people in the picture?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate photo of the folks in the picture?
It looks like them back in the day, yeah.
Okay, and do you know when the photo was taken?
I don't.
All right, who is in the photo?
It's my brother and Katie.
Your brother Charlie?
My brother Charlie.
Okay. And Katie, the defendant in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and is it fair to say this photo was taken during the time that they were dating?
It definitely looks like it.
And what was that time frame?
I don't know the time frame of when they were dating.
Okay, were they dating at the time of this murder? We've already
I believe
established
so.
that, okay. And is this how they appeared around that time? Is it accurate in their appearance?
It seems so. Nobody has any, like, you know, weird facial hair or doctored. I don't know. It looks like I imagine they looked at that time.
Okay, and you saw them at that time, around that time, because you went to the beach and you
I
had
did.
dinner.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 8 years, so they look different.
They look different now?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's how they looked back then.
Probably, yes.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence states 36.
Any objection?
One brief moment, Your Honor. To be a stickler, Judge, but improper authentication.
Overruled. It'll be admitted as states 36.
What's wrong with you?
Permission to publish?
You may.
I disagree with that.
Do you know of any specific gifts that your brother gave this defendant during their relationship?
I don't.
What about after their relationship? Are you aware of any gifts that were after the conclusion of their relationship?
I am not aware of any gifts between them.
Were you aware that she was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I know that she worked at my dad's office for a while, so it would make sense that she was on the payroll.
And what duties did she perform there?
I have no idea.
Okay, and when you say she worked there, did she physically went there?
I really don't know.
And did you ever work at the Adelson Institute?
I did, in
Okay.
between my master's and my law degree.
All
I did
right. And
filing.
did you see Catherine Magbanua there when you were working there?
No, that was 2003.
How do you know that Ms. Magbanua worked at the Adelson Institute?
How do I know? I'm trying to remember if I knew at the time or I found out later. Probably my brother would have told me that Katie was working, and that's how I would have known.
All right. And was that before this murder or since the murder?
I have no idea.
You don't know the time frame she worked there?
I don't know the time frame she worked there, and I don't know why he would have told me. I wasn't very involved with the day-to-day operations of the office or what they did.
Do you know if your brother had any other ex-girlfriends on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I don't know.
All right, let's go to the day of Dan Markell's murder. What were you doing that day?
I was at home that morning. I was working on a couple of pieces of writing. I was waiting. I remember the Geek Squad was coming to fix my television. And I think
Was
they
that
said
the same television that your brother had purchased for you as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman?
it was the television that my brother had bought for me.
All right, and did your mother, Donna Adelson, arrange from Miami for the Geek Squad to come to your home that morning to fix
No,
the
I
TV?
did.
Would it refresh your recollection to review some text messages regarding that issue?
Hold on a second.
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment. The witness gave an answer.
Overruled.
Counsel? Can I take a look at Thanks.
All right, and I'm looking at the items in yellow, but feel free to review the whole document.
Yeah, I don't really understand. It's my best recollection that I set up the appointment for them to come.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes this happens now where there's a different number on the account, so they call the wrong account. So they could have called my mom and she would have said, no, call my daughter. They need to confirm with you.
Okay, but your mom does indicate that she is sending the guy to your
No,
house.
she indicates that she was called by Best Buy.
Mm-hmm.
So that means she was called by accident since they were coming to my house.
Okay. And did you have an appointment scheduled in your calendar, fixed TV?
I did. I thought they were supposed to come sometime between 8 and noon. And then they came pretty early, I think, 9 or something like that.
All right. And did you delete, shown on the far right column there if you need to refresh your recollection, but did you delete that appointment to have the TV fixed?
I'm usually kind of OCD about this, so after I have a meeting, I'll delete it if it's done. I use my calendar kind of like a to-do list, so I'll have the meeting and then I'll delete it.
Okay.
So I must have deleted it once they arrived or sometime later.
Okay. And right before the message that indicates, that's from your mother that we just talked about, Best Buy called,
Okay.
there's a message that says, "This is so sweet." Who is
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
message to?
Objection.
Hold on. What's the objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor. Item is in evidence.
That's sustained.
All right. Can you say who the message before the Best Buy message? Who did you send that message to?
It looks like I sent that message to my brother.
Your brother Charlie?
Yes.
All right. And that message was deleted as well?
I always delete my messages. But yes, it looks like I deleted it at some point.
All right. And that message, what were you referring to in that message, if you know?
I have no idea.
All right. But it was sweet, whatever it was.
I mean, 8 years ago, I have no idea what was sweet.
So did Best Buy show up and repair the TV that morning?
They showed up and they tried to repair the TV. But I needed to make a call of whether it was worth repairing or whether I should just get a new one, because the repair costs I remember being expensive.
Mm-hmm. And how old was the TV at this point?
I don't know. I don't think it was very old, just a couple of years.
Well, it was given to you as a divorce present at the time of your divorce, right, in 12?
Right, so it wasn't that the TV was old. I think one of the kids had thrown something at the screen, so it cracked it.
Okay, but the fix was done in 14, or the attempted fix?
The attempted fix was in
Okay.
14.
All right, so the repairman did show up that morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you did not recall your mom making that appointment, but was it usual or typical for your mom to get involved in that type of minutia of your daily life?
No.
It would be unusual if she did that.
I mean, it would not be unusual for her to try to help me with various things. So It doesn't sound out of the realm of possibility, but I remember distinctly setting it up for that morning of sometime, like when you wait for a repairman to come, they come in a window, they say between 9 and 1. I remember there being a window they had told me.
And do you remember the specific window in this case?
I keep thinking it was 8 to 12, but I don't know if that's correct.
Okay, and we're talking about 8 a.m., between 8 a.m. and noon. And you agree that your husband, ex-husband, sorry, I keep doing that, was murdered between 8 a.m. and noon.
I don't know the exact time of when it happened.
Really?
Between 8 a.m. and noon?
Yes.
I mean, yes, but I thought it was closer to 10 or 11.
Okay. But the question was it between 8 a.m. and noon?
Yes, it was between 8 a.m. and noon.
All right. And did you leave your residence at all that day after you got the TV, or the TV man came?
After the TV repairman came, I did a little bit more work from home. I talked to a couple of friends, and then I made plans to have lunch with 2 friends that I frequently saw on Fridays. And we made kind of a last-minute plan to have lunch. And then I had a few errands to run before I met them. So I did that. I picked up gas. I picked up something I needed for a party that night. And then I went to meet my friends for lunch.
All right. And do you know what time you left the residence that day?
I don't. I guess it's somewhere around noon.
And then went and ran your errands? On the way to run your errands, did you go by the crime scene?
No.
On the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Trescott?
I did.
All right, so you did turn off of Centerville onto Trescott.
I did.
All right, and when you encountered a roadblock, what did you assume the problem was there?
I figured it was just an electrical storm or something. There was some tape, and it looked like the road was blocked off. And so I just turned around and went back and went up Benton.
And had there been an electrical storm that morning?
I didn't remember an electrical storm, but in the summertime, there's always trees falling and rainstorms, so pretty normal.
All right, and you weren't concerned based on that experience that there could be something going on at previously your marital home?
Absolutely not.
And your ex-husband, Dan Markell, had your children at that time, right?
No, he did not.
Okay, so you had your children at that time?
No, my children were at preschool at that time.
Right, but who took them to preschool that day?
Danny would have taken them to preschool.
Okay. So it was his day. He was killed on his parenting day.
It was the day he would have brought them to preschool, and I would have picked them up.
All right. Did they spend the night with him the night before?
They did.
Okay. And you hadn't seen your children yet that day when you encountered the roadblock?
On Friday, no.
Okay. And were you on the phone when you encountered the roadblock? If you remember? Do you remember who you were speaking to?
I do.
Who was that? You don't have to say the name, but just what type of person was that?
He was a friend. I hadn't caught up with him a long time. He'd moved to England, so I was probably a little distracted talking and catching up with an old friend.
Okay. And when you encountered, at the time that you encountered the roadblock or shortly thereafter, did you call the daycare?
No.
Did you call Dan Markell?
No.
Did you do anything to reach out to any of the players that we've talked about in this case?
No.
Did you communicate to anyone that there was a roadblock?
I didn't. I would have had no reason to do that.
Was Dan Markell scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed?
I believe so.
Where was he going?
He was going to New York.
And that's where he had a girlfriend?
That's where his girlfriend lived.
Do you know how the killers knew that Dan Markell was planning to leave town the next day?
I have no idea.
You didn't relay that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at the time?
I really don't know. I have it now. I don't know if I had it 8 years ago.
Did you communicate with anyone on WhatsApp or similar technology to relay any information about the murder of your husband?
Absolutely not.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had WhatsApp at the time?
I have no idea.
Did you communicate with him through WhatsApp?
If I had WhatsApp on my phone, then maybe I did. I know I had friends who lived around the world. At that time, WhatsApp was more of a technology used to talk to people internationally. So I know the friend I was talking to was in England. If I had WhatsApp, I would have used it to call him.
Did you know that WhatsApp, the communications are encrypted, they cannot be retrieved by law enforcement? Were you aware of that?
I think they can be retrieved by law enforcement, but it's one of the end-to-end encryption services.
All right, and so you can't tell the jury whether you communicated through WhatsApp at all on the day of the murder?
I don't remember if I had it 8 years ago. I have it now, so we could look and figure out if I had it then, but I don't know.
All right, did you ever communicate with Catherine Magbanua at any time through WhatsApp?
I never communicated with her at all.
When you left the residence and encountered the roadblock, where were you headed?
When I left my residence,
Mm-hmm.
I was headed to ABC Liquors to get an item that was requested for a Stock the Bar party I was supposed to go to that Friday night.
And what was that item?
I'm sorry?
What was the item?
It was bourbon.
What type of bourbon?
Bullet bourbon. The
And did
invitation
you-
had asked specifically to bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon, so I went to the store and asked them where I could find that.
And the bottle of Bullet bourbon was in your vehicle when law enforcement came to interview you about this case?
Right, when I told law enforcement they could search my vehicle and signed away all my rights, yeah.
After the murder of Dan Markell, was it your practice to tell people, just acquaintances and peripheral people in your life, that he had been involved in an accident?
I don't believe so.
Do you know whether that was something that your brother told people?
I have no idea what my brother told people.
Did you ever hear your brother, Charlie Adelson, tell someone Dan Markell was involved in an accident?
No, I've never heard that. I was just thinking, law enforcement told me when they were interviewing me that I wasn't supposed to tell anyone what happened until it was released, but
And that was just the day of?
that was the day of.
Okay. Did you or your children benefit financially from your husband's death?
Absolutely not.
Did your husband have a life insurance policy?
He did have a life insurance policy.
And what was the value of that policy?
I don't know what the value of it was at the time. I do know that his sister's the custodian of that life insurance policy, and I pay taxes on that money every year, but we don't receive any of it.
What was the value of it at the time of your husband's death?
It was $1 million,
Not $2 million?
$1 million for each child.
$2 million. All right, and did you believe prior to your husband's murder that you were the custodian of that money for the benefit of the boys?
No, we were divorced, so I was the custodian while we were married, but once we were divorced, I was no longer the custodian.
So you were aware that he had designated someone else to do
Yes.
that job? You didn't inquire through your attorney about challenging the designation of the sister as the custodian of that money?
I wasn't trying to challenge the designation, no.
Do you have access personally to that money?
No.
All right. What about a 401k? Did your ex-husband have a 401k when he died?
I believe he did.
All right. And are you the custodian of that money for the benefit of the boys?
I am. That's how I pay the taxes.
All right. Did he have a pension?
I don't know.
Social Security benefits?
I don't know if he had Social Security benefits. As survivors, my children receive Social Security benefits.
$4,800 a month, right?
That's right.
Deferred compensation fund?
I don't remember.
$217,000. Does that sound familiar?
I don't remember.
What about the IRA? Did he have an IRA?
I really don't know.
$100,000?
It's very possible.
What about a checking account?
I don't know if I assume he had a checking account.
$15,000 in there, right?
Wouldn't go to us, but sure, I imagine he had a checking account.
It wouldn't go to you and the boys? Where did it go?
Funeral expenses?
Okay. All right, and obviously you did not have to maintain your divorce lawyer for any purpose after the murder of Dan Markell.
I think at that point he was trying to provide counsel for something else, but no, I didn't. I had to maintain him for a little bit just to close out the case. He had some work to do to finalize things.
All right. And was your mom able to go back to work full-time once you moved to South Florida, or did she remain in this status of sort of helping with the kids a lot and working part-time?
She helped with the kids a lot, especially while I tried to get back on my feet and find work.
All right. Have you ever returned to Tallahassee to live after, you said you left about 2 days after the death?
I've never come back to live. I came back to give a talk, I think twice. And then I came back for a friend's wedding. I came back for a friend's bar mitzvah. So probably came back 4 or 5 times since.
Right, but the question
not
is to reside.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kappelman. I haven't lived here.
Okay.
Since I left.
You've lived steady in South Florida since that date.
I have lived in South Florida.
Okay. And who has full custody of your 2 boys?
Me.
And does your mom have any issues with having access to your boys, or does she have full access to your kids?
I mean, there's no issues with access, no.
How often would you say your mom sees the kids?
I think it depends on the week, but probably at least once or twice a week.
How old are your boys now?
They're 11 and 12.
How old were they when their dad was killed?
It was 10 days before my older son's birthday, so he was almost 5. And my younger son was 3.5.
Did you change their legal names about a month or so after the murder?
No, not a month or so after the murder, no.
Okay. When was it done? Even sooner than that?
No, absolutely not. When I tried to put my children in school and their faces had been unblurred on CNN and all across social media,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if you'll answer my question is, when were the boys' names changed?
The boys' names were changed after I wrote a letter to Danny's family explaining why I was changing their names.
When were their names
About
changed?
a year after.
Okay, and that was when they were legally changed, July 6, 2015?
I don't remember the date, but if you have it, that sounds correct.
Okay, so they were legally changed on that date, but just a month or so after the murder, when you were enrolling them in school, is when they effectively had their names changed.
That is not true.
Okay. And what did you change their names from and to?
I changed their last name from their father's last name to mine.
From Markel to Adelson?
That is correct.
And did you also drop the middle name of one of your boys that was a tribute to his paternal side?
It was a tribute to both families.
Did you drop it?
I did. I lost an honor to both families that day, yes.
Do you want the culpable parties in this murder held accountable?
Absolutely.
And even if it involves your own family?
Absolutely.
Do you recall giving an interview with law enforcement on the day that your ex-husband was murdered?
I recall sitting with law enforcement for 6 hours, yes, I recall.
And did you tell law enforcement something different in that interview about the culpability of your family?
I'm sure while I sat for 6 hours completely traumatized that I said all kinds of things.
All right, and was one of the things you said while you sat for 6 hours completely traumatized that you wanted the culpable parties held accountable unless it was your family?
I don't believe I phrased it like that, and I think you're taking my words out of context, but sure.
But sure?
But sure what?
No further questions.
All right, we're going to take our break now. And so it'll be about a 10, 15-minute break, allow you to stretch your legs, use the facilities. And so the deputy will take you back. Remember, no discussion about the case or any testimony that you've heard. You can leave your pads on your chairs, and we'll be back to continue the testimony in about 15 minutes, okay? Just wait one moment. All right, anything before we bring the jury in? Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, sir. I failed to ask this witness one line of questioning I'd like to reopen and inquire of her before we go to cross.
All right, I'll permit that. And then we'll go to cross right after that, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's bring the jury in, please.
How long is your topic?
Voice on medication.
I got this.
All rise for re-entry in courtroom.
Please be seated. We're ready to continue with the testimony. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your direct if necessary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Adelson, I'm going to approach you with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 64. Ms. Adelson, did you have an opportunity to review State's 99 of disc containing wiretap calls relating to this case?
I did.
And as part of our pretrial preparations, were you asked to listen to those calls and verify whether or not you could authenticate some of the voices on those calls?
So I was asked not to listen to the whole call, but just to listen to a few seconds, enough to be able to identify the people speaking on the calls.
And is that what you did?
That is what I did.
All right. And is State's Exhibit 64 a fair and accurate recording of where your initials appear, that representing that you could authenticate the voices on that particular call?
That is correct.
Okay, so for example, the list includes call A on State's Exhibit 99, and you've initialed here indicating that the call is from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence State 64.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as State's Exhibit 64.
No other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Adelson, this is all about you, isn't it?
Excuse me?
This is all about you, right?
I was called to be a witness and I'm testifying, so I don't understand the question. Is it a question?
There's about 100 people in this courtroom, right?
There are people in the courtroom.
Possibly thousands watching, right?
I have no idea who's watching.
And it's all because of your failed marriage, right?
I disagree with that.
You disagree that your ex-husband is dead because of your family.
Yes, I disagree.
These jurors are here for weeks doing their civic duty because of your marriage, right?
No.
Katie's going through this ordeal because of that marriage, right?
No.
Dan Markell's parents are going through absolute misery because of your failed marriage. Isn't that right?
No, that's incorrect.
Well, let's talk about the marriage. You and Professor Markel, you met when you were in law school. You told that to Miss Kappelman. And it was a whirlwind romance, right? Right?
It was not a whirlwind romance, no.
It led to a wedding, February 26th of 2006. You had a big wedding in Boca Raton, right?
Did we get married on February 26, 2006? Is that the question? Yes.
In Boca Raton.
In Boca Raton, Florida.
And it wasn't a small wedding. It was a big wedding.
There were many people in attendance.
All right. In this marriage, it led to 2 children, right? Your 2 boys.
Are you asking me if I have 2 boys?
Yes.
Yes.
And Professor Markel, he was a great father, wasn't he?
He was a very good father, yes.
Those boys were his world, right?
As well as his work, yes.
And they adored him too, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Now, this marriage started to fall apart, right?
It did.
But there were problems from the very beginning, weren't there? Right?
Are you asking me, what is the very beginning? The very beginning of when we got married?
Literally at the wedding.
There were problems before we got married.
All right, so at the wedding, and the government asked you about kosher law, right?
About what, I'm sorry?
Keeping kosher.
About keeping kosher, yes.
Right?
The government
And your
asked.
wedding, at your wedding, was the groom's family, the Markell family, and they are more strict than your family and friends about keeping kosher.
They do not keep kosher.
Wasn't that one of the problems in your marriage, that Professor Markell was very insistent about keeping kosher?
About his kosher rules, but those are different than his family's.
So you're saying that it wasn't a problem at the wedding, that there were people from the groom's side of the family that were there that strictly keep kosher, that they were told that it was going to be kosher food, but it actually wasn't?
So there was a misunderstanding about whether the food was going to be kosher style or more in adherence with kosher law. There was a miscommunication about that.
So
That
you had
happened.
people that strictly keep kosher eating non-kosher food, which is a big deal.
That actually is not what happened. You had, Danny was upset that it was kosher style and not strictly adhering to kosher law. So
So
he was disappointed.
So there's problems right from the beginning.
That was a problem at our wedding, yeah.
Fast forward now to September 10th, 2012. Professor Markell, he's away on a business trip, right?
Yes,
He's in New York City at New York University, right?
I believe so, yes.
And he's doing a presentation.
I don't know what he was doing.
Your husband at the time was in New York to give a presentation. You knew that, right?
I knew he was in New York. I didn't know if he was attending a conference or giving a presentation, but he was in New York for work.
Now, you had not communicated with him for 2 days.
I really don't remember.
You text him at around 2:30 in the afternoon, right? Right before he's about to do the presentation.
I really don't remember.
But you do remember dropping the bomb on him, don't you? Telling him that you wanted a divorce.
So I did not drop a bomb on him. We'd been in therapy for several months beforehand where I told him several times I wanted a divorce.
You say it's not a bomb, but you agree with me that he begged you to reconsider.
He was very upset and yes, wanted me to reconsider, but
In that phone call, he's begging you to reconsider. Please don't leave. Please don't break up our family, right?
he was very upset, yes.
And he was heartbroken. I mean, upset indicates that there was anger. What he was heartbroken, right?
That I decided to divorce him after telling him I would, yes.
Despite being at NYU for a presentation, he rushes home. He gets on the next flight, right?
I honestly don't remember if he got on the next flight, but he did come home quickly.
2:30 he finds out in New York. By 11 p.m. he's walking in the door to your old house at Trescott Drive, right?
I don't know.
But you do know that when he walks in the house what he finds. You know that, right?
Yes, I left him the papers.
You left the divorce papers on the bed, right?
Yes,
Half the furniture was gone.
half the furniture was not gone.
A good amount of his stuff was gone.
Nothing of his was gone.
The boys' stuff was gone, right?
Some of the boys' things were gone. I'd taken enough so that I had for the boys, but no.
You were gone,
I was gone, yes.
and so were his boys.
His boys were not gone. He saw them the next day, and they would not have been awake if he's coming home at 11 p.m.
Let's stay on topic here.
I'd love to stay on topic.
When he walks in the door, the boys are not in the house, right?
Correct.
And you did not tell Professor Markell where you were taking the boys. He may have seen them the next day, but you did not let him know where you were going to be staying with his boys.
With our boys? Yes.
So you agree with me that they're also his.
Of course they're his.
And he should be entitled to know where his wife is taking his children.
Absolutely.
That's not all you took, is it?
Excuse me?
You two had a joint checking account at Schwab, right?
We did.
And you went into that account before you dropped the bomb, and you took out half of that account, right?
Correct.
Roughly $350,000.
Half, yes. Of our joint account.
$350,000.
I don't remember the amount, but yes.
You know that it was in the hundreds of thousands.
I really don't remember the amount, sir.
Is it that insignificant of a sum to you that you don't
I'm not saying
remember?
it's an insignificant sum. I'm saying I can't attest to the amount that was there.
I'm going to tone it down now. You were unhappy in the marriage, right?
That's why I got divorced, yes.
And it happens. Marriages fall apart, right?
Yes.
But you complained constantly about it, didn't you?
No, I don't think I complained constantly.
To anyone that would listen.
No, that's not true.
You agree with me that you complained to the one person that would actually do something about it.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Your big brother, Charles Adelson, you complained to him about how bad Professor Markell was and how much you hated him and didn't want to be in a marriage with him.
I definitely talked to my brother about how unhappy I was in my marriage. If that's the question, then yes. Is that the question?
Yes, that is a question. You talked to your brother, Charles Adelson, about how bad your marriage was.
I did, yes.
Let's talk about it. Government asked you about Charles Adelson. He's an intelligent guy, right?
He is smart.
Yeah. He's both book smart and street smart, right?
I would say so.
You would say that he's a talker.
He does like to talk.
He's got the gift of gab, so to speak.
I wouldn't say he's the gift of gab, but he does talk.
He knows what to say in the moment.
I wouldn't say that's true either.
You would say, though, that he is. Now, you were asked questions about, drug purchasing and stuff like that. You'd agree with me that he's also street smart.
I mean, I think he has common sense.
And that he lives life to a certain extent on both sides of the track. During the day, he's doing periodontal work, whatever that is, crowns, root canals, whatever that is. He's doing that during the day. At night, he's out with friends, he's buying drugs. He's living life on both sides of the track.
I don't know about that he's out buying drugs.
Now, let's talk for a second about WhatsApp. And as an aside here for a second, the government asked you the question if you used WhatsApp, right? You remember that?
I remember them asking me, yes.
On the day that Professor Markell was killed, you went in for the interview, right?
I talked to the police.
And you also gave them your phone for them to inspect.
Absolutely.
All right. So the determination of what, if any, WhatsApp was being used, they would have from the download they did that day of your phone.
Sure.
Now, would you be surprised to learn that your brother used WhatsApp?
No.
You would agree with me that WhatsApp, and you explained it well, is end-to-end encryption.
Correct.
In your lay opinion, if you can explain to the jurors, just in case they don't know, what that means.
I know that it's something we use at my work because essentially it has the ability to keep things more private. I also know that nothing's actually private and that anyone who wants to can uncode the messages. So that's what we tell people at our work.
So the thought is with WhatsApp, if I use my phone and I call somebody, the call could be listened to. If I text somebody, it's recordable, right?
I think so.
But with WhatsApp, you can send messages or have phone calls where there's no record of it.
I don't think that's true. I think there is still a record of it.
But the belief and the thought, I'll withdraw that question. Your lay understanding, though, is that the footprint that it leaves is much less than that of normal communications.
I think it's different, but I think it still leaves a digital footprint that's easily uncodable.
If you were to send a WhatsApp message to Ms. Kappelman, it would show that a message was sent, but it would be hard to get what the content of the message is.
I don't think that's true.
All right. Let's talk about your brother's jokes now. You don't deny that he joked about hiring a hitman.
He did.
You don't deny that he repeated this joke.
He did.
And he made this joke right before a hitman murdered Professor Markell.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. He made the joke right before, and I'll leave out the hitman part, Professor Markell was killed.
He made the joke the morning that I talked to him.
Can you think of one person in this world that would actually hire two people to go kill Professor Markell other than your family?
Your Honor.
Ms. Adelson, please address me and answer the question.
It calls for an unbelievable amount of speculation. I mean, I'm responsible for coming up with, that's the prosecutor's duty, no? To figure out who's responsible?
You just said a moment ago that you disagree that hitman killed Professor Markell. That's what you said, right? So my question to you is, if you're able to say, well, it wasn't hitman, Then who? Tell this jury. Who on this planet would have wanted to kill Professor Markell?
I have no idea.
All right. Let's get into that a little bit. But I want to make sure that's clear. This joke is made right before Professor Markell is murdered, right?
The joke was made many times.
It was made right before Professor Markell was murdered. Yes or no?
Yes.
July 18, 2014, you're interviewed, and you make a statement saying, I knew this would happen. You said that, right?
I did.
All right. Now I want to talk about your knowledge and your belief on this. You're a smart person, right?
How am I supposed to answer that?
Well, let's go through your resume. You went to Brandeis University, right?
I did.
You graduated magna cum laude.
I did.
If you could explain to the jury what that means.
It means I studied a lot and got good grades.
All right. It means, and to speak, I'm from the Northeast. My Boston accent may give it away. It means you're wicked smart, right?
That's very
You had a
nice.
high
Thank
GPA,
you.
a very high GPA.
I work hard.
You also went and you got a master's degree from the University of Cambridge.
I did.
You were a Gates Scholar.
I was.
You then go to the University of Miami School of Law, which is a top-tier law school, Tier 1, right?
Okay.
Right? We're talking about your level of intelligence. You went to the University of Miami Law School, right?
I did, yes.
You also clerked at the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, right?
I did.
Now, to get a clerkship out of law school, it's a very difficult thing to do, right?
It's challenging.
You have to have top grades. You have to go through a rigorous selection process, right?
Yes.
You then become a professor at the Florida State University College of Law, right?
Yes.
You're also a published author, right?
Now you're just embarrassing me.
Why are you embarrassed that you're a published author?
I don't like talking about myself.
Is it because the book that you wrote discredited Tallahassee and spoke ill of it?
The book did not discredit Tallahassee. It wasn't about Tallahassee.
Let's stay on topic and ask the question again with everything that we just went through. You're a smart woman, right?
I am a smart woman.
There's information about this case everywhere. You'd agree with me on that, right?
I'd been advised by my lawyer not to read it.
All right. Now, we're not talking about reading stuff. There's podcasts,
Also not to listen.
TV shows,
Also not to watch.
articles.
Don't read.
And so you've made the decision. Now, you're a lawyer yourself too, right?
I am.
And you made the decision, I'm not going to look at any of this stuff.
Correct.
I don't want to know what happened to the father of my 2 children.
Not I don't want to know what happened.
How can you say you love those boys if you don't care who killed the father that they loved?
Of course I care who killed the father that they loved.
Then why won't you look at the stuff?
I've been advised not to.
Are you afraid that when you look at it, you're going to realize that your brother did this?
I am not afraid of that.
Now, of course, you've, and we won't get into privileged communications, but you've spoken to your lawyer about the case.
How are we not getting into privileged communications? Yes, I've spoken to my lawyer about the case.
You're very intelligent. You have one of the top defense attorneys in the country, a former federal prosecutor, John Lohr, right there in the blue suit, right?
He is my attorney.
You're telling me with all of this at your disposal, your intelligence, his experience, and all this information, that you don't care to find out who it is that killed Professor Markell?
This is not that I don't care to find out. My job is to take care of those boys, and that is what I do. I don't see how it helps take care of them to go reading and watching and soaking up all of the horrible information that's out there.
You don't realize that you could be helpful in finally untangling this to give this jury the truth about what happened to Professor Markell?
I have been nothing but helpful since this started.
To what happened to their son? By you looking at it, you are at the center of all this, but you won't look at anything to help in the process.
I've done nothing but help in this process.
You came here and testified.
I came here and testified. I
You
spoke to
had
the
to
police
be-
for 6 hours without anyone present. I signed over my cell phone, my car, my house, everything, my computer. What else do I have or know that you haven't seen?
You came here because you were subpoenaed and had no choice,
Correct.
right?
This is not fun. I
You've
would not
been-
do this by choice.
You've been inconvenienced.
I've not been inconvenienced.
Professor Markell was shot in the head.
I'm not complaining about being here. This is my duty. I'm here.
We'll get back to you complaining about being here. Do you honestly expect this jury to believe that you haven't confronted your brother about all of this?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you did confront him?
Yes, I do expect them to believe that I did not confront my brother because I didn't.
Or maybe you don't need to because you know the truth in this case. You already know it. That he went behind your back, right?
Did not happen.
Just like he has done with past boyfriends. He's done that in the past where he's gone behind your back when you were having problems in a relationship and dealt with it himself.
No.
Miss Adelson, you understand that until you expose your brother what he did, that everybody's going to consider you as guilty. You understand that, right?
What is the question that you're asking me?
You understand that until you expose your brother and explain what he did, that he went behind everybody's back, that he hired a hitman to murder your ex-husband, you'll remain guilty in the eyes of the world.
I can't speak to the eyes of the world. I can only know that I have done nothing wrong.
Or maybe you are guilty.
I am not guilty.
So, a witness in this case, and I'm not going to get into their testimony, but one of the hitmen, the convicted hitman, implicates you. On July 17, 2014, the day before the murder, the morning before, he says that you were walking on Trescott with the two boys, that you walked down the driveway and into the house.
That never happened.
Right, because Professor Markell, I apologize, Professor Markell, he had the kids. Based on the way that your guy's schedule was, on that day he would have had the children in the morning, and you're going through such a bad divorce you wouldn't be at his house, right?
I wouldn't be at his house anyway, but not because we were going through a bad divorce. At that time, things were pretty copacetic.
All right, so we're coming back to maybe you do know, or maybe you were involved.
Excuse me? What's the question that you're asking me?
I'm giving you a header of what we're talking about so that it will ease you in the question, okay? I'm just telling you what the topic that we're on, so we'll get to a question. Now, the government asked you about a time that you met Miss Magbanua. It was actually spring break of March 2014, right?
I believe so.
You went down to Miami. You stayed with your brother Charles.
I went down to Fort Lauderdale after being in Immokalee and stayed with my brother.
You then went to Miami Beach to Yardbird and had dinner outside with your boyfriend at the time, or who you were dating, Jeffrey Lacasse. Catherine McBanwell was there, and your brother Charles Adelson, and you all ate outside, right?
We did.
And that's on Miami Beach, not in Fort Lauderdale.
Correct.
Now, just for context, Jeffrey Lacasse, he was also an FSU professor, not at the law school, but an FSU professor. Nice guy, right?
I don't think so now.
Now, you deny, I'm assuming, that on July 13, 2014, you told Jeffrey Lacasse that Charles looked into hiring a hitman. You deny that, or you admit that?
I deny that.
And that you told him that Charles looked into hiring a hitman back in September of 2013.
That never happened.
Which would have been months before your brother even met Catherine McBanwell.
I don't remember when they met.
Letting you know the topic we're on, we're talking about you being involved. That same week, earlier in the week, you sent an email. We're talking about the week of the murder now, not spring break, the week of the murder, not Yardbird, the week of the murder. You sent an email to Jeffrey Lacasse saying that you wanted to break up, that you needed space, right?
I did.
Sent him a long email, stay away, we're broken up, right?
I did.
You knew that on July 18, 2014, Jeffrey Lacasse was leaving town to go on a trip, right?
I knew he was leaving at some point that week. I don't remember when.
You knew that he was leaving on the same day of the murder at the same exact time as the murder.
I don't think I did.
11 a.m. on July 18, 2014.
I don't think I knew when he was leaving town.
It's a good way to put the blame onto somebody else. You'd agree on that, right? If it happened, it would have been a good way to put the blame on somebody else.
I have no idea when he was going to leave town.
Your interview, July 18, 2014, you said, my brother, he joked about hiring a hitman. Perhaps that was you just planting a seed to divert the attention of law enforcement away from you.
It was not.
let's jump off topic right now and talk about your boys' names. That in the time after the murder, you changed their last names from Markel to Adelson, right?
A year later, yes.
Why?
I was scared
Of what?
of someone coming to attack them.
So it's a year later, you won't look at anything because you don't want to know what's going on in the case. And the thought is, well, they're going to be protected if they have my last name and not Markell, right?
Yes.
Now, years later, arrests are made. It's clear who committed the murder, Sigfredo Garcia Luis Rivera. The Adelson name has been dragged through the mud. Why haven't you continued to protect your boys and changed the name back?
I will be changing I'm not going to change the name back. I don't think that will help. One day I'll change all of our names.
The government asked you about immunity, so let's get into that. You explained that as an attorney, you understand that when the government gives a subpoena for somebody to testify, that it conveys immunity, right?
That's my understanding. My knowledge of criminal law dates back to 2003 when I took a semester in law school, so forgive me.
Graduated law school, right?
This isn't my area of law.
When you clerked on the 11th Circuit, it was with Judge Jordan, right?
I did immigration appeals.
Yeah, but you still dealt with criminal stuff as well, too.
Very little.
So your understanding, though, is it doesn't mean they can't arrest you. They just can't use what you say here against you later on. So you're protected.
Correct.
And you needed that to testify, right?
It's just given to testify. It's not a question of whether I needed it. It comes with testifying.
You fear being charged by them, so you need to have that protection of
I
your words.
don't fear being charged for a crime I didn't commit, no.
Now, y'all had this nice exchange where it was pleasant, but there's actually tension between you and this office, right?
No.
They recently had your brother Charles Adelson arrested, and he's in custody, right?
Correct.
For first-degree murder.
Correct.
And there's no tension?
It's very uncomfortable to be here. It's hard to tell where the tension is coming from.
They've discussed your involvement in this case. They insinuated it on the direct examination. There's no tension?
Lots of media insinuates that I did something I didn't do too. I can't feel tension towards every person in the world.
That's funny. I thought you didn't look at anything.
I don't. That's why.
But you know that you know about the media, but you don't know about the media?
I know about the media because it keeps me from employment. It keeps me from lots of things in my life. I'm aware of what's there, but I don't read the minutia so I can sleep at night.
Ms. Adelson, 5 minutes ago you said you don't look at any of that stuff.
I
Now
don't
I asked you a
look at
question.
it.
Let me finish.
Sure.
5 minutes ago you say you don't look at any of that stuff. Now I ask you a question, you say you look at stuff.
That's not actually what I said. I said I'm aware that it exists, but I don't read it. I don't listen to it.
Then how do you know that they're bashing you?
You just told me they are.
I did?
Yeah.
How about this? We'll come back to it. You can think up a better answer, okay?
I'm not thinking up an answer. I'm telling you the truth. I'm sorry if you don't want to listen to it.
Your basic understanding of criminal law, though, you know that if the defense gives you a subpoena, you get no immunity.
Correct.
Correction, improper question.
I'm not going beyond that question.
All right, that's the only question you can ask on that.
If I give you a subpoena, you don't get immunity, right?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about your parents. The government asked you about your mother and father, Donna and Harvey, right? The government could do the same and subpoena them so that this jury can watch them get questioned, not nicely how Ms. Kappelman questioned you, but to be cross-examined by me.
Objection, improper question.
I'm going to sustain that. Ask a different question.
Are your parents here in Tallahassee right now?
No.
Are they back in Miami?
Yes.
Do they have any plans of coming here this week or next?
I don't think so.
Now, your family dynamic. It is your mother and father, Harvey and Donna. There's you, you're the youngest, Charles, and then the oldest, Robert. Right?
Correct.
And he's a doctor up in New York.
Correct.
Now, the government asked you about the relationship, and you're like, we don't talk much. It's actually much deeper than that with Robert, isn't it?
We don't talk
At all.
at all.
And the reason is because your parents were so difficult about the woman that is now his wife.
That is not the reason why we don't talk.
I'm not talking about the reason why you don't talk. Let me clarify it. The reason why your parents don't talk to him.
That's not the reason why they don't talk with him.
Are you saying to this jury that there wasn't a problem where they outright objected to his marriage of a woman that was not of the Jewish faith?
That was initially what happened, and then there was actually a beautiful reconciliation, and They're very happy about the marriage.
Robert and his wife, not your family.
Robert and his wife and our family were very happy about Robert's marriage.
So what happens is that Robert is in love with a woman. Your parents object. He breaks up with her and then dates a Jewish woman, right?
And then they got married and divorced, and then he got back together with the person he wanted to be married to. Yes.
With his true love.
Yes.
But there was a lot of tension in your family because of your family's involvement in the kids' marriages, right?
Yes.
Let's talk briefly about your children. The government had asked you in the topic of the Jewish faith, keeping kosher. You mentioned a bat mitzvah at one point in time. You're currently planning a bat mitzvah for your oldest, right?
Nope, it already happened.
Okay, now that is a very, Christopher, I'm obviously not Jewish, but my understanding is that it is a very, very important thing in the Jewish faith.
It's a very important milestone.
And for those that are very conservative in the Jewish faith, those that keep kosher, so to speak, it's even bigger.
I don't know that it's more important to one segment of Judaism over another, but it's an important coming of age ceremony.
It's where a boy becomes a man. Did you invite Dan Markell's parents, the kid's grandparents?
I did.
You invited them?
I invited them, yes.
When was the last time they saw face-to-face their grandchildren?
April 20th.
Of this year?
Just now.
And you agree with me that it had been years since 2016 since the last time they had seen them?
The visit stopped when they threatened to put my children in foster care, yes. But up until that point, they did have visits.
But you got no problem letting them see your brother Charles, right?
I'm sorry?
You have no problem letting them hang out with your brother Charles, who's now sitting in custody for first-degree murder.
Oh, they can't see him now, can they?
No, they can't, but I'll ask the questions. For years, they weren't able to see their grandchildren despite their pleading to you to see them. But you let them, let me finish, but you let them hang out with your murdering brother, right?
The children were permitted to see their grandparents. I cooked for them. We had play dates. They had sleepovers. When a letter surfaced that they were trying to have my children placed in foster care, the visits stopped. My brother never threatened to put my children in foster care, and if he had, the visits would have stopped with him too.
You say you love your boys.
I do say I love my children.
Don't care about the father that they loved. What
I
happened?
never said that I don't care about the father that they
Then
loved.
look at some of the discovery and help figure it out.
Excuse me?
Then look at some of the evidence and help figure it out so that more lives aren't ruined by this.
I seem to
Mr.
not
DeCoz,
understand.
you need to ask a question now. You're making statements now. You need to ask a question.
Understood, Your Honor. If I could have one brief second to check with co-counsel. Ms. Adelson, we started this by saying that this is all about you. It started with you because of this marriage, right?
No. Well, you had tried to say that, but I don't agree.
Ms. Adelson, I'm going to make one final attempt through questions to implore you. You understand that you can't protect your brother Charles, who's going through this case, and protect yourself at the same time. You understand that, right?
I'm here to share the truth with you. I don't know how to answer the question.
Then please end the madness and share the truth. Will you please share the truth with this jury?
I've been sharing the truth since I walked in here. I've done nothing but share the truth.
You know what happened here, despite your claims to the jury that you haven't looked at anything, you haven't discussed with anybody, and you haven't confronted your brother. You know what happened here, right?
I do not know what happened here, and if I did, I would have shared it with the police 8 years ago.
You know that your brother went behind your back, don't you?
I do not.
Like he always does. This is something that he has always done, isn't it?
It is not.
You found out after that your brother had done this and gone behind your back. That's why you were thrown up at that dinner, right?
No, it's not.
You know that it didn't involve Katie either, right?
I don't know anything about...
If you're not going to say all of that and finally give the truth, why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty?
Because I'm not guilty.
One brief moment, Your Honor. I got nothing further, Judge.
Redirect.
So, listen, you were asked about the reason why you stopped contact for a period of time between your ex-husband's parents and your children.
Yes.
And you referenced a letter that you characterized as the grandparents threatening to put the children into foster care. Is that an email that was sent from the Markells to my office?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to, in the event that you and the people that care for these children, who at the time were very young, were arrested, that the grandparents wanted to make sure, because they live in Canada, right?
They do.
They wanted to make sure that a specific organization could be contacted to care for the children so that someone was there to care for them until a relative could get there.
I don't remember the bit about a relative getting there.
Okay, well, they weren't just going to leave them in foster care, right?
I don't know.
Okay. But the specific nature of the email, you will agree, was in the event that there's some kind of mass arrest, because they don't know who's getting ready to go to jail next, right? I mean, they're not privy to the investigation any more than you are, right? Law enforcement investigations, they're secret.
Sure.
Okay. And their concern, would you agree the concern ultimately in the email was for the care of the children?
The concern was to make sure the children were under good care, but as their mother, I know they're always under good care with me.
Right, but
and there's no need for foster
care. The email contemplated you not being available to care for them.
That's not possible.
Because it's not possible for you to get arrested.
Correct, because I've done nothing wrong and I believe in our justice system.
Okay, well, just wanted to clarify the nature of that. In this case, you were asked about, why aren't your parents coming to testify? You, as you mentioned, gave a police interview in this case, right?
Correct.
And consented to the search of your phone, etc. You gave testimony in this case, right?
Yes.
All right, and your parents did not, correct?
They did not give testimony.
They have not testified. They
have
not given a
to
police...
come testify, but they would if they were asked.
Okay. And have they given any police interviews?
They would have, but the police never contacted them.
The police did contact them, didn't they? And they refused.
No.
Are they represented by counsel?
They are represented by counsel.
And they'll come testify if we want them to.
If they are under state subpoena, just like I was, they would come testify.
All right. And do you know what they would testify to?
They would testify to whatever they know.
And do you know what they know?
I have no idea what they know.
Okay. They've never told you?
No.
You've never asked them?
No.
Because you never had any conversations with them about this murder?
I've been advised by my counsel not to.
All right. So nobody, including your brother Charlie, has admitted or denied to you any involvement in the murder one way or the other?
Correct.
Same with your parents?
Correct.
All right. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank
You
you.
want her subject to recall?
No, sir. She's free to go about her business.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you. All right, let's put Ms. Rodriguez back on the stand and complete her cross-examination at this point. Mr. DaCosta, you prepared for that?
Actually, Your Honor, we're going to waive cross on Ms. Rodriguez. Counsel and I had some conversations. We figured out another way.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. So we've completed the testimony then of Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Has Ms. Rodriguez been informed of that?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay, state may call its next witness.
The state calls Officer Bill Brannon.
Bill Brannon, please.
Do we want
Officer, if you come up here to stand before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, clerk's over here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Right, thank you. Please have a seat.
Permission to reposition the podium, Your Honor?
Sure.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Marcia Brannon, Brannon, ID number 510 with the Tallahassee Police Department.
How long have you been with TPD?
I've been with TPD for about 23 years now, and I was with FSU PD for a couple of years prior to that.
All right, I want to ask you about July 18th of 2014. Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
What were your duties back then?
Patrol.
All right, and were you assigned to a crime scene that day?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you assigned to do?
Well, I responded to Trescott Drive. It was, I think it originally went out as a medical issue. And, arrived on scene and we discovered it was a shooting incident.
All right, and what was your role there at the scene?
Initially, sorry, trying to gain my thoughts.
Let me ask you a better question. Was part of your duty there to hold the crime scene?
Yes.
All right, what does it mean, hold the crime scene?
Ensuring that nobody comes in or out that's not supposed to be there or anything like that.
And at what point were you positioned?
Once I got done on scene and I was put on the perimeter, I was on the north end.
All right, and is that on Trescott?
Yes, ma'am.
How far away from the residence of Dan Markell was the crime scene tape? Was there crime scene tape up over the street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and how far away from the residence was that tape located?
Say approximately 3 or 4 houses.
And is that where you were positioned?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and during the time that you were there holding the perimeter, is that when law enforcement was continuing to work at the scene?
Yes.
All right, so there were several law enforcement vehicles present?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
Guesstimating maybe about 4 or 5 marked patrol cars. One of the crime scene vans, I'm pretty sure was there. That's also marked police. Another, I'm guessing 3 or so unmarked units for the investigators.
And would those vehicles have been in the driveway of the Markell residence, or something else?
Well, all around, right there in front of his residence.
Okay, including in the driveway?
There may have been, I can't remember for sure.
All right, and these were marked vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you were holding the crime scene perimeter, what time of day was this?
It was around noon.
All right, did cars pull up and have to turn around because they couldn't pass through the crime scene?
Yes.
And was it your job to make sure that no cars passed through the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and as part of your job, would you have contact with the people that would come up and just let them know that you basically don't tell them anything about what's going on, but tell them they got to turn around and go the other way?
I don't remember having to speak with anybody specifically.
Okay, but you were just making sure they didn't come through?
Yeah, I was parked there next to the crime scene tape with my lights on and my vehicle blocking the road.
So when cars approached the roadblock, they just on their own turned around and went back the way they had come?
Yes.
All right, and did one of those cars in particular stand out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what vehicle was that?
It was a later 2000s model Honda Odyssey van.
Why did that vehicle stand out to you?
I had obtained information that the ex-wife drove a vehicle like that.
All right, were you able to see the occupant of the vehicle clearly?
No.
Were you able to tell how many occupants there were in the vehicle?
No.
All right, were you able to tell whether it was a man or a woman?
I thought it was possibly a woman because I thought I remembered seeing longer hair, but I couldn't say conclusively.
All right, you didn't have any contact with the driver?
No, ma'am.
What did the driver of this Honda Odyssey do when the driver approached the roadblock?
Just immediately did a 3-point turn and left.
All right, and as you approached the roadblock, if you're one of these drivers, the way they would come up to the roadblock, would you be able to see that the law enforcement activity was occurring at the Markell residence?
Yes.
And the person driving the, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 18. Recognize this?
It looks like the vehicle.
This is similar or consistent with the vehicle you saw.
Consistent with it.
Goes to this time, I'm going to ask to publish State's 18.
18 it is? All right, you may.
The driver of this vehicle, or the vehicle consistent with this, did they ask you any questions about what was going on at the Markel residence?
No.
And was there anything unusual about the way this particular vehicle turned around?
Just seemed a little more quicker than the other ones. Most of the vehicles, when they pull up, you'd see them kind of pausing for a second, and I don't know if they were like formulating a new plan because suddenly they can't go the way they want to go. There's usually just seemed to be a hesitation. This one caught my attention a little bit more also because when it pulled up, I mean, it just automatically did a 3-point turn and headed on.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. We can excuse the officer?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, officer. You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Jeffrey Lacasse.
Jeffrey Lacoste, please. Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please have a seat.
Sir, please say your name and spell your name.
My name is Jeffrey Lacasse, Jeffrey Lacasse.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently an associate professor at Florida State University
How long have you been so employed?
since 2013.
All right, and I want to draw your attention back to 2014. Did you have a relationship with Wendy Adelson?
I did.
What type of relationship was that?
She was my girlfriend for about 4 months.
When did that relationship begin?
We dated in the fall of 2013, but casually we became a serious couple, I would say, around late February of 2014.
And when did the relationship end?
Well, that's a little tricky, but in July of 2014.
All right, and during the time that you were together with Ms. Adelson, did you become aware of her recent divorce?
I did. On our first couple of dates, that was the topic of conversation. That's in the fall of 2013.
All right, and did you get an impression as to what type of divorce that was or how it would be characterized?
An extremely contentious divorce.
All right, and during the time that you dated her, were you aware of any specific ongoing litigation with her ex-husband?
I was, particularly in February of 2014, because Ms. Adelson would react badly as that litigation proceeded. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what specific litigation was the topic of discussion in your relationship with her?
Can you restate that, please?
Was there a specific litigation that was the topic of discussion?
I recall a motion filed in February of 2014 where Danny had made some accusations that seemed serious, and Ms. Adelson reacted poorly. As a matter of fact, every time he filed something, she tended to react poorly.
Specifically, did you have knowledge through your relationship with Mrs. Adelson about a motion that had been filed by her ex-husband that was requesting that her mother not have contact with the children unless it was supervised?
Yes, I do recall that.
All right, and was that one of the items that she was really upset over?
Yes, there were many, but that was one for sure.
Okay, so fair to say she took that litigation or that filing very seriously?
Yeah, she took every filing and every point in every motion very seriously, was my impression.
What about her mother, Donna Adelson? Do you have any personal knowledge as to how Donna Adelson took that particular filing about her having contact with the kids?
No, I do not.
Did you know Dan Markell?
I didn't know Dan Markell. I met Dan Markell on a handful of occasions for a few minutes on each occasion.
Any issues between the two of you?
No, I mean, he was my new girlfriend's ex-husband, so I was listening to Wendy Adelson describe him in terrible terms regularly. But in terms of us having an actual conflict, no, ma'am, never.
No negative words ever spoken between the
two
of you?
Oh, no, always very polite and cordial to one another when we interacted.
Were you specifically aware of the litigation concerning Wendy Adelson's desire to relocate to South Florida with her children?
Yes, that was a big topic of conversation on our first couple of dates, because it had just been denied a few months previous.
Okay. Why, if you know, did Wendy Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
She despised living in Tallahassee and wanted to live in Miami.
And what was in Miami?
Well, her parents, well, there's multiple reasons. Chief among those reasons would be the fact that her parents and brother were down there.
How would you characterize her relationship with her parents and brother?
Extremely close.
Did Wendy Adelson ever make a joke in your presence about her TV?
Yes, ma'am, she did. In October of 2013, the first time I had went to her house on Aqua Ridge, and we were going to watch a movie, she made a joke, which she characterized as her brother's joke, but she was the one telling it, that her brother had looked into hiring a hitman, but a TV was cheaper. And I heard her repeat that joke at a later occasion.
All right. So you heard that joke a couple times?
At least twice, yes, ma'am.
All right. During your time in your relationship with Wendy Adelson, did you ever have any occasion to meet her family members?
Yes.
What family members did you meet?
Donna Adelson came in, I believe, October, November of 2013, and we had dinner. I spoke to her very briefly.
All right. Is that the only family member?
No, I also met Donna and Harvey would travel up here, and I would have very limited small talk with them because they took care of the kids when we would go on a date. But I didn't have a lot more interaction than that, because there's sort of a secretive thing they seem secretive in nature. When we would return from one of those dates, Wendy Adelson would never invite me inside the house. And when we were all in a group setting, say at the circus or downtown Get Down, Wendy and I would talk, the parents would be over here, and they just never said much to me.
All right, so they didn't have too much interest in you, it seemed.
No, they were polite but cold.
All right. And what about in Miami? Did you ever take any trips to Miami?
I did take one trip to Miami with Wendy in March of 2014.
And what family members did you spend time with on that trip?
We met with her brother, Charles Adelson, and we stayed at his house for one evening.
All right. And was that the same evening that you came to meet Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, we had dinner with Catherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson prior to going to his house, yes.
All right. And this is in March of 2014?
Yes, it was during spring break. Wendy Adelson and I had went for alternative spring break, and it was Wednesday or Thursday of that week. We traveled to Miami to meet Charles Adelson was the point.
All right. And how was Ms. Magbanua introduced to you?
I don't recall exactly the word. It was clearly a dating relationship and a fairly new one. I couldn't tell you whether he said girlfriend or not, but it was a new romantic interest.
Of Charlie Adelson? Of
Charles Adelson, yes.
All right. So the four of you have dinner in Miami, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you know the date of that dinner? It's okay if you don't. Definitely March of 14?
Yes, between like March 10th and 14th of 14.
All right. And so you had dinner with was that the only time you ever had any contact with Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
All right. So you may not be able to identify her, but if you can, is she present in the courtroom today?
Oh, I can identify her. Catherine Magbanua.
Please point her out and describe what she's wearing.
Catherine Magbanua is sitting in a dark suit between her attorneys, who I recognize as Christopher DeCoste and Tara Kawas.
All right, thank you. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. When you and Wendy Adelson had dinner with Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, did you get the impression that this was the first time that Wendy had ever met Magbanua?
I got that rough impression because there was, I don't recall a great deal about that meeting, but I do remember some getting to know you talk that would have been abnormal if they had a long-standing relationship. So they were talking about their life situations and such in an introductory way. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did Wendy at any time express to you any particular enthusiasm about this woman as opposed to any of her brother's other girlfriends?
Yeah, prior to the meeting, she seemed very excited about the fact that her brother was dating Catherine.
All right. And was that surprising?
Yes, a little bit. After dinner, it seemed a little surprising. It wasn't quite what once we had dinner, it wasn't quite what I had expected given Wendy's descriptions.
All right. And had you been through this with Wendy before? Your relationship was relatively new as well. Do you have personal knowledge about the way Wendy typically reacted to Charlie's girlfriends?
I don't recall exactly that. I don't.
Okay. Did anything unusual happen at the dinner?
Well, there was two things that stuck out to me. The first one was that Wendy Adelson had kind of a complex about being a single mom because Charlie had told her that no man wants to date a single mom. So we had this conversation repeatedly. And then I show up to dinner and Charlie's dating a single mom. So that was a little surprising. The other thing that, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Specifically, did the fact that we talked about the fact that she's a single mom,
yes.
Did it come up any information about her child's father?
Yes, exactly. So that was the second thing that was surprising, that sticks out to me, is during that getting to know you small talk, Ms. Magbanua had mentioned that the father of her children had interactions with
I'm only going to object because this is a discovery violation. It's the first time I'm ever hearing of the statement of my client being made.
What's your objection?
It's a discovery violation. I need a Richardson hearing. I've never heard this statement of my client ever in the past 6 years of this case.
Did you have the opportunity to take his deposition?
Yes, and it wasn't mentioned.
All right, well, if it's not asked, then he can't mention it, so that's overruled. You can proceed.
Mr. Lacoste, is this the first time you've ever mentioned this statement?
It is not.
Okay, when have you mentioned it before?
I talked to Investigator Isom between March and May of 2015 because he had called inquiring about Ms. Magbanua about a year and a half before she was arrested.
Okay, and you've previously given some testimony in this matter as well?
Wait, again, please?
Have you previously given testimony in this matter, the same case?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And what statement, if any, did Ms. Magbanua make about her child's father?
Yeah. So I cannot recall every exact word. I remember references to fighting, the word police, and that he definitely had a criminal record, which didn't sound like speeding tickets. It sounded serious.
Okay. And you never had the opportunity to meet her child's father, did you?
No, I never met him.
Okay. Did Charlie participate at all in that conversation?
We were all there. We were all engaged.
But he didn't specifically say anything relevant like,
I don't recall
hey,
anything.
I know that guy,
No,
for example.
Did not say anything quite like that I recall. This is
Okay.
a dinner, almost 9 years ago now. So, yeah.
I know. Do you recall who paid for dinner?
Charlie did.
And do you recall how he paid for dinner?
I do not.
All right. Do you know whether Charlie carried large amounts of cash?
I do not know if he carried large amounts of cash. Wendy mentioned the fact that he certainly stored large amounts of cash in shoeboxes in his home.
All right. And did you know, or do you know, whether or not Charlie Adelson runs a cash business?
That was what I was told by Wendy Adelson.
Okay. All right. So what happens after dinner?
After dinner, we go to yogurt, had a quick dessert, and then Miss Magbanua departed, and Wendy Adelson drove me to Charlie Adelson's house, at which point I do recall observing that she was unusually jittery and being strange. I didn't know what to make of it at the time.
And we're talking about Wendy Adelson.
Yeah, Wendy Adelson driving me to Charlie's home.
All right. So when you go back to Charlie's house, is it just you and Wendy and Charlie there?
Yes, as well as Charlie's then roommate Jerome Obed was there as well.
All right, and that's the dermatologist?
Yes.
Okay. And so during the time that y'all were hanging out at the house after dinner, did the topic of Dan Markell come up?
It did.
In what regard?
Well, he didn't go anywhere with Wendy without hearing about Dan Markell, so it wasn't atypical, but there was talk about the divorce, the post-divorce litigation. There was negative talk about Danny. I recall Charlie getting a little heated up in the hot tub about Danny.
So y'all were in the hot tub?
We were in the hot tub.
And Charlie was expressing some negative words against Dan Markell?
Yes, strong negative words. And I also had a constant stream of comments from Wendy about what Charlie thought, that Charlie hated Danny's, guts.
Okay. I want to talk about the incident that occurred at the coffee shop on June 4th of 2014. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened at the coffee shop? Was that here in Tallahassee?
That was at Red Eye Coffee. I had met Wendy for a cup of coffee. I had an appointment in the same building later, so we just met up. And a couple of things happened on that day, but at the coffee shop, Wendy canceled a trip that we had planned for her to come meet my parents in California, which was scheduled for July 11th to 17th. And she said she canceled that trip because she was concerned we wouldn't get back on the in time to pick up the kids on the 18th, which didn't make a whole lot of sense. But we then discussed rescheduling the trip. It wasn't anything I objected to strongly or anything like that, but it was weird.
The plan originally was for you to return to Tallahassee on the 17th?
Yes.
And then for her to take custody of her kids from Dan Markell on the 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And she canceled the trip because why?
Because our flight might get delayed in the middle of summer and we would get stranded and not be able to be there to pick up the kids, and she had to pick up the kids on the 18th.
Okay. Did you see her later that night?
Yes, I went to her house and hung out with her and her children that night.
All right. And was there anything unusual about her behavior on the night of June 4th, 2014? Definitely.
She was a nervous wreck. And I actually traveled to the store to buy her, I believe, some Pepto-Bismol because she was such a nervous wreck. She was having stomach problems. So she wasn't food poisoned. She didn't have the flu. She wasn't sick. She was just so nervous that she was having stomach problems.
All right. Tell us about the way the beginning of the end of your relationship.
Can you give me a date?
My understanding is there was a big fight on June 29th.
Yeah. So we traveled to Gainesville together. I had a work trip in Gainesville, and Ms. Adelson accompanied me. And the relationship had been it'd been a huge roller coaster of up and down and love bombing, and I perceived a lot of manipulation and lying. And on, I guess it was the night, June 28th, that Saturday, we had a relationship conflict. We had I don't know if argument's quite the right word, but I was kind of tired of being strung along, and which is what it felt like. I couldn't figure out why I was being strung along, but that's what it felt like, and we sort of had it out.
All right, so when was the next time you saw her after the big fight?
Well, the next day we drove from Gainesville to Tallahassee, so I saw her then, and I dropped her off at her house. It was a very awkward, multiple-hour trip from Gainesville to Tallahassee.
All right, and did that feel like the end of the relationship at that time?
It wasn't great, but no, it didn't feel like the end. No, in fact, she said otherwise. I mean, I actually distinctly remember departing her house and her saying that this was not the end. But as I said, I felt like I was being strung along, where it was a constant roller coaster in a way that seemed purposeful and manipulative.
All right, so that takes us to June 30th of 2014, when you part ways after this sort of bad trip to Gainesville.
Yes, I dropped her off at her house on Arco Ridge, and yeah, right.
When do you see her next after that?
I see her next July 13th, after she had spent 2 weeks in South Florida. We did have communications in that time period, but I didn't see her.
And do you know the dates that she was in South Florida?
She told me that the day after I dropped her off, which I guess is June 30th, that she had headed to South Florida and that she had returned July 30th. I don't know if that's true. That's just what she told me.
July 30th?
No, excuse me. June 30th to July 13th. Supposedly I was seeing her upon her return to Tallahassee.
Okay.
I just don't know if that's true. I don't know what day she actually got
Okay.
back.
She represented, she'd been in South Florida, so you see her, so it's been a couple weeks since the big fight.
Yes.
And where did you see her?
I talked on the phone in the interim, and long story short, decided to keep going, to not break up, to continue to pursue the relationship. So we had a date. I picked her up at her house, and we went to the movies and dinner.
All right. And did you return back to her residence after your date?
I did. We did.
Was there anything unusual about her behavior that evening?
Well, she made a very strange statement to me at the house.
Tell us about that, please.
Yeah. So we're walking into the house, and we're having chit chat, and she says, "Can I tell something to you confidentially?" And I said, "Sure." And she tells me that last summer, when the relocation got denied, Charlie investigated multiple ways to fix this problem of Danny Markell, including hiring a hitman, and that it was going to cost about $15,000. And I'm unsure if that number's 15,000 or 50,000 because they sound similar, but she told me that the previous summer that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed by a hitman.
All right, so that would have been the summer of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and when she told you this statement, you previously characterized the TV statement as a joke. Mm-hmm. Was this statement also in the characterization of a joke?
No, these are two discrete, completely different things. She had a joke she would make about a TV being cheaper than a hitman. I knew that joke. This was a separate statement. This was chilling. This wasn't funny. This made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing at the time. It's completely different.
And the statement was made 5 days before the murder of Dan Markell.
That's correct.
By a hitman.
That's right.
All right, I want to talk about the next day, which is going to be July 14th, 2014, the Monday before the murder. Did you see Wendy Adelson that day?
I did. I had left the previous night by saying I had some hope for the relationship. I said, if this won't work out, just send me a text, and I won't be offended by that, and we'll just move on. But she contacted me the next day and said, "I really want to spend time with you." So then she canceled plans in the middle of the day, and then we went to yoga.
You went to a yoga class together?
We attended a yoga class together, the most awkward yoga session in history.
Okay. What happens after the awkward yoga session?
Well, during the yoga session, just as a 43-year-old man that's been in a few relationships, I'm thinking, okay, this looks like this is over. The vibe I was getting. We walked to the car and exchanged words, and she didn't want to spend time with me Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and she had the whole week off without the kids. And then there was a couple other words exchanged, but it was clear to me I thought it was over at that point, so I turned and started walking away.
Okay, and did she call you back?
Yeah, she called after me. I turned around, and she asked me, "Are you still going to Tennessee on Friday?" Because she had previously known that I was leaving for a trip to Tennessee at 11 a.m. on Friday, July 18th. And she had a series of questions about whether I was going. If I didn't go, why wouldn't I go? She, despite seemingly just breaking up with me and not wanting to see me for the next 3 days, had a deep interest in what I was going to be doing on Friday.
All right, and your plan at that time was to leave Tallahassee by plane or car?
By car at approximately 11 a.m., and Wendy Adelson and I had discussed that in some detail previously because of other plans that eventually got canceled, but she was the only person aware, other than the people in Tennessee, that that's when I was leaving.
And had you followed that plan, is it correct that you would have been departing Tallahassee and getting on I-10 at approximately the same time that the killers were?
Yes, not only that, but I would have driven within probably a couple miles of Dan Markell's house.
All right, and what type of vehicle would you have been in had you gone with that plan?
At that time, I was driving a 2004 four-door metallic gray Nissan Sentra.
All right, and Are you familiar with the suspect vehicle in this case?
I am.
And would you characterize your vehicle as similar in appearance to that vehicle?
Yes, especially in profile, yes.
And are you aware that in her law enforcement interview, Wendy Adelson suggested you as a potential suspect?
I am aware of that.
And did you cooperate with the police in this case?
Yes, when I came back from Tennessee, they called me. I came in immediately and cooperated with them from the very beginning.
And were you able to provide an alibi that eliminated you as a suspect from committing this murder?
Yeah, pretty solid one. They had me on videotape at a Kmart in Tennessee a couple hours after the murder, using my credit card with my cell phone showing me there. So it was pretty good alibi.
And is that because you did not follow the plan to leave at 11 a.m. on July 18th?
That's right. I left the previous evening about between 6 and 8 p.m. I changed my plans. I didn't tell anybody except the people at the other end. I certainly didn't tell Wendy Adelson we weren't speaking. And so I was already out of the state by the time of the murder.
Do you have any knowledge about a celebration dinner that was had after the murder of Dan Markell?
I do. I eventually spoke to Wendy Adelson on the phone about 10 days after the murder. I had a couple of phone conversations with her. And in one of them, she described attending what Charlie Adelson described as a celebration dinner.
And was that the dinner where she vomited at the table?
Yeah, she said she hadn't eaten food in so long that as soon as the food hit her stomach, she started vomiting.
All right. And were these couple phone calls after the homicide the last contact that you had with Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize, Mr. Lacoste. I'm going to have to read off my laptop for my questions. Okay. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
It's been a while since we've seen each other.
A while.
Everything all right?
Everything's good.
Okay. So, Mr. Lacoste, you are testifying today in this case under not only a state subpoena, but you received a defense subpoena as well, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you're testifying more specifically to explain to this jury what you know about Wendy Adelson, right?
Among other things, yes.
Yeah. And you were dating Wendy Adelson up until, you okay? Up until 4 days before her husband was murdered.
Yes, well, that's a little tricky because Wendy Adelson had sent me an email after that yoga date saying, I need to think about things for another week, so please don't contact me until the following week. So when the murder happened, I was in a state of limbo as far as the relationship, even though I had a pretty bad feeling that this was over. Obviously, it's not good to get an email like that, but for some reason she wanted us to be technically in limbo for another week was my perception.
So it was kind of like I guess a soft breakup, like it wasn't definitive, but hold on for a week until I get back to you kind of vibe.
Well, it was more, that's correct, ma'am, but it was more than that. It was bizarre because we just had 2 weeks apart to think about things, and I could not figure out why she would want to drag it out for one more week at the time.
And you'd characterize her behavior at this time as being strange, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you previously said that if there was someone aside from her parents that spent a lot of time with her leading up to the murder, it was you.
In the spring of 2014, yes, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And you had previously told the detectives that during the 9 months you were dating, you were spending about 80 to 90% of your nights with Wendy, right?
I don't recall saying 80 to 90% of my nights. Wendy was frequently in South Florida, and frequently traveling for business and things like that. So Wendy wasn't even in Tallahassee 70, I don't know percentage of the time, but she was infrequently here, actually. So I spent a lot of time with her, but not so much in the fall, to be clear, and much more in January through June.
And would it be fair to say that any night that she didn't have the kids with her when she was free, she'd spend those nights with you?
A lot of them, not all of them.
Oh. And at that time, you didn't have any kids of your own?
Correct.
Okay. And you saw firsthand how hard it is to be a single mother, right?
Yes.
From Wendy. And Wendy's different because she has a lot of help.
When her parents were in town, she had a lot of help. When she traveled to South Florida, she had a lot of help. When she was on her own, it was sometimes difficult. Yes, ma'am.
And Danny, or Professor Markell, he wasn't an absentee father, was he?
No.
Not at all, right?
No.
So she also had him actively helping her out as well, too, with the care of the boys.
Well, she had a standing offer from Professor Markell to see the children more often and to be more actively involved than was strictly, allowed by the court paperwork. Yes, if that's what you mean.
Did you ever get the feeling that Wendy would use her children as almost like tools to get on Mr. Markell's nerves, or to, upset him in any way?
I hate to say this about a mother, but I saw her doing that in multiple domains, including as bait for me. I mean, I saw her doing that in multiple domains, yes.
And you got close to the boys too, right?
I did. And whenever we had a fight or a problem, Wendy always invoked the children. That was her...
her go-to excuse?
That was her way to continue stringing me along, it felt like, because I had grown very close to the children.
And let's talk about her parents.
Yes.
Now, they live in South Florida at the time, right?
Correct.
You ever made that drive before?
I made that drive a few times.
It's about 7 hours, right?
Yes, it's a drive.
It's a long, treacherous drive,
yes.
right?
Yes.
And I only say that because Florida is just a very, not too much to see. It's just flat going straight for 7 hours, right?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that her parents, anytime they would want Wendy to come down with the boys, they would actually drive up to Tallahassee, pick her up, and drive her back down?
That's what she reported. I want to be cautious because I know her to be a person that doesn't always tell me the truth, but that's what I was told, yes.
Well, you just brought me into a whole new line of questioning.
Okay.
Okay. Let's talk about her ability to tell the truth.
Okay.
You know her very well. You were dating her for a long time.
Well, a few months, seriously, but go ahead.
How would you describe her when it's, trying to determine whether or not she's telling the truth?
I found her to be a deeply deceitful person and not that great at it. That was my impression.
Would she occasionally just put on a show, try to get people to feel sorry for her?
Wendy adopted the victim role as her default social role, her way of getting attention, sympathy, etc., yes.
Did she play the victim role to you about how awful Danny was to her?
Yes.
And did she constantly complain about that, what a terrible person he was to her?
Endlessly, yes.
Okay, and this is, of course, the only information you're getting from this is through Wendy Adelson's mouth, right?
95% of it. I mean, I also live in Tallahassee. We have a community. I heard some other things. But she had managed to persuade most of the rest of the community that what she was saying was true at the time. So, yeah.
So, would you say she did that frequently? Like she'd speak openly about how upset she was with her divorce?
Yes, it was the topic of conversation. If we went to dinner with friends, that's what we were going to talk about. Frankly, it got old.
And she worked at the same place he did, right?
Yes, they both worked at the College of Law.
So she was disparaging him amongst his colleagues as well, too, right?
I can only, as far as what I witnessed, yeah, we went to dinner with some law professors where she did that, certainly.
And she'd actively talk badly about her divorce in front of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, one thing that Wendy was very vocal to you about during their relationship was how much she hated Tallahassee, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was almost a daily conversation, how much she hated living here.
Yeah, Danny was part one, how bad Tallahassee was part two. That was the plot of every day, basically.
And that's why you kind of say it started to get old, because those are basically the things that you would talk about over and over and over again.
Yes.
Okay. And she blamed Dan Markell for being stuck in Tallahassee. There's no question about that.
No, she did blame, well, she blamed Dan Markell for getting her stuck in Tallahassee, yes.
Had you ever heard her say that if something happened to him, she'd be able to go home?
Yeah, on that night that I related to Ms. Kappelman, July 13th, part of that conversation was if anything ever happened to Danny, she would probably, she would return to South Florida.
Now, and that's actually what happened in this case, right?
It's exactly what happened in this case a week later. Yeah.
As soon as he was murdered, less than a week later, she was in South Florida.
That's my understanding.
All right. Now, you love living in Tallahassee, right?
I love Tallahassee, yeah.
All right. And you chose to move here from Phoenix.
I did.
Didn't she think you were crazy from leaving Phoenix, a bigger city, than coming here?
I don't know if she said I was crazy, but it was, I'll put it this way, it was not possible to persuade her that Tallahassee had some redeeming attributes, and also that this wasn't the rest of her life, that, at some point she would be able to leave when the children were older, that, it was a very immature sort of take on it.
And you tried sometimes to, highlight the wonderful things about Tallahassee to her, but was that a fruitless effort?
That was always unsuccessful. I mean, I did my best, but it was like talking to a wall. She wrote a book where she shreds Tallahassee. I mean, she really doesn't like Tallahassee.
Isn't it true that she thought that she was better than the people that lived in Tallahassee?
Yeah.
And did you ever catch her crying uncontrollably because she felt that she was stuck here?
Multiple crying episodes. Yes, she would cry sometimes because she was stuck here. She also used to cry, especially in the months preceding the murder, for no reason that I could discern.
It was just crying? Did you ask her and she just wouldn't give you an answer?
Yeah, that was Wendy's typical pattern, to be very non-specific.
Okay. And then, so, I've already asked you these. Did Wendy explain to you that Danny was emotionally abusive to her?
She used that term very frequently, and at the time, as the boyfriend, I sort of accepted that.
You were taking what she said as true?
Yes, it's a new relationship, but in retrospect, I can't think of a single thing she ever described that I would consider emotionally abusive.
She did tell you once, though, that, well, she felt this was emotionally disturbing to her, that Danny would make her sit in silence if they were to drive down to South Florida. She would drive, he would be in the passenger seat doing work, and that she would complain to you that that's something he would do, would make her sit in silence on the 7-hour drive.
Yeah, she said he did that one time, and I don't know if that's true or not, but she did say that, yes.
And to be clear, this is just coming from Wendy Adelson. You have no evidence to support that what she's telling you is the truth?
I don't.
Okay. Now, did she describe him as a complete control freak? I'm sorry.
That rings a bell.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did she ever describe him as an absentee father to you?
What she described was that during the marriage, he was not quite as involved with the children and arguably would meet that label. And then after the divorce, became very engaged with the children, which instead of seeing that as a positive, she saw as a rather annoying inconvenience that he wanted his share of the time with the kids.
Now, Wendy was in her mid-30s when you two were dating back in 2014, right?
That's right.
Would you describe her as being self-sufficient?
No, I think I described her in past police interviews as a highly dependent person who seemed to struggle with adult decision-making and would often seek advice on things that you might expect from a 15-year-old or 18-year-old, but not a woman in her mid-30s. So that's right.
Okay. And did your relationship with Wendy, was it so tumultuous that you actually ended up having to see a therapist about your relationship with her?
That's correct.
Would you also describe her as having a public persona, being one way in public and another behind closed doors?
Yes, superficially charming, but I had reported to the police that it's just a characteristic I found disturbing. We would have dinner with some people, the door closes, and people gossip, but it was like a 180 flip, and it would be vicious and very mean-spirited at a level that...
Completely different from how she was a moment before.
Yes, not a way I talk about people, yeah.
Okay. Now, and you'd say she's good actress, she's good at putting up a facade for people. Now, she's also admitted to you that she has lied in a deposition before, right?
Well, that's tricky because she may have lied about lying in a deposition.
But she told that to you, right?
She did, but my understanding is she lied about that. So there's lies on top of lies.
So it could be a lie about a lie.
And maybe a lie about, yeah, it gets real confusing with, but it brings up an important point. She really enjoys mind games, and so I think that might have been a little bit of a mind game.
Oh, okay, so she may have just been throwing that out for some other ulterior purpose.
I don't know why she would disclose to me that she lied in a legal proceeding as an officer of the court and then turn out not to have lied in it. I mean, I got 100 stories like that.
No,
I mean,
and I would ask you, it would be as an attorney.
Yes.
I mean, it would be a violation of her ethical duties as a lawyer to lie under oath, right?
Right, but then I go to the police in my first interview and I go, wow, I really got one for you. She told me she lied in a deposition, and my understanding is she didn't. So there's a plotting kind of thing going on here.
All right. So have you previously described her as a pathological liar?
Yes.
Now let's talk about the one time that you came down to Miami.
Yes.
And met Charles Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. So let's be clear. You met Charles Adelson once.
Correct.
You met Catherine McBanwell once.
Yes.
All right. And that was on that date that we talked about.
Yes.
All right. So let's talk about that. So, because that dinner that night ended up getting a little strange when you guys went back to Charlie's house, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Now describe for the jury, because they don't know anything about this restaurant. Describe Yardbird, because it's a restaurant that's on South Beach, correct?
Yeah, it's on South Beach. We were outside on a patio. You probably know Yardbird better than I have. Only been there once, but it's a very nice restaurant.
They have all type of American-based food.
Yes. Yeah.
And you said something important. You were sitting outside.
We were sitting outside.
Okay. You and Wendy got there before Charles, right?
That sounds right, but I don't remember for sure.
Okay. And if if we had text messages between, for example, Charles and Wendy that would indicate you guys were outside, those would be reliable, waiting for them to get there, right?
I mean, that sounds right.
Okay. And he meets up with you there, and then Catherine meets up, and that's when you guys get introduced.
Right.
You remain outside while you're having dinner, right?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say, I mean, I know what Yardbird looks like, but the members of the jury do not. So where the patio is, it's right at a four-corner intersection, if I'm saying that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So there could be cars across the way, correct?
Yes.
Cars parked to the right, cars parked to the left.
Yes.
But you're all clearly visible sitting down outside, correct?
Oh, sure. Yes.
Okay. So
yes.
You're sitting there with Wendy.
Yes.
And Charles is sitting beside Catherine. Was he behaving as if, that's his girlfriend and stuff like that?
Well.
And I'm only asking because, if someone from the outside were just watching, would it appear that she was having a good time with her boyfriend?
I mean, it's a hard question for me to answer because it's been so long.
Yeah.
It does. You'd have to know Charlie. I mean, I don't know how. I met him the one time. Most of this dinner was Charlie informing us about the world. He's talking a lot. So I don't know how he acts with girlfriends or women he's dating, but go ahead.
And that's kind of important because it's the first time you're meeting him, right?
Right. Tell
the jury how much he talks.
Oh, you don't talk to Charlie Adelson. You listen to Charlie Adelson. I mean, I never say anything quite like it.
Right? Isn't he dominates the entire conversation?
He dominated that conversation. I don't remember what was said at that conversation, but there was interaction in that conversation. There was other people talking. I mean, I don't want that to be taken too far because Charlie was certainly a character and someone I had a bad feeling about immediately, honestly, but it wasn't like 99% was just Charlie talking.
Yeah, of course.
Him and Katie were relating things they had done together. I don't remember the specifics 8 years later, but yeah.
And you had said on direct examination, he introduced Katie to you as his girlfriend.
I don't remember him saying the word girlfriend.
Girlfriend, but it, you know, like you said, we was talking about how things that they had done before, that it was obvious to you that they were dating, right?
Yeah, and then it was fairly new, yeah.
Okay. It wouldn't be too smart for him to be introducing people if he's conspiring them, right?
Can you restate that?
It wouldn't be very smart of him to be introducing someone he's conspiring with to commit murder to other people, right?
I mean, I'm not an investigator. I'm not an expert on what's smart when conducting a criminal conspiracy.
So let's talk about now so you're all sitting outside. It was nighttime, right?
Very early evening. This was like a pretty early dinner. Sun was still out.
Okay, and then, but going into evening, kind of like how the sun here, like it doesn't, especially around this time,
Yeah.
it doesn't set
Between 4 and 6, I don't remember exactly when.
Okay, so it wouldn't be any problem if anybody that was around to be seeing you guys having dinner.
No, sure.
You leave that restaurant and then you all go collectively to get some ice cream.
Yeah, but
Yogurt.
I don't have real clear memories of that, but we walked to a yogurt place, and that wasn't very long, and then we headed to Charlie's house.
Now, how did you guys get to Charlie's house? Were you and Wendy in the car by yourself?
Wendy had driven a rental down from Tallahassee, and she was driving.
So Charles got into his own vehicle and drove and met you back at the house?
Yes.
Okay. And so you and his house is in Fort Lauderdale, correct?
Yeah, he's on Well Harbor, that's right.
So it would be at least a 14-minute drive, 45 minutes, if you can remember. It's not a quick 10-minute drive.
No, it wasn't like 5-10 minutes. It was a ways.
Okay, and then so you go up to the house and you and Wendy go inside, right?
That's right.
Now, Catherine doesn't come back to Charles's house, right?
No, Catherine returned to her own house.
She went back to her own home. Yeah. But then Charles comes back and then you, Charles, and Wendy all sit down in the hot tub.
Right, I think we talked otherwise as well, but we spent a couple hours in that hot tub, yeah.
Okay, and this is where I think you said this is when he starts talking about some very weird things, right?
Yes.
Okay, he was very braggadocious, is a word you've used?
He was.
And wasn't he kind of like talking about inappropriate, for example, he was talking about inappropriate sexual things he's done with girls, was one of the things he talked about, right?
Yeah, that one in front of your sister, yeah, I was fairly stunned by him talking about sexual sadism in front of his younger sister, yeah.
You're sitting right there, he's kind of talking to you, but this is things he's discussing in front of his sister, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he also talked about going on trips and sleeping with young girls in other countries, right?
Don't think that was in the hot tub. That was information related from Wendy to me during the relationship.
Okay,
but
sorry, I apologize. But she was aware of that, like she's telling you how her brother is? That he goes to other countries and sleeps with really young girls?
Yeah, and she's supposedly a human trafficking activist, so it's pretty bizarre.
Okay. And he also talked to you at this, and in this hot tub, like when you guys are talking, did he come across as being like, trying to brag that he was a person that has friends on two sides of the tracks?
Yeah, that's a nice summary overall. I don't remember a lot of the specific details, but he was more street smart or more street, if you know what I mean by that, than I would have expected from a millionaire Miami dentist, yes.
Okay, and was he doing that more in the hot tub than how he was when he was at dinner with everybody?
I don't remember much of the dinner, so I can't really make a comparison.
Okay, but the hot tub incident kind of stands out.
The hot tub stuck out, yeah.
Okay, and did you describe him as being very cocky, arrogant, and narcissistic?
Yes.
Okay, and he also talked about and this is the first time he's met you. He was talking about what he does with his finances, right?
Yes, he was bragging about financial crimes, essentially.
Basically like, I'm a dentist by day, but I also dabble in these other things that I'm not supposed to.
Yeah.
And was bragging to you about that.
Yes.
What kind of impression did that leave with you?
Well, when Danny Markell was murdered, I went to the police immediately and said, you need to be investigating Charles Adelson. I said that on the 3 days after he was murdered. So.
And that is what I wanted to talk to you about. So when you only met him once, and the first time that you heard that the police wanted to talk to you, you immediately... Now, let's talk about that. How did you find out that the police would like to ask you some questions about what's going on?
I was called, he was murdered on July 18th.
Right?
I was on my way back down south to Tallahassee, and I received a call from TPD asking me to come in, and I actually drove straight to the station.
When they called you on your phone, and did they identify themselves as
Yes.
the Tallahassee Police
Yeah,
Department?
Investigator Corey Hill.
Kale.
TPD.
Okay. And he actually said, I'm with the Tallahassee Police Department, and we would like you to come in and answer some questions, right?
Something to that effect.
Did they tell you what it was about?
I don't recall, but I don't know that he needed to.
Okay. Oh, had you heard already what had happened?
Yeah.
Okay. So you immediately went there, but they kind of like, gave you the option and invited you to come in, right?
They
didn't go and arrest you.
They did not arrest me.
Okay.
No.
And when you first came into your first meeting with Corey Hill, he started out the meeting by saying, hey, listen, we're working to exclude you as a suspect.
Yes, we had a conversation about excluding me. And the impression I got was that, and I guess I've worn a sense that they already done some investigating, of my cell phone and so forth, so that the investigation of me had reached a point where that was that we're at the point where they were trying to exclude me. That's right.
Now, they haven't heard from you yet, right?
They
haven't heard from you yet. Like you haven't provided them any information yet.
No, they haven't. But my cell phone shows me in another state when he's murdered. So.
But at that time, though, you hadn't realized Wendy had kind of named you or implied that you could have been a suspect in this case, right?
I didn't realize that when I was heading into the station. By the time I left the station.
So it's pretty clear.
I mean, no one said that word for word, but I'm not stupid, and I could tell pretty quickly that, yeah.
You'd agree with me, people don't have to say things directly sometimes. You can just leave little crumbs and you can pick up on what they're trying to get at, right?
I mean, yeah, sometimes, and I'll say this, I was never quite sure until I was able to view Wendy's interrogation video, in which case it became 100%.
Okay.
I suspected that previously, I thought maybe, but once I saw her video, there it is in black and white. So.
Now, even though now you know they considered you as a suspect, you walked into a room at Tallahassee Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And they reported you, right?
Yes.
I mean, now we don't have to go back in 2014 to wonder what it was that you said.
Right, I guess.
It's there in black and, not black and white, but in color. So.
Yeah, my first interview was video recorded, the first interview I did with them, yeah.
So was the second one, right?
You mean the one on the 21st?
I have July 21st, July 23rd, and March 6th.
Yeah, so I had a videotaped interview the 21st. I had a videotaped interview the 23rd where I came back and added Wendy to the list of people I thought they should be investigating.
Okay. But on that first day, even though you'd only met him once, you thought it was imperative for you to tell these detectives, if you're going to look at someone, you need to look at her brother.
I did that reluctantly. I was worried about my safety, but I did. That's right. That's correct. Yeah.
You were even in that point, even though you'd only met him one time, asked if you could speak to them off the record, right?
Yeah, I got a feeling about Charlie. I had a bad feeling.
And explain to the jury, it wasn't that, I want to tell you something that, may be bad for me. I'm scared that Charlie may come back and do something if I call him out.
Yeah, it's also just caught in the crosshairs of a criminal investigation, which is like being thrown into a weird movie. It's a very bizarre sort of thing. I didn't know how realistic that threat would be, but I thought Charlie was potentially a dangerous person.
And this was, like I said, and I'm going to stress it, only after meeting him once.
Yeah, about 4 hours is all it took.
4 hours. All right. So now going back to, I want to talk about those dates leading up to when you guys, when Professor Markel was murdered.
Yes.
So you talked about the trip to Gainesville, and this is when things started to get weird with the fighting between you and Wendy, correct?
Correct. That's when the big disagreement was, yes.
Okay, and then on the drive back, you had described that as the most awkward drive ever?
Yes.
Okay, and so you return to Tallahassee, and the next day, she leaves to Miami.
That's what you told me she was doing, yeah. I assume that happened.
So on July 1st of 2014, she would have been in Miami, as best as you can recollect.
Yes.
Okay. And all the way up until July 13th.
Yes.
All the time she's texting with you, communicating with you while she's in Miami, right?
Yeah, we had 5 to 10 communications, some phone calls, some video chats with the kids. She was cleaning out her childhood room in Coral Springs. I remember video chatting with her and the kids. So yeah, that's right.
Nothing in those communications indicating to you that something was amiss? That she was going to probably come back and the next day ask to take a week break?
Oh, I mean, we had some heart-to-hearts. I got these long emails. She kept, this is what I'm talking about being strung along. This is what I'm referring to. It would make sense. You have the big fight, you break up. It wasn't like that. I'm getting texts that say, I miss you. I'm getting 1,000-word emails. We're having video chats with the kids. We're on the phone, and it seemed like we were going to work things out, which is why that breakup date is so hard to pin down.
Which is why it was so odd to you.
It's extremely strange.
So she gets back to Tallahassee, and on the Monday before Dan Markell is killed, that's when you guys have dinner, right?
What's the calendar date, ma'am? I know it is the
13th.
The 13th is the dinner.
I'm sorry, I tried to go back 5 from...
So that's, July 13th we had dinner and saw a movie, that's correct.
Okay, and you watched the movie Neighbors.
We did.
Excellent movie, okay. And another thing she did that was, and you had spoken to the Miss Kappelman about this, is that she specifically, after you guys broke up, or after the yoga session on the Tuesday, that she specifically asked you about your travel plans on Friday.
That's correct.
Okay, and you actually thought that was strange because you're getting the vibe that we're breaking up, but now you're asking me where I'm going to be on Friday at 11 a.m.
Which is why I went to the police on July 23rd and highlighted that as the first of many suspicious things I thought they needed to know.
And you'd agree with me that at the time when you first spoke to the police, and I mean it's common sense, that your memory of the details of everything that went on in 2014 were better in 2014.
Mostly, although I also, mostly.
Like if we went into details about what you did Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'd know back then better than you do now.
As far as memory, yes, but I also reviewed all my text messages and emails when I came back and talked to the police a few months later, and that did raise things that I did not remember in July.
And so you would agree with me that first time you probably weren't properly equipped to give them all the details. You needed to go back and review things, right?
I think I gave them the important details on those first 2 days, which is Charlie and Wendy Adelson need to be investigated, but there were other details that I uncovered as I thought about it. It's also a pretty traumatic situation. It takes a little bit to get your head on straight, to think straight, obviously. So.
Now, so you leave Thursday, but you never tell Wendy that you're leaving on Thursday, right?
No, I did not.
So as far as she knew, you were leaving on Friday at 11 a.m.
Yes.
All right. And you'd agree with me that had it not been for your credit card receipts, the Walmart video, and other things, you probably could be sitting at a table between two lawyers, right?
I mean, if I had left town without a cell phone, not entered a store, not used a credit card, things could have been more complicated. But this was in 2014. It's a pretty unlikely scenario, it seems like to me. I worried that there was an effort made to, make it look as if, but there was also 10 other reasons that would have, that word exculpatory. There's 10 other reasons why I couldn't have done it that we didn't even have to go to because we had this videotape of me at a Kmart.
You didn't even have to go there because they gave you the opportunity to give everything over and for you to, explain your side of the story, right?
Well, they filed search warrants. It wasn't,
They got a search warrant against?
Did
they tell you that before they spoke?
My understanding is they had search warrants for cell phones and financial records or some sort of court paperwork. I'm not a lawyer, but it wasn't as simple as I show them your cell phone and let you walk away. I showed them that to show, look, I didn't do it, and they did additional investigation after that.
Okay, but you'd agree with me that had you had to get those things, I don't know, maybe 2-3 years after, they may have disappeared. There probably may not have been a video. If your cell records, for example, if you have Sprint, they only hold them for 2 years, right?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, but at the time is when you probably should be gathering as much evidence as possible before, it goes stale or expires, right?
Again, I'm not a criminal investigator, and
I'm only asking based on common sense.
Well, I hope I have some common sense. I mean, that but maybe I don't. I'm a college professor. It doesn't always go together. That sounds right, but I worry that I'm giving you opinion based on no expertise on law enforcement or investigations whatsoever, I want to stick to what I know. As
No,
best
and
I
I
can.
appreciate that, Mr. LaFosse, because I don't want anything to come across.
Yeah,
I
I'm
want
not
to
an
be able to
expert.
explain 100%
Yeah.
to the jury. Now, another thing I wanted to make clear is that statement, the joke that Wendy made about, oh, my brother had joked about looking into hiring a hitman, but got me this TV as a divorce person. It was cheaper, right?
Well, that's the joke, not what I would call the chilling statement.
Right. I'm talking about the joke.
Yes.
She told you that he said that the summer that they were divorced, right?
Say that again, please.
That would have been in the summer of 2013, correct?
I don't know when the joke started. If Wendy told a joke once, she was one of those people, you probably hear it 10 more times, so I don't know how long she's been telling that joke, how many times she told it.
But you'd agree with me that if, based on what she's saying to you, that it would have been around the time of the divorce that he made that representation or
Yeah, I
joke.
just don't know when she started telling that joke, although I heard it for the first time in October of 2013.
Okay, and you have no idea when he met Miss McBanwell, right?
Who's he?
Charlie.
Try. No, I don't know when they met.
And that one time that you were sitting there with Charlie, did he at all, I think you had mentioned it, he was vocal too? They were talking about Dan Markell in the hot tub?
He made some comments about Dan Markel that I can't recall word for word, but it was clear he was not a fan. That he was very upset with Dan Markel. Yes.
Now, when you said Katie had referenced talking about her ex-husband, right? Or ex-boyfriend, however she referred it, father of her kids.
Yes, and I recounted the little that I recall, which
No,
is
of
that
course.
he had a criminal record and the word fighting, the word police, and that's all I remember. It seemed fairly serious.
Did it come across that she was still with him, or was she speaking about him like he was her ex?
I don't think I know the answer to that question.
Okay, and that's a fair response.
Yeah.
I'm just asking what you
I'm
remember.
trying to separate what I know from what I've heard since, and I don't think I would know.
Okay, and the things she had said was he has a criminal record, issues with the police. Did she mention anything about the fact that he was on drugs? Anything like that sound familiar?
You know, I really wish I could remember every word
course.
from that conversation. Seems important now. I can't. But to your prior question, clearly Charlie was dating
Katie.
Catherine now, so I didn't get the impression that she was still with the father of her children, but there was some sort of ongoing relationship due to the kids in custody, and there was a mention of some kind of court thing. I don't know what it was. So there was obviously still some sort of social connection, but I don't think they were dating.
Kind of like Wendy and Danny, right? Like if we were to look at, you know, your phone records and Katie's phone not Katie, and Wendy's phone records. At the time you were dating her, right? She'd be in constant communication with you, correct?
Oh, well, that's funny. Wendy was notorious for not returning texts or phone calls. So,
but there'd be a lot of communications from you to her, though.
No, there would be communications both ways, to be fair. Sure. I don't know what you would consider a lot, but yeah, we're dating. There's going to be communications.
And there should be communications between her and the father of her kids, right?
That was an issue I think that was actually headed into court on what basis that was allowed, when he could text her. They had a parenting coordinator. She was protesting. So I think I don't have personal knowledge of that. That was actually a contentious issue, is how much should he be allowed to contact her was an issue in contention.
He wanted more, but it didn't suggest that he had no contact with them, right?
No, not that he had no contact, but she wanted as limited contact with him as possible, given that they were divorced. And I think Professor Markell was trying to be more collaborative as, you know, co-parenting in that situation. So I remember situations where she would get a text and very upset that he texted her, for example. So.
Do you recall anything unusual about Charlie when Katie was talking about her ex?
No.
Did he say anything like, I don't know that guy?
I wish I could remember that conversation. I told you everything I could remember about that conversation.
All right. Can I have one moment, Aaron?
Right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lacoste.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold on one second. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Lacoste, you were asked about the dinner. We talked about it on direct as well, where you met Catherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson for the first time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and they appeared to be dating at that time.
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us the date, or is there anything that would refresh your memory of the date of that dinner?
It was during spring break 2014,
Okay, so sometime in that.
like March 10th to 14th. Honestly, I think I've said it before. I've just forgotten it today. I apologize.
That's okay. I just wondered if there was anything that you could look at that would refresh your recollection on the specific date, because I think you have said before.
I think I have said it before. I don't know where.
Okay. All right. And when you departed the dinner, you went to a vehicle and Mr. Adelson went to his vehicle. Were your vehicles in close proximity to each other, or was he parked somewhere else where you couldn't see him?
I couldn't see his vehicle. I've been asked that before because Wendy Adelson and I had arrived in that area hours earlier. We're kind of walking around looking at shops and stuff. So I don't remember the parking arrangement, but I don't think we were parked right up against it compared to them.
Okay. And once you returned to your vehicles, you returned to Mr. Adelson's residence. Is that right?
Correct.
And did you say you spent the night there that night?
I did. I flew out the next morning.
Okay. And when you arrived at Mr. Adelson's restaurant, you just traveled straight from the yogurt to his residence, right?
Yes.
And is that what he did as well, as far as you know?
I have no idea.
Was there a delay? Were you there for some time before he arrived back?
I don't recall.
Okay. When he arrived back at his residence, I guess once you got there, did you have to wait for him to let you in? Were you waiting outside for some time?
That could be true, but I don't recall it.
Okay. When he did arrive, did it appear that he was shaken or upset about something?
I don't recall that.
Did he have any obvious injuries? Did it appear he'd been in some type of physical altercation?
I don't recall any of that. No.
Is that something you think you would recall?
I think so. I mean, he was the same in the hot tub as he was in dinner, only more so, if that makes sense. It wasn't a slide towards a negative direction or injuries or anything like that. It was like he was holding forth even more once he got home. It seemed like more of...
Jovial?
Say again?
Jovial, outgoing, talkative?
Very gregarious, hyperverbal is what we call it in clinical work, hyperverbal.
All right. And during his hyperverbal session of word vomiting all over the hot tub, did he mention that he had just been in an altercation of some type in the parking lot of the restaurant?
No.
Is that something you would have remembered?
I think I would have remembered that.
Is there any connection between you and the people that killed Dan Markell?
No.
You weren't on the wiretap, were you?
No.
You weren't captured at all on the wiretap?
No.
Judge, I'm going to object to the outside scope of cross.
Overruled.
You were asked on cross-examination about your alibi, right?
Yes.
I know if you didn't have that alibi, you might be a suspect in this case, right?
Yes.
Well, you don't have any connection to the killers, do you?
Zero.
All right. And you talked about the joke about hiring a hitman. It was made in 2013.
Yes.
And the chilling statement about Charlie's serious interest in hiring a hitman was made to you 5 days before the murder, correct?
Correct.
And it was referencing that he had done that in 2013.
That's right.
All right. But obviously, was the murder of Dan Markell accomplished in 2013?
No. Danny lived throughout 2013 and through half of 2014.
All right. And it was accomplished in 2014.
That's correct.
When Charlie Adelson was dating who?
Catherine Magbanua, that's correct.
No further questions.
All right. We can release a witness?
I'd like him to remain under the ruling, Your Honor.
Okay. You'll remain under subpoena. They'll let you know if you need to testify again, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you. All right, we're going to take our lunch break now. I apologize. We have gone well over the noon hour, and we're almost at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to give you until 2 o'clock. and we'll start promptly with the testimony at that time. Please, again, no discussions with each other or with anyone else or any news reports or access the internet about the case. We'll see everybody back at 2 o'clock to start with the testimony at that time. Okay? Thank you. All right, jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. We'll be in recess until 2 o'clock. Please, I know that we have one witness, an important witness scheduled for this afternoon, but be mindful of the jury so that we finish as close to a regular work day as possible. Okay, we'll be in recess. We'll see everybody back here promptly at 2 o'clock, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Court. I'm sorry we went so long.
That's been used. Okay.
All right. We're back on the record. Ms. Kappelman, was there an issue in regards to the witness who's testifying this afternoon?
I'm not sure if it relates to this witness, Judge, but we thought we had an understanding with the defense that we would be able to take a look at the items that they plan to introduce or use with the witnesses throughout the proceedings over the lunch break, but that did not happen. There was a misunderstanding about what they were willing to provide, so the state is asking to be able to view anything that the defense intends to show the witness. In the event that something additional is shown, I would like an opportunity to review it before proceeding with the questioning, if it's going to happen midstream.
All right. Mr. DeCoste?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
This morning before we started, took a stack of exhibits, that's all from the government's discovery, over to their table and went through it one by one. Anything that I intend to be using for Mr. Rivera that I think is even remotely, there's a chance that he will be presented with, has been shown to the government. Again, it's from their discovery. The greater issue that I keep getting asked by ASA Dugan is, we want everything. And I keep explaining, saying, the defense were different than the government, were reactionary. My quiver is filled with their discovery. And I pull arrows out of that quiver as they do different things. Now, we have hundreds of thousands of messages. Before you, Your Honor, you can see the cornucopia statements just from Luis Rivera. We don't know what we're going to use yet. I can assure the court and I can assure the government that just like this morning, when I know something's definitely going in, they're going to get it and they're going to see it. There are certain things that we just don't know. But I have gone over with them, and I'm sure that ASA Kappelman remembers, and we were right at the desk right there, and I flipped over the pages and I showed everything, and I go, these are the items we're using. And again, everything is from their discovery.
All right, so let me make sure that we're clear. So any item that you know at this point for certain that you are going to use, you have shown to the state, and it's all from their discovery that they provided to you anyways?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have some items that you don't know whether you're going to use or not at this point?
That makes it seem like I have it set aside. I don't have things set aside, but if there's a statement that's wildly different, if Luis Rivera, and he's given different statements, if he says something wildly different, then I may need to pull that arrow and say, well, wait a second, here's a text message.
All right. Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Ms. Kappelman?
I think it's really the iCloud messages that we're arguing about. I mean, so far the defense has pulled out the arrows of multiple iCloud messages that they obviously planned for and intended to use with witnesses. In our estimation, taken them out of context and put us in a posture to have to review the context and provide the context in the middle of a witness. So I would just like the opportunity to review the iCloud messages that they're going to confront witnesses with beforehand, if possible.
Are these iCloud messages that you already have?
They're iCloud messages from...
provided by the state?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, if they're used during the cross-examination, he's going to show them to you just like at any other time. And then if you need some time or a break in between cross and redirect, then I'll allow you a little bit of time to do that if you need to do any other research in order to ask any questions between that time. Okay?
That sounds reasonable, Judge.
All right.
Thank you.
For the court's assurance as well, too, there's no messages for this witness. The ones that we do have, the interesting thing on this, it's sort of like the moon landing. Like, I have no idea how I was able to get the screenshots 3 years ago when we went to trial, so I just didn't redo it. The printouts that, and I'm referencing like it's there, the ones that we've already used, those are printouts of things that were created for the last trial that were given to them before the last trial in 2019. It hasn't changed. It's literally the same. I just reprinted out new copies because, admittedly, I don't know how to recreate the screenshot. So it's the same exact ones, but I will, the second I know, even if it's me reeling across, I'll give it to them.
Okay. We've resolved the issue at this point. And so if that issue comes up and you need some more time on redirect or to figure anything out or to, I'll give you that time, short period of time, in order to do that.
And Your Honor, if I may have access to the record and make a motion at this time prior to this witness taking the stand, it's particular to the testimony that's going to be provided by Mr. Luis Rivera. Your Honor is aware of the case law as it relates to the co-conspirator exception to the hearsay rule. This is how the state is intending to elicit statements from Luis Rivera that he says that Sigfredo Garcia said that Katie said. Now, the case law is absolutely clear
that the court, prior to allowing those statements into the trial, has to make an independent analysis to see if the state has presented sufficient evidence independent of those statements to establish a conspiracy. They have charged Ms. McBanoff in the indictment of conspiring with Charles Adelson. They have presented no evidence at this time whatsoever, not a scintilla of evidence to support a conspiracy charge. So at this time, they haven't laid the proper predicate in order to allow Mr. Rivera to introduce these statements, because now they haven't established the proper elements for conspiracy to then allow the co-conspirator statement to apply to the statements made to him by Sigfredo Garcia.
All right, number one, did I make a ruling on this pre-trial, or is this something different?
I can't make that ruling until right before he testifies. I can't make that motion, Judge, until right before he testifies, because I have to see what evidence they presented to
Well,
you.
how can I make a ruling before I even hear what he says? I don't even know what his testimony is going to be.
I understand, Judge, but he doesn't have, and he'll tell you right now that he has no testimony about the conspiracy. So independent of Mr. Rivera's testimony, independent of his testimony, there is zero evidence of a conspiracy that has been presented by the state of an agreement between Ms. McDaniel and Mr. Adelson to have this crime committed. That's the only way. They have to establish that by independent evidence before allowing Mr. Rivera to be able to testify to Mr. Garcia's statement. So that's the only way it's coming in. Mr. Garcia's statement is a co-conspirator statement. So the case law is clear that they have to establish independent evidence. They haven't presented anything other than phone records. They can't say that any of that establishes an agreement. And so that just at this time, Judge, we have to make the motion so that the record is clear that we are now objecting because there has been insufficient evidence to establish a conspiracy to allow him to testify to the statements made by Mr. Rivera about what Sigfredo Garcia told him. I will let the court know you are allowed to make a ruling in terms of subject to link up, but at this time per the rules, so that I don't make any waiver of the argument before that witness testified, I just wanted to make the argument to Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Kappelman.
Judge, my suggestion would be to take the entire testimony of Mr. Rivera and hold that objection in abeyance until you hear all the evidence that he has to provide. I think it will be okay because there is direct evidence where he hears Ms. McDaniel's voice agreeing to make the payment, and she does in fact show up to make the payment. But chronologically, there will be the admission of some co-conspirator. We'll be seeking to admit some co-conspirator statements prior to that portion where he actually hears her voice.
All right, so he's going to make some of those statements. He's going to provide some of that testimony before it's actually linked up, or you're saying you're going to link it up down the road with his own testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so if you want to make the objection your objection is noted.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to allow the state to go ahead and present that testimony, and then if I need to make any determination that it's not linked up, then we can address it at that time.
That's perfect, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, just a final request. So I spoke to the government. They expect their direct to last about an hour. I would need, if the court would allow, about 5 minutes to set up both computers, move the table, move the podium, plug things in.
We'll do that. That's when we'll take our break.
And I can do it real fast. We've got it all set up and ready to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
If it takes about an hour, that'll be about 3:15. We'll take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back in after that.
I expect my cross to go well into tomorrow morning. I'm thinking that it could.
Even if it starts at 3:20?
Depending on what time we go until, I think that it could go around the 3-hour mark. I don't want it to go that long. I'm going based on page numbers. I'm at 30 pages on this one.
All right. Well, I
Ms.
want you
Adelson
to try it.
is fine.
I'll go till, sometime in between 5 and 5:30. I don't want to go any later than that. I think you need to make your best effort to get it done today, okay?
Okay, I'll try, but if not, I'll be cognizant of the time and let the court know of a stopping point.
If it gets after 5 o'clock and then you think it's going to go another hour from that, then you can certainly make me aware of that.
Will do, Your Honor. I'll do my best to streamline it, though.
All right, I appreciate that. Okay, anything else before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank
you
you for hearing us out.
All right, thank you. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. All right, please be seated. Thank you, everyone, for your timeliness. We're ready to proceed with the testimony at this point. And Ms. Kappelman, the state may call its next witness.
The state calls Luis Rivera.
Luis Rivera, please.
Luisrivera. Okay.
This guy. Nice and slow.
Mr. Rivera, if you could step up to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in, okay? Please raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
What is your name, sir?
Luis Rivera,
Do you go by any other names?
Tato.
Is that T-A-T-O?
Yes,
Tato?
ma'am.
Where are you from?
Miami.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes.
How many?
10.
Are you currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
In federal prison?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently serving a sentence associated with the murder case that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also serving a federal sentence for a RICO case unrelated to the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your plea in reference to this murder case?
19 years.
19 years. And what did you have to do in exchange for the 19 years as
Cooperate.
opposed? Cooperate. What does that mean to you?
Say nothing but the truth.
Hold on one second.
Could the witness perhaps sit forward so we can hear him and also see him at the defense counsel table?
All right. We might need to adjust this chair a little bit so we can get these up close. All right? Okay, thank you.
Can you see?
Yes, see him now?
You may proceed.
All right, cooperate. What does it mean to you?
Tell.
Tell what you did?
Yeah, snitch, I guess.
Snitch, okay. And has anybody told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Have I told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Am I giving you some kind of code signals of what to say?
Not at all, ma'am.
Has anybody ever done that for
Nope.
you? Your lawyer?
No, ma'am.
Law enforcement?
Nope.
All right. Your understanding of your deal was it was contingent upon you telling what happened in association with your role in this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you've got that going, that sentence. You've got the federal prison sentence going. And you also have pending a BOP case out of Miami, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's up to 15-year penalty on that case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on a second. Objection?
Objection, Your Honor, just for the use of the initials VOP, we would ask that it be explained what it is.
Okay, overruled.
Be handled on cross, Judge. And so that case, have you been promised anything in reference to that case?
No, ma'am.
All right, so that's just still out there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have you been promised any reduction or special treatment on your federal case in exchange for your cooperation in this
No, ma'am.
murder?
Nope.
Okay. And you've written some letters asking for reductions in sentence and that kind of thing. Have you been promised anything other than the 19 years in exchange for your cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Were you already serving the federal sentence when the cops first came to you to ask you about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the facility that you're currently serving your sentence in, that's federal, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at some point you'll leave the federal facility and go to a state facility to serve the remainder of your sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what are the conditions like in the federal facility that you're at right now?
What kind of conditions you talking about?
I mean, is it like a resort? Is it a nice place to live?
Not at all. It's prison.
Why not?
It's the same thing as regular prison. There's nothing sweet about feds or state. They're all the same.
All the same, meaning not great.
Not great at all.
Okay. All right, this murder occurred back in July of 2014. I just want to sort of lay out the timeline a little bit with you. Do you know when you were arrested in the federal case?
2015.
All right. Does May of 15 sound right?
Yeah.
And when were you sentenced on the federal case, if you know?
12.5 years.
I know, but on what date did you enter the plea?
I don't remember.
Can't remember that, okay. But you were definitely serving that sentence when law enforcement came to you to talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that it took about 2 years for them to make this case against you?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, and was Mr. Garcia arrested around the same time that you were for the murder case that we're here about today?
I think he got arrested before me.
Okay. Was it like years before you or like
Months.
days? Months?
Probably like a month or two, something like that.
Okay. As part of your cooperation in this case, did you give a proffer? That's where you talk to law enforcement.
Yes.
All right, and did you tell law enforcement everything that you knew about the case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you've also been subject to some depositions on the case, where you
Excuse me?
talk, depositions are where you talk and answer the questions of the lawyers that represent Mr. Garcia and Ms. McVanois. Have you
Yes,
done that
ma'am.
as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I know a lot of time has passed between the time that you gave those statements and today. Has your memory gotten better or worse or about the same from back then to now?
It's been like 8 years. Certain things I'm going to remember, certain things I'm not going to remember.
Okay. And if you'll just let us know, it's okay if you don't remember something. Just be sure to be clear about which things you don't remember, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Before you were taken into custody on the federal case, did you have employment, like legitimate employment?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What was that employment?
I worked construction in a masonry company. for
Was it
15
always
years.
for the same masonry company, or did you bounce around?
No, I worked there for 15 years straight.
What was the name of the company?
Coastal Masonry.
And what were your duties there?
I was a labor foreman. I ran a little crew. I was like a boss, run the crew and operate machines, make mud and scaffold and stuff like that.
All right, so you were participating in construction, building,
Yeah.
bricklaying.
Yes, lane blocks.
I want to ask you about your membership in the gang, the Latin Kings. Are you a member, or were you a member of the Latin Kings?
I was.
All right, and you're not now.
No, ma'am.
Why is that?
Because of the cooperation I'm doing today,
All right,
right
so
now,
it's,
this moment.
it's a violation of the agreement, basically the code of the Latin Kings to give testimony. to help the state at all. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And has anything about your cooperation in this case altered your position in prison amongst the other inmates?
Yes, I go through a lot.
What is the situation in prison based on the fact that you're cooperating in this case?
People trying to hurt me.
Have people tried to kill you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This murder that we're here in court about today, did it have anything to do with your membership in the Latin Kings?
No, ma'am, not at all.
All right, but the Latin Kings don't care about that.
They don't care about that.
If you snitch, you're in trouble with them.
The rule is the rule.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you paid to participate in the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you?
Sigfredo.
And who hired Sigfredo?
His wife, Katie.
Who paid you to participate in the murder of Dan Markell?
Sigfredo.
All right. And who gave him the money?
His wife, Katie.
Did you ever even know Dan Markell?
Not at all.
Never seen him in your life?
Never, ever.
Had you ever come to Tallahassee before you came here for this case?
No, ma'am.
You have anything against Dan Markell?
Not at all.
So your motive in this murder was completely financial?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the first person who ever asked you to be involved in this murder?
Sigfredo.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Who set up this arrangement, this conspiracy to murder?
My understanding that I know was Katie was involved. She was the mastermind. She was the middle of it. She told him to come do a job, and he came and told me.
Did you have any understanding of why we were coming to Tallahassee to kill this guy?
Not at that moment.
Okay. But you knew it was a murder for hire.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew someone above Katie the money was coming from somewhere above Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Childhood friends. We grew up together.
All right. What about Catherine Magbanua?
I met him through him.
You met her through him?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was their relationship?
They were husband and wife. They had kids together.
All right. And how long had Sigfredo Garcia been with Catherine Magbanua?
For like 10 years, probably, something like that.
All right. So a long time. And he was your best friend?
Yes, ma'am.
You referred to him as your brother?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you all hang out on a regular basis?
Every day.
Including often Catherine Magbanua when they were together?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you've been around her many, many times in your life.
Yeah, he worked with me.
And he worked with you at Coastal Masonry?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you and your child's mother, Jessica, hang out with Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua as couples?
I mean, once in a while, and I like that, but once in a while.
All right, were Jessica and Catherine Magbanua friendly?
It was all right. They were friends.
Okay. At least at one time they were friendly?
Yeah.
Who was paid, to your knowledge, who all was paid to participate in this murder?
Who was all paid was me, Sigfredo. Katie got paid.
Who is the dentist?
I don't know him. I call him the dentist, but his name is Charlie, I guess.
But at the time of this murder, you just knew there was a dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you think the dentist was?
It was her boyfriend, Katie's boyfriend.
All right, and did you ever know Sigfredo Garcia to be in contact with the dentist?
Not that I know.
Did you have phone calls with the dentist?
No.
Text message with the dentist, to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
You ever see him talking with the dentist?
No, ma'am.
All right, and you didn't know the dentist?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Never personally met him?
Never.
How did you know that the dentist was dating Catherine Magbanua?
Sigfredo told me one day, and I had seen him with Sigfredo, but not really seen him like that, but we pulled up in a restaurant where they were eating, and he told me about the relationship that they had together.
To your knowledge, did Charlie Adelson have any affiliation with the Latin Kings?
No,
Did he have any friends or contacts in the Latin Kings that you knew of?
not that I know of, but no.
And you were the boss of the Latin Kings in that area, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So Sigfrido Garcia knew who the dentist was.
I mean, he knew that they were dating.
Okay.
But
He
he-
knew that his, well, we're saying wife, but were they legally married? Do you know?
Who was married?
Garcia and Magbanua.
Oh, I don't know if they were legally married, but he always called her his wife, just like I called Jessica my wife, but we're not married, you know.
All right, so I'll refer to her as his wife. Did Sigfrido Garcia know that his wife was seeing a dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he know the name of the dentist? To your knowledge?
No, that my knowledge, no, I don't.
All right, so did Sigfrido Garcia, when you were enlisted to come to Tallahassee to commit this murder, did he indicate to you that the dentist was behind this or that the dentist family was behind this? Anything to that effect?
No.
What about this, something to do with a lady and her kids? Tell us about that.
Yes. All I knew that she was giving us the money. I called her the lady because I never knew her name.
But that lady turned out to be Wendy Adelson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your understanding of this murder was that ultimately what?
That she was going to pay.
That the money was coming through from her, or
Yes.
and that this murder was to help her in some way.
Yes, ma'am.
Help her how?
To get her kids back.
And did you ever know Garcia to have any contact with Wendy Adelson?
No, not to my knowledge.
So all the contact with any Adelson or dentist person happened through Catherine Magbanua.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, leaving.
Overruled.
Did Sigfrido Garcia have a beef with the dentist?
I mean, he didn't like them. They was together.
He didn't like him because he was dating his wife?
Yeah.
How much were you paid for your part in this murder?
They gave me $37,000.
All right, do you see anyone in this courtroom that came to bring you the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Who came to bring you the money?
Katie.
All right, please point that person out and describe what they're wearing.
She's right there in the middle between the two lawyers. She's wearing a tuxedo with a white undershirt.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. All right, so Garcia is a lifelong friend of yours. Did you refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
The rental contract for the Prius, you've seen that before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That has a number listed at the top with the name brother. Is that Sigfrido Garcia's number?
And the Prius?
You know what I'm talking about? The rental contract has a number written at the top that says brother.
Yeah.
Let me show it to you.
You gotta open the blind. You gotta open the slide right there.
Mr. Rivera, have you seen this document before?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a rental car agreement
Yes, ma'am.
for the Prius?
Yes,
Who rented the Prius?
I did.
What was the Prius, what was the purpose of renting the Prius?
To come to Tallahassee.
All right, and there's a phone number written up here. This is your information here. Is this your phone number? Ending in 8153?
Yeah, it's my number. It's been years.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that your phone number?
Man, not really.
Okay. What about this number up here, brother? Who would brother refer to?
Brother would be Garcia.
All right. Was Garcia somebody that travels with you to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
In those three?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this phone number, are you able to recognize the number?
It's been years.
Been too long? Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that what's Sigfredo Garcia's number?
No, that's his number.
Did Garcia go by any nicknames?
Tuto.
So T-A-T-O and T-U-T-O.
Yeah.
You're Tato and he's Tuto.
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned that Sigfredo Garcia worked with you at Coastal Masonry. Was he working at Coastal Masonry at the time that y'all came up here to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Was Sigfredo Garcia fired at some point from Coastal Masonry?
Yes.
But you don't remember how that fell into the timeline of this case?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Okay. Why was he fired from Coastal Masonry?
Oh, he was drunk.
Drunk at work?
Yes.
All right. And is
That's
alcohol a problem for him?
Uh-huh. Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever get fired for being drunk at work?
Me? No.
All right, so you mentioned Garcia was the first person to ever say anything to you about coming to Tallahassee. Do you remember when that was?
Well, he said we're going to take a ride to Tallahassee. Do I remember the date?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, how long, you came to Tallahassee 2 times, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the only 2 times you've ever been to Tallahassee other than for court?
Just twice.
Okay, and before you came to Tallahassee the first time, how long before that did Garcia approach you about, we're going to do this trip?
Maybe a couple of months.
All right. And as a result of him coming to you, did you get a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you get a gun knowing you were going to do a murder with it?
No, he's.
That moment, no. I thought we was going to do a robbery until we came up here.
All right. So initially, what was said to you by Garcia
Well,
about what you were going to do up here?
I was coming up here to do a robbery. When we got like halfway, that's when I found out about what was going to happen.
All right. So you knew you were coming to Tallahassee to do a job.
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of that, you purchased a firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a legally purchased firearm?
No.
Not legally purchased.
It was dirty.
What does that mean?
Like-
Where did you get it from?
You buy a gun in the corner on the street.
All right, so you got a gun on the corner. And is that the gun that ends up being the murder weapon in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have other guns before you bought that gun?
We had 2 guns.
All right, was one of them yours?
Yeah.
All right, and what about Garcia? Did he have a gun as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you didn't want to use either one of those guns. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, we bought that one gun, the 38, to come up here with. Well, we had guns.
You had guns, but you bought a gun specifically for this purpose.
Yes,
All right, that's what I was trying to get at. What kind of gun was it?
a 38.
Is that a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you know initially, like when you bought that gun, for example, how much you were going to be paid for this job in Tallahassee?
When I was coming this way, yes.
When did you find out it was going to be $35,000 or $37,000?
Halfway this way, he said he's going to give me 35, and then he gave me extra. That's why I said 37.
Yeah, so initially the deal was you were going to make 35, right?
35.
Okay, but you ended up getting an extra 2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when did you find out it was going to be 35,000? On the way up?
On the way up,
All right, tell us what Garcia told you on the way up.
taking the ride up, we was going to do a robbery, but coming halfway this way, he explained to me that was going to be a murder, to get 2 kids back to the lady.
All right, and did you agree to do the murder, to participate in the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you willing to be the shooter in the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the shooter in the murder?
No, ma'am.
And is that it just worked out that way, or is that something y'all decided?
It just worked out that way.
How did y'all know where to go and when to do it and who to kill?
Oh, he knew his way up here.
Who provided the information to you all as to who to kill?
To come up here,
Yeah.
Katie told Sigfredo the address, and we got up here. He had a piece of paper, so we came up here straight.
All right, so he had a piece of paper. Was that in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did he have the piece? I know you made 2 trips. The Prius was the one with the murder, right? And then there was a trip before that.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk for a second about the trip before that. Did you have the murder weapon both times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the paper both times?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what was on the paper?
A picture of the dude.
Dan Markell.
Yes, a picture of him and an address.
All right, and was the address on Trescott Drive? Was the address the place that you ultimately ended up killing him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you ever witness Sigfredo Garcia have a conversation with anyone about this murder or this case other than you and Catherine Magbanua?
No, just us 2. That's it.
Does Catherine Magbanua go by any nicknames?
We just call her Katie.
Was it normal before this murder case occurred for you to talk to Catherine Magbanua on the phone?
What you mean?
Did y'all call each other?
No, not.
So you would only see her or have plans with her through Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 44 and 45. How tall are you, Mr. Rivera?
5'4".
What about Sigfredo Garcia? How tall is he?
Like 6'1".
So he's considerably taller than you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Who, I mentioned her a little bit, but who is Jessica Rodriguez?
The mother of my child.
And that's the woman you previously referred to as your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you living with Jessica Rodriguez at the time of this murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
What address were you living with her at?
I can't remember.
If I say it, would you be able to say yes or no?
I know it's on 15. Go ahead.
1515 Northeast 135th, number 14, North Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you were physically laying your head at night during the time that this murder occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because there's a Normandy address on the rental contract. What address is that?
So that was on my ID, my license.
All right, is that a place you had lived as well?
No, my mother-in-law. My ex-mother-in-law lived there. I use her address a lot.
And when you say your ex-mother-in-law, that's the mother of another child that you have, right? Not Jessica.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you receive mail at the Normandy address?
Yes, ma'am.
What was Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua's relationship like?
They had a on and off relationship, you know, just like regular couples. They argue, they had good and bad.
They fight, they break up, they get back together?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there one of them that wore the pants, that was in charge?
She wore the pants.
All right. I want to ask you about the first trip to Tallahassee, and the phone records show that occurred June 4th, 2014. Do you have any reason to dispute that date?
Not at all.
All right. And who came to Tallahassee on that trip?
Me and Garcia.
All right. Did you actually take off work at Coastal Masonry to come to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
What vehicle did y'all travel to Tallahassee in that first time?
I don't know if it was a Hyundai or a Nissan, something like that.
Who owned that car?
He came pick me up in that car.
Okay.
Do you know? I think it was a rental.
Okay, so it wasn't a car you had seen before.
No.
All right. So he shows up in the car, and he is Sigfredo Garcia?
Excuse me?
Sigfredo Garcia, when you say he showed up in the car?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when he showed up, where did he show up?
I was in my friend's house.
All right. So he comes and gets you from the friend's house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you already have the gun at this time?
No.
Okay. What happened? How did y'all go get the gun?
After that, I went to my house. Then he asked me, he said, "We need a gun." I said, "Don't worry about it, I'll get it." So I ended up buying a gun around the neighborhood. That's about it.
And did y'all ride to Tallahassee that day?
No, I don't remember.
All right, but it was after he rented the car.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the car that he rented, did you take him to get the rental car?
No,
Do you know who took him to get the rental car?
no.
All right, you mentioned you learned along the way that you were coming to do a murder, not a robbery. Was that on the first trip?
It's the first trip.
Okay, so you learn along the way you're going to do a murder. Was the purpose of the first trip to scope out the place, to do the murder, or something else?
To scope the place out.
Okay, and what did you do to scope the place out?
We sit near his house by a park for a little bit.
In whose house?
Marquez,
Markell's?
Markel.
Okay, and what did y'all do? Drive around the house?
I drove around the house first. We drove around it. We went around the block like twice, and then we sit by a park for a little bit, washed out, and then ended up renting a hotel, and then the next morning did the same thing, and then followed him to see where he was going to.
If there had been an opportunity to kill Dan Markell on that first trip, would y'all have done it on the first trip?
Yes.
All right, and why were you not able to accomplish the murder on the first trip?
He was with the kids.
You didn't want to kill him with the kids in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have cell phones in the car with you on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Were either of you using drugs or alcohol during this first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, which one of you and what type of drugs or alcohol?
With alcohol and cocaine.
And were both of you using alcohol and cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that something that was normal for the two of you?
No, not for me. For him it was, not for me.
Okay, does that mean you were more drunk or high than he was?
No, he was more drunk and high than me.
How is that?
He get drinking. I was the driver.
Okay, so did he partake in larger quantities, more drugs and alcohol?
He'll take more.
And you got a speeding ticket on the way to Tallahassee, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to see that ticket before?
I've seen it before.
Okay. Approaching the state at 65. Can you see it? It's small print. Can you see it?
We've already reviewed it.
Yeah.
All right. Do you recognize this document? I know you don't read well. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but can you recognize this as the ticket you got?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask if there's an evidence state 65.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The admitted states 65.
All right, Mr. Rivera, and that was in the Gainesville area?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you estimate for the jury about how much time you spent watching the house or driving around the house, scoping it out? And I'm referring to the first trip.
Probably spent like 2 nights.
So several hours, is it fair to
Yes.
say? Did you ever follow Mr. Markell anywhere other than just watching him around the house?
Yeah, I was following him.
Where'd you follow him to?
Followed him to a daycare. First trip, I followed him to a daycare. And then when he got off the daycare, I lost him. So I ended up going back to that little place, the little park, waiting for him. Never showed up. Just following him around, but that's about it.
And you're talking about the park near his house?
Yes, ma'am.
That's where y'all would sit and wait for him to pull out?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody ever get out of the car and go peek in the windows or look in the house?
Oh, Not that trip.
Not that trip, okay. Did you know what type of vehicle he was going to be in, or did you just observe that when you were at his house?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. All right, so you followed him to the daycare. What about after the daycare?
I lost him.
All right, so is the reason why you didn't the killing didn't occur on the first trip because you kept losing him?
Yes.
All right, was Sigfredo Garcia in contact with the defendant, Catherine McBanois, during this first trip? Did they talk on the phone is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I know. I don't remember.
Don't remember? Do you remember any statements such as make sure she has the money and concerns
Objection, Your
about the
Honor.
money?
Leading.
That's not a leading question, so that's overruled. You can ask the question.
Do you remember any conversations like that?
Not that trip. The second trip.
Okay. Do you remember any conversations involving don't do anything stupid?
Yes.
And was that first trip?
It was both trips, probably.
Okay, and what was the nature of those conversations?
Like, don't do nothing stupid. Like, be careful.
Who was saying don't do anything stupid?
Katie.
Who was she telling that to?
Sigfredo.
How was it you were able, how do you know that what she told Sigfredo?
The only person he called.
He was calling her during the first trip?
Second trip.
Second trip. All right, so let's go to the second trip then. Second trip, do you agree, was July 16th to July 18th of 2016?
I don't remember the date.
But is that the time when the murder happened?
Yes.
All right. Who went on the second trip?
I did.
Who else?
Sigfredo.
All right, and I think you said you traveled in the Prius that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who went to the rental car place to rent that car?
I did.
Was anybody with you?
Yes.
Who?
Sigfredo.
All right.
He didn't come inside with me, though. He waited around the corner.
Okay, you didn't go into the rental car place? Did y'all leave right from the rental car place to come to Tallahassee, or did you do something
No,
else?
I went home and dropped my other car off. He drove the other car to the house.
Okay. And did you leave that day, that same day that you rented the car?
That night, yeah.
All right, did you take your phones with you for the second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the actual murder, did you have your phones working?
Yes, ma'am.
You never turned your phones off?
Well, I turned them off. We turned them off a few times.
Okay. Did you turn them off for the actual murder?
Yes, they were off. I believe so, they were off.
Say that again?
I think they were off.
You think they were off? And is that both of you turned your phones off, or just you?
Can't remember.
That's okay. How many guns did y'all have with you on the second trip?
One.
Just the murder weapon?
No, two, sorry.
Okay, what was the other gun?
It was 38.
Huh?
It was a 38.
A 38? Whose gun was that?
That was Garcia.
All right. Who knew that you all were coming on the murder trip?
Katie?
Only Katie?
Katie?
You didn't tell Jessica?
No, nobody knew.
Where did y'all stay on the murder trip?
In a hotel?
Okay. Budget in sound right?
Yes.
Were you using drugs and alcohol on this trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that cocaine and alcohol as you previously testified?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you arrived on July 17th, what did y'all do? Did you do any casing or scoping out of the house on
Yes.
that trip?
Yeah, I scoped him out that day I showed up here. I followed him. Finally, I followed him all the way to the daycare, and I finally got to follow him all the way to the gym.
Okay, but this is, when you followed him to the gym, that was right before he got killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about before that? Was there any scoping out that occurred? I think you mentioned earlier that somebody got out of the car at one point and went up to the house.
Oh, yeah. We
We
ended up parking around the back of his house.
Okay.
And she Fredo got off the car and went and looked through the window, but he was there. So
Who was there?
Markel.
Okay, and isn't that a good thing?
It's a good thing, but we followed him from there. We just scoped out the place.
All right, so Garcia gets out, looks in the windows, and then y'all just continue to kind of scope out the place.
Yes, we went back around and I parked by the park.
Okay, at some point you follow him to the daycare. What happens at the daycare?
Oh, I sit there and wait for him to drop the kids off. When he dropped the kids off, I get back in the car and he ended up going. He ended up leaving there and we followed him to the gym.
And is that Premier Gym that we've seen the surveillance video of the Prius on?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So y'all wait out in the parking lot while he's in the gym?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens next?
He finished the gym and we followed him to the house. So when he gets to the house, he made it was a left turn. And one of the corners, I kept going and made another left. So when he made it into the garage, we pulled right behind him.
All right, so you're talking about on the way back to the house from the gym.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you ended up taking a different route, just a little block around to get to the house.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were pulling up down the street toward the driveway, he was coming the opposite direction, is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
All right, so he pulls in the driveway first?
Yes.
Okay, and how close, when you say you pull in behind him, how close do you get?
Like 3 feet.
So right up to the bumper?
Right up to the bumper.
All right, and what happens next?
Garcia jumped out, went around the car to the driver's side, shot him.
Were there any words exchanged between Garcia and the victim? Is that a no?
That's a no, sorry.
Do you know whether the victim's window was up or down?
I think it was up.
So he was shot seated in the driver's seat of his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his position in the vehicle? Was he in like a normal position behind the wheel?
Yeah.
Did you see him do anything, say anything, make
See him
any
try
moves?
to put his hands up.
Say that again?
See him trying to put his hands up.
You saw that. Okay. How many times was the gun fired?
Twice.
Both times by Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they two separate gunshots or rapidly in succession? Meaning, was there time in between or were they right back to back?
Back to back.
Did you stop or get out to see if the
No.
hit had been successful?
No, not at all.
What did you do?
We ran back to the car, backed up, and left.
All right. And you've seen the surveillance video of the Prius leaving town from the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that y'all in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the driver?
Me,
Who was the passenger?
Garcia.
And you've seen the ATM images of y'all at the ATM in Pembroke
Yes, ma'am.
Pines, I think?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was you in the driver's seat there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Sigfredo Garcia in the passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to back you up and ask you about a few things that happened the second trip. You've talked about seeing the lady or seeing who you believe was Wendy Adelson. Can you tell the jury about that?
Well, it was the day before.
Day before the killing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell us about that.
I was scoping the house, and I was scoping the house and we're leaving. She was walking the sidewalk with 2 kids. I
And
remember
that was on the road where Markell lived?
Yes, ma'am.
All
A couple
right.
of houses down from his house.
Okay. And were you driving at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the lady do when you saw her?
She looked at the car and got on the phone right away. Made a phone call.
Okay. And how did you know that the lady, or why did you think that the lady was Wendy Adelson?
Just asked her, see her, why is she looking at the car like that? Like, that's her. That's the lady.
Okay, so you believe that to be Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. Was there an incident involving the gun being fired other than at Mr. Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the second trip as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that, please.
We was driving, Garcia had the gun out and just shot on the passenger side on the floor.
Intentionally?
It had to be, I don't know what he was doing, he just shot.
All right, so y'all are just riding down the road here in Tallahassee.
Yes, just
And-
driving.
And
And
he
the gun
shoots
went
off.
off, I just looked like, what's going on? And he shot the gas line.
Okay. Was that an accident or did he mean to do that?
Nah, it's an accident.
All right. So as a result of him shooting the floorboard, did that damage or interfere with your ability to drive the car?
Yes.
How so?
It hit the gas line and we ran out of gas right there and then.
What did y'all do about that?
We pushed the car to like a small little area. And some dudes helped us out, took him to like an auto zone, and he came back, jacked the car up, and put the hose line.
And was this the same dude, the guy that took you to get the parts to fix the car? Was that the same dude that y'all had bought some drugs from here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that dude's name Shadrach Nobles?
I don't know his name.
Don't remember his name. Were y'all able to fix the car?
Yes.
Do you have any experience fixing cars?
No, I mean I know about cars, but he fixed it.
Who? Sorry, Sigfredo Garcia?
Fredo, yeah.
Does he have experience fixing cars?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did he do a good job?
He did. He
It
made
ran
back
after
home.
that? Made it all the way back to Miami in that car?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was that shooting the car, did that happen the same day as the murder or something else?
No, not the same day.
Okay, so, but it was on the second trip?
It was on the second trip, yeah.
Okay. What about, did you have Instagram at the time this murder happened?
Yes.
And was there an issue with you posting something on Instagram?
Yes.
Was that the first trip or the second trip? If you remember.
I don't remember. But
All
I
right.
remember taking a picture and I had an issue with it.
All right, well, just tell us what you remember about it.
I took a picture of, I think it was a lion. And I remember Garcia getting a phone call. He told me to take that down. That's too much evidence where we was at.
All right, say that again.
I remember Garcia telling me to take that picture down. That's too much evidence where we was at. Katie called Garcia and told him, hey, you need to take that picture down ASAP.
Okay. Why would it be a problem for you to be posting a picture from Tallahassee?
So we came out here to do a job.
Okay, so there could be data associated with where you took the picture.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you said Katie called Garcia and told him to tell you to take the picture down?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, how do you know that Katie called Garcia?
Because we together all day. Like, we right next to each other. He said, hey, she said, take that down. You tripping.
Okay. Was there a particular reason that the murder happened on the day it happened? Did
No.
anyone tell you it had to happen that day?
Not at all.
Did you have any knowledge about the victim's plans, where he was going to be and when?
Well, that day, I seen that lady walking. They said we got to get the job done because he was leaving on a trip.
Who was leaving on a trip?
Markel, what's his name? He was,
Dan Markell is the name of the
Dan
guy you
Markell.
killed.
Yeah, Dan Markel. So he was leaving that Friday. I think it was going to be on a Friday. He was supposed to leave.
All right, so how did you know that Dan Markell was planning to leave town? That's really my question.
Garcia told me.
Garcia knew it?
Yes.
And do you know how Garcia knew it?
Katie told me.
How do you know that?
Because Katie told him, hey, you got to hurry up and do this because the man is leaving.
Did you hear that for yourself or he told you that?
He told me that himself.
Okay. All right, after you kill Mr. Markell, and do y'all leave town right away?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the first time either of you gets on the phone after the murder?
Maybe like an hour later, something like that. An hour or two.
All right, is that while y'all are headed home?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one of y'all makes a phone call first after the murder?
Garcia.
Okay, and who does he call?
Katie.
All right, are you able to hear that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is that a situation where you're hearing Garcia's portion of the conversation, or you're hearing both sides of the
Both
conversation?
sides of the story.
How is it you're able to hear both sides?
Because he speaks and he shuts up when she talks.
All right, and when she talks, you can hear her voice through the receiver?
Of course.
And you're sure it was her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what was that conversation?
He called and said, it's done. She said, I know. I tell him, hey, what's up with the money? He said, hey, where's the money at? He said, tomorrow. The next day was a Saturday, because I remember because I ended up going to a barbershop.
All right, was there any discussion or dispute about the fact that y'all were going to get the money the next day instead of that day?
Don't remember. Just remember getting the money the next day.
All right, so Sigfredo Garcia calls Catherine Magbanwa, the defendant,
Yes, ma'am.
and he says it's done,
Yes, ma'am.
or something along those lines. The job is done.
The job is done.
And she says, I know.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she elaborate on that? Did she say how she knew?
No, ma'am.
Objection,
Hold
Your
on.
Honor. It's leading, but it's also asked and answered. We've already gone over this.
Overruled.
Did she say how she knew?
No, ma'am.
All right. Who was responsible when you say she's going to get the money? Is it her responsibility to get the money to pay you, or somebody else?
Hey, what you mean?
Who's going to get the money?
Katie's gonna go get that money.
All right, let's talk about what y'all did when you got back to Miami on the day of the murder. What did you do when you got back?
When I got back, it's been a long time. When I got back, I think went home, took a shower, we got dressed. We went out that night.
Went out and spent some money, didn't you?
We didn't get that money yet.
Okay. So y'all did what then? Just went to the local place?
Yeah, we went to a local bar, hang out.
Okay. And the money, I think I forgot to ask you about this. Did you have any money for the trips that was provided to
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
Tell us about that. Forgot to ask you about that.
Yeah, he had money. He had like at least like $5,000 in his pocket.
And was that the first trip or the second trip or both?
Both trips, he had money.
All right, and that was Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you know where that money came from?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the money come from?
From the lady, from
Okay.
Katie.
Okay, so Katie provided the money for y'all to come do the trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Would y'all have had your own money to rent the car and buy gas and
No.
hotels and food?
No, ma'am.
All right, and y'all bought cocaine while you were here too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you got back to Miami after the second trip where the murder was committed, did y'all have any of that money left that was provided for the trip?
I mean, we had a few more. We had some money left because he gave me some money in my pocket to hold.
Do you know how much you got before, I guess for either trip, for that purpose of the trip?
Second trip, he just gave me $300.
So y'all did have a little bit of money to go out with then?
Yes, ma'am.
You said Katie was responsible for going to get the money. Did you go with her to get the money?
No, ma'am.
Did Sigfredo Garcia go with her to get the money?
He came with her. He wasn't with her. No, ma'am.
Okay. You said you got the money the next morning. How did y'all get together to exchange the money the next morning?
Well, that next morning I got up and I went to the barbershop. I get a phone call from Katie. She like, we're gonna come get this money. I said, Tudo. Without Garcia. Where he's at? I said, I don't know, maybe in Shrimp's house. Some girl that he messed with.
Shrimp's one of his other girlfriends?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me back you up just a little bit. I should have asked you. The night before when y'all were out, was the defendant Catherine Magbanwa with you and Sigfredo?
No.
So you didn't see her that night at all?
No.
All right. And the next morning, y'all talk about it, and she says she's looking for Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how to find him?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was he to be found?
I had one of my friends go Look for him in Miami Beach.
And that's where Shrimp lived?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you know he was going to be at Shrimp's house?
My best friend. I knew everything about him. He was with her. He was staying with her.
You knew he'd be found there?
Yeah.
Okay, but he wasn't answering his phone?
At all.
Because he had dumped his phone, right?
Yes.
All right, and I should have asked you when we were talking about heading back after the murder, what happened with the murder weapon in this case?
We dumped it.
How did you dump it? Where did you dump it?
In the ocean.
All right, where in the ocean?
Like driving back home, we just pulled over by a bridge and just threw it off.
Okay, and was it like an open ocean?
Yeah, open.
Okay. Was it, were there trees and bushes around as well?
Yeah, because he got off the car and threw it.
Okay, so like an overpass or a causeway?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Was the gun thrown into the body of water or into the shrubs and bushes nearby?
I was in the car. He got off the car. He went down. So there was some bushes, so he threw it to the water. That's what he told me. He said it hit the water, dog. Don't worry about it.
He thought it did hit the water?
Yeah.
Okay. But did he have to jump into the bushes to make the throw?
Yeah.
So sort of off the
Right
guardrail?
right under the bridge.
Okay.
Your Honor, if the witness could sit forward again, just Ms. Magbanua cannot see the witness as he testifies.
All right, just move a little bit forward if you can. All right, that's fine.
All right, let's talk about when you got paid. So you sent a friend to get Sigfredo Garcia. Where do y'all meet up?
Oh, we got paid?
Mm-hmm.
At my house.
All right, tell us what happened. You mentioned something about the barber shop. Tell us the whole
I
story.
was in a barber shop and Jessica called me. She said they're here. Come to the house. So when I get there, Katie's in my house and Garcia's in my house.
And did you see what vehicle they arrived in?
It's like a SUV, a white SUV.
Okay, was that a car that you recognized?
Yeah,
Whose car was that?
Katie's.
All right, so they arrive in Katie's car, and Jessica calls you and says they're there.
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you?
I'm in the barber shop.
And how long does it take you to get there from the barber shop?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay, so that's right up the street?
Right down the corner, yeah.
Okay. What happens when you get to the house?
I get to the house, and I see Garcia. I grab the bag, so I'm going to get back in the car and left. I wasn't too long in the house.
All right, so you go in the house. Katie and Garcia are there. Is Jessica there?
Yeah, she's there too.
All right, and you get the money in what kind of packaging?
It's in a brown bag, like a small brown bag.
Okay, like a brown paper bag or plastic?
No, paper bag.
Okay, did it have any other bags inside it?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, so you get the money. It's in some brown paper. And do you count it? Do you open it?
No.
Why not?
I didn't want Jessica to know what was going on. I just grabbed the bag, told Garcia, let's go.
Because if she saw that money, she'd be wanting some of that money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when do you open the bag?
In the car.
When you're in the car, what car are you in when you open the money?
My car.
All right, who's in the car with you?
Garcia.
All right, is that the old Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
What year Mercedes was that?
Like 87.
Okay, so you and Garcia get in the Mercedes. What does Catherine Magbanua do?
She was in my house.
She stayed in the house.
Because I had a newborn.
All right, so she was seeing the baby.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you opened the money, how much money was in there?
35.
Okay, did you count it?
No, I trust him.
And when you say you trust him, you're talking about Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you mentioned that you got a little extra money. When was that done?
All right, think right there and then. Be like, here, take this. Right, or right when we went to the barber shop. Be like, take 2 more though. You do me a favor.
So when y'all left the house after getting paid, you went back to the barber shop?
Yes.
Okay, and that's when Garcia gave you some more money.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell us about the money once you opened it up. Was it packaged in an unusual way?
Yeah, I never seen money stable. All hundreds and they were all stable.
And this money was what denominations of bills? You know what I mean by that? 10s, 20s, hundreds?
Hundreds, all hundreds.
All hundreds stapled into how many hundreds together?
$1,000.
$1,000 stacks?
Yes.
And each stack stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's a big kind of brick.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. So you got 35 plus an additional 2,000. Do you know how much Sigfredo Garcia got?
By my knowledge, I think he got like 40.
Okay, so he got 40 and gave you 2,000 of it?
Yeah.
All right, and what about Catherine Magbanua?
She got the rest.
And how much was the total for the job?
100.
$100,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you buy anything with your cut of the money?
Just a motorcycle.
What about Garcia? Did he buy something?
Yeah, motorcycle and like 2 cars.
I'm going to approach and show you some exhibits. All right, we got 44 through 47. I'll show you each one of these. Do you recognize each one of these exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these fair and accurate photos of you and Garcia and the items you purchased?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 44 through 47.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as 44 through 47.
May I publish?
You may.
First reading states you at 44. Who is this in this photo, Mr. Rivera?
That's me, Jessica, Katie, and Garcia.
Got the right, you?
Jessica, Katie, Garcia.
Page 45, you recognize that photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
Garcia and me.
Page 46, you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that a photo of?
Two motorcycles and a car. That's a Monte Carlo of Garcia's. That's his motorcycle, the black and yellow one. And the red one was a guy named Jibaro.
Okay, so was this motorcycle yours or Garcia's?
Garcia's.
And was this a motorcycle that you bought with the proceeds from the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And this Monte Carlo, is that Garcia's as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that purchased with the proceeds of the
Yes,
murder?
ma'am.
States 47. What's in this photo?
That's me and Garcia and our motorcycles.
Both motorcycles y'all bought with the proceeds of this home.
Yes, ma'am.
You told us about the 86 Mercedes that you drove prior to the murder. What kind of vehicle did Garcia drive prior to the murder?
I don't think he had one at that time.
So no vehicle at all, and then 2 vehicles.
Yes.
All right. What about Catherine Magbanua? What did she spend her money on?
Don't know.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder?
Like change my phone?
Yeah.
No.
You didn't try to change your number? Phone number?
Don't remember. Probably I don't remember.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with Investigator Newland from my office and listen to some calls to see if you recognize the voices on the calls?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you. I'm sorry, I think it's wire disc. I think it's 99. And also his authentication. And were you asked to listen to a portion of those calls and see if you could identify the voices on the calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make initials by each call as you listened to it to verify, yes, that is who it says it is on the
Yes,
list?
ma'am.
And were you able to identify both Sigfredo Garcia's voice and Catherine Magdanoa's voice on those calls?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 66. Is this the sheet where you initialed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you're able to identify the voices of the people that are highlighted there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Investigator Newland go through this sheet with you and tell you exactly which calls you were
Yes, ma'am.
listening to?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to leave the evidence State 66.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as State 66.
Mr. Rivera, you testified that your motive for doing this was money. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't have a beef with Dan Markell in any way?
Not at all. Nope.
Had you ever had any contact at all in any way with Wendy Adelson other than when you thought you saw her on Trescott?
Say that again, please.
Did you ever have any contact at all with Wendy Adelson prior to, I know when y'all were driving down the road one day, you thought you saw her on the road or on the sidewalk?
I never spoke to these people.
All right, no contact with Wendy Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Donna Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Harvey Adelson?
No, ma'am.
Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you know Shrimp's real name?
No. We call her Dookie, something like that, but I don't know her name at all.
Just nicknames?
Yeah, just nickname.
All right. Nothing further.
All right, we're going to take a break now before the cross-examination, give you an opportunity to use the facility, stretch your legs. So it's 3:20, we'll take about 15 minutes, and then we'll be back and ready to continue with the testimony, okay? If you could escort the jury out, please. Okay, we're back on the record. So I have an understanding now, Mr. DeCoste, that you will need more time. So just try to get a breaking point, 5 o'clock or as close to 5 o'clock as you can, and we'll be back tomorrow to continue that, okay?
There we go.
All right, anything from the state before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
Your Honor, to let you know, there's a cable that's running a set of headphones down here to my computer that I'm going to plug in. Just I wanted the state to know that there's a set of headphones up there.
Okay.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
All right, please be seated. We're ready to continue with cross-examination. Mr. DeCoste.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rivera, the bullets that entered Professor Markell's head and ended his life, you bought those, right?
Yes, sir.
The gun that fired those bullets, you bought them too.
Yes, sir.
The car that drove to Tallahassee and into his driveway, you rented it.
Yes, sir.
And the hotel room that you stayed in the night before and planned the murder, you paid for it.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, you were asked by the government whether you are a 10-time convicted felon. You are, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, one of those cases is from 2013 in Miami, right?
Yes, sir.
And you took probation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you violated it.
Yes, sir.
You were indicted federally.
Yes, sir.
Now, that probation violation hearing, that's what a PVH is, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have a case, you take a plea to probation, you violate it by getting federally indicted, and you then have the pending probation violation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're facing 15 years on this pending violation. Right.
Yes, sir.
And that penalty of 15 years can run consecutive to the sentences that you are already serving both here for Leon County and the federal sentence, right?
Maybe.
So you could do, it's a yes or a no on this one. You know that it's a yes, right? That it can run consecutive after the 19 years.
I don't know, but yes.
Now, at the time you took the plea in this murder case, you had no idea about that probation violation, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know about it.
I didn't know, no.
You had 2 attorneys at the time. They failed to tell you,
Yes, sir.
right? The government, who works also for the state of Florida, like the prosecutors in Miami, assistant state attorneys, they didn't let you know either.
No.
And it's your understanding nobody knew about it. Not your attorneys, not these attorneys, not yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And you actually learned when I asked you the question about whether you knew about the pending probation violation.
Yes, sir.
Now let's go to your next case. The federal indictment. You agree with me that you took a conviction for conspiracy to violate the RICO statute.
Yes, sir.
Now that's a RICO statute that's used to prosecute large groups committing crimes, right?
Yes, sir.
You took 151 months prison,
Yes, sir.
approximately 12 and a half years,
Yes, sir.
as a career offender.
Yes, sir.
That means that you're a career criminal in the federal system.
Yes, sir.
And of course you have the conviction for the murder case here.
Yes, sir.
One of those 10.
Yes.
And the charge that you pled to was second-degree murder.
Yes, sir.
And you took a plea of 19 years prison.
Yes, sir.
So you've got two sentences. You've got 19 years prison on the murder case here,
Yes, sir.
and you got 12 and a half on the federal case, right?
Yes.
They're not stacked one after the other. They're running at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Now, with respect to your federal indictment, you pled guilty, but you're actually innocent, right?
The federal system?
The federal indictment, the
If I plead
RICO
guilty,
case.
I'm guilty.
You are guilty. Do you remember taking the first time you took a deposition in this case with Sigfredo Garcia's attorney?
Yes.
You remember how there was a court reporter present that took down all your words?
Yes, sir.
Your attorney was present.
Yes, sir.
They swore you in at the beginning, asking you to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Counsel, pages 30 to 31, starting on lines 12. And I want to make sure you're using the certified copy, not the draft.
Say the lines again, please.
Pages 30 to 31, starting at line 12.
I think I'm back first. Have you written
Yeah.
that? Okay.
Mr. Rivera, do you remember being asked the following questions and giving the following answers? Have you ever been involved in a conspiracy to commit an armed robbery? Answer, no. Have you ever been? Answer, I got conspiracy right now with a federal charge. Question, right, your racketeering charge. Answer, my racketeering, so if you want to get that clear, that can be a yes. Question, okay, so yes on the well, I was going to get to your answer. Because that's in my records, it doesn't mean that I did it, but it's all over my records, so question, go ahead. All that you asked me, question, right, answer. It's in my federal record, conspiracy. It become into robberies. It becomes everything that you asked me. But I'm telling you no because I didn't do none of that. But it's in my record, so that's a yes. So you have something in your record, but you didn't do it. Answer, I didn't do it. I just got convicted to it. I signed a plea. I took it. You can't fight with the feds. You can't beat them.
Nobody can beat them. That's a yes.
Okay. You understand that in your deposition you said that you didn't do anything on the federal case.
Yes, sir.
So I'll ask you the question again. On your federal case, are you innocent or not?
No.
And the reason, well, let's go on. So in your deposition, counsel, line, page 34, lines 20 through 24, Mr. Rivera, do you remember saying the following? Okay, so just to be clear, you signed that because that's what was best for you to do, not because that was the truth, right? Answer, that's not the truth. That's best for me to go ahead and take it and run. You remember saying that in deposition under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
Basically saying, I did not commit this federal crime, but I took it and ran because you can't fight with the feds. Right?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, page 32, line 25. Mr. Rivera, you also remember saying, you can't never beat the feds, man. You can't go to trial with the feds.
Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, the feds are involved in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Special Agent Patrick Sanford and the rest of the FBI.
Yes, sir.
understanding your reluctance on the next topic, let's get into it, the Latin Kings. Let's talk first about the size of the Latin Kings. The federal indictment that we just talked about was 23 defendants, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the Latin Kings are much larger than just 23 people, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as an aside, a guy, Juan Marcos Vega, was a co-defendant in your federal indictment, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was not a Latin King yet, he was a probationer.
Yes.
Now, the Latin Kings themselves, they are one of the largest and most well-organized gangs in the country, right?
That's true.
And you know that because that's in the factual proffer that you signed in the federal case, what you agreed to.
That's true.
They operate in at least 39 states, including Florida.
Yes.
By your word, they are everywhere.
Yes, sir.
That includes Chicago, right?
Yes.
New York,
Yes.
Key West,
Yes.
Fort Lauderdale,
Yes.
Naples,
Yes.
Tampa,
Everywhere.
Jacksonville,
Yes, sir.
Orlando,
Everywhere.
Tallahassee.
Yes.
Now, the purpose of the Latin Kings, the primary source of income is generated through distribution of narcotics, assault, robbery, burglary, and identity theft, right?
Yes.
Also, the distribution of firearms
Yes.
and homicide.
Yes, sir.
If you could speak up for the jury so that they can hear you. I want to make sure everybody down here can hear you. Now, the members committed these crimes to benefit, promote, and further the interests of the gang, right?
Yes.
And to increase their own standing.
Yes.
To get higher up, you got to do more.
Yes.
Now, going through this quickly, the organization, you guys adhere to a local, regional, state, and national system, right?
Yes, sir.
The local, like Miami, reports to regional officers, right?
Yes, sir.
Regional reports to state officers,
Yes.
and then state officers report to the national bosses,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about your involvement. You've been in it your whole life,
Yeah.
since you were 10 years old.
Yes, sir.
In 2014, you were 31 years old, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So that's 21 years that you've been involved.
Yes, sir.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you were the boss of Miami
Yes,
since
sir.
the age of 15 or 16.
Yes, sir. But I just want to know what this got to do with the case.
It has everything. We'll get to that.
I don't. They don't got nothing to do with this.
Mr. Rivera, just answer the questions,
They
please.
don't.
You were a legacy, correct?
Yes.
Now, that means because you had family members that were in it as well.
Just two uncles. Yes.
Correct. Now, your position within the Latin Kings, you were the first crown, right?
Yes, sir.
And what the first crown means is that you're the jefe, you're the boss of that area, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're the boss of mostly the whole of Miami.
Yes.
Between the ages of 10 to 15 or 16, you rose to that position, right?
Yes, sir.
And you rose through the ranks.
Yes.
The fifth crown is a secretary, right?
Yes.
The fourth crown is a treasurer,
Yes.
right? The third crown is an enforcer.
Yep.
The second crown is a cacique.
Yep.
And then you reach the top.
Yes, sir.
Now, below these 5 points of the crown are a whole bunch of soldiers, right?
Yes, sir.
And you rose through that, still a child by the age of 16.
Yes, sir.
And you held that throne
Yes, sir.
for 15, 16 years before you were charged.
Yes, I did.
Now, to keep that throne, you have to continue to commit crimes and oversee crimes, right?
Objection,
sir.
relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk specifically about your tribe. That's what you refer to your crew as, right?
Just don't got nothing to do with the case, man. Not my tribe at all.
All right, Mr. Rivera, I'll make that determination, okay? You just need to answer the questions, please.
We're talking about the size, the amount of soldiers, the amount in your group. Now, you're the boss over roughly 100 people in 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's rules to the Latin Kings, right?
Yep.
There's a rule book.
Yes, sir.
These are actually all written out. Both the purpose, the rules, everything about the Latin Kings is put into what's called the manifesto, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you violate those rules, there's penalties for it.
Yes, sir.
Those include beatings.
Yes, sir.
You've ordered those before.
Yes, sir.
It includes things like ink removal, tattoos of Latin kings,
Yes, sir.
forcibly to remove them,
Yes, sir.
burn them off or cut them off.
Yes.
Now, snitching is the ultimate rule, right?
Yes, sir.
As a criminal enterprise, you need to have that rule so that if you're committing crimes with your gang members, that they're not going to flip against you.
Yes, sir.
And you violated that rule.
Yes, I did.
Now, had you violated that rule on an actual Latin king,
No.
the penalties would be more severe than what they're seeking against you right now.
Oh, it's be the same.
They're trying to kill you.
Yes, sir.
They're trying to kill your family.
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that if you were to name a Latin king, because
I'm not naming no Latin kings, bro.
I know. So, Catherine Magbanua, nowhere near a gang member, right?
No.
Sigfredo Garcia, not a Latin king.
No, sir.
Wendy Adelson, somebody else you pointed at, not a Latin king.
No.
You'd agree with me that had you pointed out a Latin king, that the penalty, although the same, may have been delivered in a much more severe manner.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about your cooperation. We're done with the Latin kings for now. Okay? Is it a fair agreement that after you were charged in this case, you're brought to Leon County, that you're desperate?
Desperate like what?
Like you're in a jam. You're charged with first-degree murder. The evidence is strong. You're looking at the death penalty.
Yes.
Let's go through it. So, did you know, and you may not have, that there was media all over the place about the case? Your face was all over 2020, all over the news, as involved in the case.
Yes.
The evidence in the case was strong. You saw it. They have ATM photos of you. They got the Prius. They got cell phone communications. They got people identifying you up there or up here.
Yes.
That was a problem, right?
Yes, sir.
You're being held in custody, no bond.
Yes, sir.
The penalty, guaranteed life, if not the death penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had just dealt with snitches on your federal case, right?
Yes, sir.
A guy named King Nana, the second in command of Florida, way above you, testified against the other 22 defendants in the federal case, right?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled. If you know, you can answer.
Yes, sir.
Nano testified against you,
Yes.
right? Despite your gang's rules,
Yes.
right? And the repercussions.
Yes, sir.
Now you're involved in a case with Sigfredo Garcia, who is not a Latin king,
Yes, sir.
and not under those rules.
Yes, sir.
Within your arrest paperwork and discovery, Catherine Magbanua's name is all over it, right?
Yes, sir.
She's a mother, right?
Yes, sir.
College graduate,
Yes, sir.
works in healthcare,
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
could easily be pressured into testifying against you.
Yes, sir.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
That's speculation. That'll be struck. That's
Strike,
speculation.
thank you.
Having just gone through a case mere months before where a hardened criminal that lives by a code to not snitch snitched against you, you had a concern that you could be snitched against, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, the feds were involved. And in your words, you can't never beat the feds, man. You can't go to trial with the feds.
Yes, sir.
So you had a choice. You could not cooperate and surely get killed by the government by way of the death penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
Or at best, get life in prison.
Yes, sir.
Or you cooperate, right?
Yes, sir.
You get released while you're still young.
Yes, sir.
You'll be out in your 40s, right?
Like 50.
Now, there's a risk that you get murdered by the gang, but you have the biggest gang protecting you, the government, right?
Yes, sir.
It was the only chance you had to live.
Yes, sir.
It was either death penalty in life or take the risk, but you got them for protection.
Yes, sir.
But to get this deal, you had to sell yourself, right?
Cooperate. Yes, sir.
Now, you already knew, and they let you know, they already had Garcia.
Yes, sir.
The evidence against him was equally as strong, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had the knowledge from the feds that you had just gone through, that to get reductions, you have to help further the theory and get new arrests, right? You knew that.
Yes, sir.
You had to advance their theory to get time off.
Yes, sir.
If you could, and I know that it's you could be nervous. I want to make sure everybody can hear, so if you could speak up or get closer to the microphone. Now, I want to talk about the information that you had. Your arrest warrant, that went out in the media, right?
Yes, sir.
And your family informed you about it while you were in federal custody.
Yes, sir.
Jessica, you spoke to her about it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Jessica, she's very smart. She's very intelligent.
Yes, she is.
She can figure things out.
Yes, sir.
She read, and it was about the narrative section of your warrant was about 20 pages, single-spaced, right?
Yes, sir.
Detailing the government's theory, right?
Yes, sir.
That Catherine McVanwa was in the middle.
Yes, sir.
Once you're charged and you're here in Tallahassee, you reviewed your discovery with your attorneys, right?
Yes, sir.
They went over with you all the evidence, all the reports that were written in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
You know who Craig Isom is, right?
Yeah.
He's so you have a team, you have the federal agent, and then you have the local investigator, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that Investigator Isom wrote a bunch of reports detailing the theory of the case, just like your arrest warrant, right?
If I knew he wrote my case?
No. I'm saying that you get in discovery. Your attorneys, when they came to see you, they came with files, right?
Yeah.
They came with a lot of paperwork, and that included things like police reports,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And they reviewed that with you.
Yes, sir.
And ultimately what you did in this case, you met with law enforcement, right?
Yes, sir.
You finally sit down with them come the fall time of 2016, right?
Yes.
You knew their theory, right?
Yes.
That Catherine was involved, right?
I knew she was involved, yep.
And you named the names that they wanted to hear to get a reduction. That's what you did, right?
I gave him the names, yes.
You gave the two names that were in the reports and in your discovery, Wendy Adelson and Catherine McVanwa, right?
Yes.
You did exactly what you said you did in the federal case. You took it and ran.
Yes, sir.
Agreed to the government's facts, whether truthful or not.
That's true, but yes.
You agree that you agreed to untruthful facts.
No, everything I said was the truth, or whatever you're trying to say, but
I'm here trying to figure out what you've said and done. So you need to tell me, okay, please? You agreed to the government's facts, right?
yes.
Now let's talk about your cooperation agreement. You have an agreement with the state attorney's office in exchange for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about what you get. You get a reduced charge, right?
Yes, sir.
It went from first-degree murder down to second-degree murder.
Yes, sir.
You qualify as a habitual felony offender, and that was waived, right?
Yes, sir.
The death penalty was waived.
Yes, sir.
Other charges were waived, like conspiracy to commit murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Solicitation to commit murder.
Yes, sir.
Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes, sir.
You possessed firearms in this case, and they gave you a pass on those charges as well, too.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that in the state of Florida there's a minimum mandatory penalty for a convicted felon possessing a gun?
Yes, I do.
They also gave you a pass on an aggravated assault with a firearm.
Yes, sir.
You told them a story about how a guy, Shawdrick Nobles, the guy that you bought drugs from and the guy that helped you with the Prius, that he and a bunch of his friends came into the hotel room and that you pulled two guns on him and told them to strip, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're going to pass on that as well, too.
Yes, sir.
Now, on this topic of the Prius, and I just thought about this, you said that the gas line was shot
Yes, sir.
and the car immediately stopped?
Yes, sir.
Prius is electric, you know that, right?
It was on gas. It stopped.
You understand it's a hybrid vehicle that
Yes,
can
I
run
do.
on electricity,
Yes,
too.
I do.
So we're talking about what you get in this cooperation agreement. You get 19 years.
Yes, sir.
No minimum mandatory.
Yes, sir.
Now, had you been the shooter, you would have gotten a minimum mandatory, right?
Yes.
A higher minimum mandatory than just possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, you would have gotten a higher penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
If you said you were the shooter, you probably wouldn't have gotten a deal either.
Yes, sir.
So you couldn't be the shooter.
I'm not the shooter.
Let's talk about reductions now. You know what gain time is.
Yes, sir.
Gain time is that you get a percentage off of your sentence.
Yes, sir.
That you'll serve potentially only 85% of the 19 years.
Yes, sir.
So instead of a 19-year sentence, you'll do approximately 16.
And a half. Yes, sir.
12 and a half already for federal,
Mm-hmm. Yes,
right?
Sir. Yes, sir.
A mere, if you can keep speaking up, I want to make sure everybody can hear. A mere 3.5 years on top of that. So 12 and a half to 16, 3.5 years for putting 2 bullets in Professor Markell's head. That was the penalty that they gave you, right?
Yes, sir.
Instead of life or the death penalty.
Yes, sir.
And there's no probation on the back end.
No, sir.
You're free and clear.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said on direct examination that you don't think that the Bureau of Prisons is any better than the Florida Department of Corrections.
They're all the same.
Do you remember on October 2nd of 2019 sitting in that exact same chair?
Yeah, I remember.
And do you remember that there was a court reporter right there taking down everything that you were saying?
Yes, sir.
And that before you said anything from that stand, you agreed to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
So counsel, 10-2. Your Honor, one brief moment.
Yes.
10-2 afternoon. Pages 28 through 29. It's going to take me a second to pull this one up. Do you want me to just do it from here with you?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Okay.
That's right.
28, bottom. There you go. So, Mr. Rivera, again, we're talking about which facility is better. Do you remember being asked the question, in which facility is better, Leon County or the Federals, the Federal Detention Center? Answer, of course. Question, which ones? Answer, the Feds. Question, they got the better food? Answer, I ain't worried about the food, but it's better. Question, but it's just generally better, right? Answer, it's better.
Yes.
Okay, so the Feds are better.
It's better because I'm in a facility where I'm getting protected at. It's called protect. Where every gangs drop out, it's in that same predicament I'm in. That's why I say it's better.
Mr. Rivera, I don't want to confuse the jury here. What we're talking about is that the federal prisons, the federal jails,
No, they're not better.
your
It's just
commissary,
where I'm at right now is better for me. I feel safe right now where I'm at. Where I was before, I wasn't feeling safe. They try to kill me.
your commissary list in federal includes things like slippers and butterscotch candies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In state, you're lucky to get a towel.
I've never been in state, so I don't know.
But you're telling this jury that you know that one is better than the other.
That's what I hear.
Okay. So, again, what we're talking about is what you get from your deal. You get protection from them, and you need it, right?
Yes, sir.
You need protection from the Latin kings, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You've sent them letters begging for help.
Yes, sir, I did.
You also need them for help on that probation violation hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've tried to get them to help you so that you don't get penalized because Miami's your home turf.
Yes, sir.
Miami's different. They were after you for a while, and you know that.
Yes, sir.
You know the gang's prosecutor specifically knows who you are and was hoping to get a chance to go after you, right?
Yes, sir.
You need them, right?
Yes.
And they need you.
Yes, sir.
With that need for protection of your life, be it either 15 years or being killed, that puts you on their leash, right?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about what you have to give. We talked about what you get, the butterscotch candies, the protection. Now let's talk about what you have to give. You have to testify.
Yes, sir.
You have to testify truthfully, right?
Yes.
Completely
Yes, sir.
and repeatedly.
Yes, sir.
In this trial
Yes, sir.
and in any future trials.
Yes, sir.
And if you fail, then you're violated by the agreement, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what really puts you on their leash, right?
Yes, sir.
You have to do whatever they say,
Yes, sir.
or they violate you.
Yes.
And what's worse, it's up to them to determine whether you've been violated or whether you violated, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about now. So we talked about what you get, what you give for the cooperation. Let's talk about your cooperation now. Let's talk about the first name that you named, Wendy Adelson. You said that on July 17, 2014, that you saw her on Trescott. This is the same street that you shot the guy on.
Yes, sir.
You actually saw her at the same house, right? The same house where you committed the murder.
I didn't see her at the house. I seen her a few houses from the house.
Are you sure?
On the same street?
You didn't see her walk down the driveway and into the house?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so let's be clear. You saw her at the
Slow down.
I will. Fair, that's a fair request. You saw her at Professor Markell's house, the same house that you drove down the driveway and shot the guy in the garage.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, when you first saw her, she was walking towards you and Garcia in the car.
Yes, sir.
You saw her face,
Yes, sir.
her light eyes.
I'm driving.
You don't remember seeing her eyes?
I seen her. I
You didn't see her
seen her
green?
face. She got light eyes.
You didn't see her green? You didn't see her green blue eyes?
Yes, sir.
You saw her green blue eyes.
Green, blue eyes.
I can put this down now, right?
You put it right there.
Okay. You saw her blonde hair.
Yes, sir.
You saw her with 2 young boys.
Yes, I did.
Now, later in time, we're going to jump ahead right now for a second, but we're going to come back. Later in time, law enforcement presented you with a photographic lineup, right? To identify that woman.
Yes, sir.
And you identified somebody and you signed the picture, right?
Yes, I did.
Now we'll go back to you in the car seeing this woman. You ask Garcia, and Garcia says, that's her. That's Wendy, right?
Yes, sir.
That she came to confirm, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's when this woman that you allegedly saw goes into the house, right?
Yes, sir.
She walks down the driveway, the same driveway that you drove down,
Yes, sir.
with the 2 little kids,
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
and goes into the house.
Yes.
You ask Garcia again, before he calls Catherine, as you allege, and he says that she's here to check on the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony and your claims is that Garcia calls Katie before you get to the hotel, right?
Yes, sir.
And that this is all before 12 noon, the day before the murder.
I don't remember the time, but yes, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to watch a clip from your October 4th interview?
Go ahead.
I would object to refreshing in the presence of the jury.
You can't refresh his recollection and play this in front of the jury.
So, Your Honor, this is where what's happening right now is this is going to get played to the headset so he can listen to it.
Okay, you can play it to him in the headset.
That's what's happening.
All right.
Mr. Rivera, can you put that headset on? Your Honor, if I can first witness.
Ken?
Judge, could the defense provide a line and page number for the rest of us?
It's a video, and it is 10/4/2016 at 11:08:17.
You don't have the page.
So we don't have
line.
anything on paper?
No, it's a video.
And you haven't provided anything for the state to see it at the same time?
Your Honor, this is their video. And the witness is the lawyer.
How long is the refreshing portion?
I would imagine maybe about 30 seconds.
Okay, maybe I can just listen to it after he listens to it? Or before?
Whatever's good for them. I can play it for the government right now.
All right, go ahead and play it for the witness.
can do is this. You can take those off. At a break, I can play it with the government, and then we can come back to that whole, okay?
All right, if we need to, but, I mean, he can't refresh his recollection unless he can hear it.
Correct, Your Honor. I just don't want to play it too loud for the jury.
All right.
So, Mr. Rivera, you don't remember the time that the phone call was made?
Yes, sir, I don't remember.
All right. Now, let's talk about connections. First, between you and Sigfredo Garcia. You guys met when you were young, right?
Yes, sir.
You went to school together.
Yes, sir.
Stay off. All right. You and Garcia, you went to school together.
Yes, sir.
Elementary school,
Yes, sir.
Biscayne Beach.
Yes, sir.
Went to middle school together
Yes, sir.
at Nautilus.
No.
Where'd you go? Middle school.
Jam at Opportunity School.
Then you went to high school together at Miami Beach Senior High.
No.
Where'd you go to high school?
I went to Miami Beach High School. I don't remember seeing him there.
Now, it's in high school that you meet Catherine, right?
Yes.
You guys are young, you're teenagers when you all meet,
Yes, sir.
right? You had known Sigfredo since you were little.
Yes, sir.
Sigfredo meets Catherine in high school.
Yes,
You
sir.
meet her through him in high school.
Yes, sir.
Now, you ultimately dropped out.
I didn't drop out. I went to jail. I ain't had no choice but not to go back to school.
Katie went on to graduate.
Yes, sir.
Went to college,
Yes, sir.
graduated again.
Objection,
Yeah.
asked and answered.
Your Honor, that,
Continue.
if I could, the second question was graduated from college. The first one was graduated from high school.
Right, but we've
All
already
right,
established
you already
that as
asked that
well.
before, but I'll allow it again if you know the answer to that.
Yes.
Now let's talk about Garcia and Katie. And they were very much high school sweethearts, right?
Yes.
Bad boy and the good girl.
Yes, sir.
And while still young, they have 2 kids together,
Yes, sir.
while Katie is still in school.
Yes, sir.
Now, Garcia, he tried his best to support, to give for the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that within your culture, that is a main priority. I'm not talking about the gang culture. I'm talking within your community, the community that Sigfredo Garcia is a part of, just like all communities, that it is a main priority to take care of your children.
Of course.
Now, Sigfredo Garcia himself, he never went to college.
I don't know. Well, maybe no.
This is a guy you refer to as your brother. You don't know if he went to college?
Yeah, he's smart. I mean, I don't see why. No, he didn't go to college.
He was not steadily employed,
No.
worked odd jobs
Yes, sir.
that include dealing drugs
Yes, sir.
consistently.
Yes, sir.
Now, you sold drugs, right?
Yes, sir.
Cocaine and marijuana.
Probably my whole life. Yes, sir.
It's a cash business, right?
Yes, sir.
At least in 2014, before things like Venmo, if you don't know what that is, or Cash Apps,
Well,
everything, when people bought drugs, they gave you cash, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, on at least one occasion, you've robbed drug dealers with Sigfredo Garcia.
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
It's called a drug rip, right?
Yes, sir.
You go to a drug dealer's house, you go in, you steal their stash and their money.
Yes, sir.
And from that, you get cash.
Yes, sir.
Now, ultimately, and we're talking about Sigfredo Garcia, there was a breakup. There was many breakups, right?
Yes, sir.
But around the time of the homicide, Katie, who met this bad boy at a young age and had kids and forever tied herself to this man, she kicked him out.
Yes, sir.
You remember that.
Yes, sir.
But they stayed in constant communication because of the kids.
Yes, sir.
And look, he was a bad husband/boyfriend, but he was a good father, right?
Of course.
He provided.
Yes, sir.
He provided with cash support to Catherine
Yes, sir.
for the kids.
Yes, he did.
All right. You were asked about Instagram. You remember that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Your Honor, may I approach?
Nay.
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you the pre-market defense 9. You know what that is, right?
Yes, sir.
you know that that's your a photo of your Instagram account, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that that's a photo of your Instagram account because you set it up yourself.
Yes, sir.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of what one would see if they don't follow you on Instagram, but went and looked you up.
Yes, sir.
Defense offers and evidence was been pre-marked as defense 9.
No objection.
Be admitted as defense exhibit 9.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
All right, so Mr. Rivera, you got 1,282 posts, 72 followers, 126 following, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you say that you told the government about this post that you put up there. It was a lion?
The what?
You said that you put a post of a lion?
Yes, but that's not a lion. I took a picture of a lion, yes.
Okay. Let me back up because I don't want to confuse you. It wouldn't be fair to you. So, you said that you were in Tallahassee and that you posted something and you alleged that Catherine got on the phone and was like, take it down, and gave you an order, right?
Yes, sir.
People don't give the boss of the Latin King's orders, do they?
She didn't give me no boss. She told him.
All right. And you followed this alleged order and you took it down, right?
Yeah.
Now, of course, the government then sent a subpoena to Facebook to get your records just like they did for Ms. Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, sir.
They did do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'd be able to see if that actually ever happened, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Mr. Rivera, I want to talk to you about your mental health. You agree with me that at a young age you were diagnosed as bipolar, right?
Yes, sir.
And with that comes things like mood swings.
Yes, sir.
Also, at around the age of 10 years old, you were diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Yes, sir.
And that comes with delusions and hallucinations, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, although you were diagnosed at the age of 10 years old, this is something that you live with throughout your life, right?
Yes, sir.
Back in 2004, now, right now you're getting treatment through the Bureau of Prisons, right?
No, sir.
But back in 2014, you were self-medicating, right?
Yes, sir.
Although right now you're sober, but back then it was alcohol on every trip, right?
Yes, sir.
Cocaine, every trip, all the time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were taking Molly like candy.
Yes, sir.
If you could explain to the jury what Molly is.
I don't know how to explain that.
Molly's sort of like the drug ecstasy, correct?
Like ecstasy, yep.
It's sort of like the effects that you would have when you take cocaine, right? That it enhances your mood.
Yes, sir.
Whereas other drugs bring you down, like the medications for those mental health illnesses. You're taking drugs that are ramping you up, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we talked about the information that you gave against Wendy Adelson. Let's talk about the core of this case now. What you say or claim Catherine Magbanua did. Ultimately, she is the one in the middle, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the first thing that you say is that you had conversations, and we're talking about the 3 points, the 3 pieces of evidence that you claim to have against Ms. Magbanua. Your conversations with Garcia, that Katie was hiring him, that's part of your testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
That you were somehow just like an assistant.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera, I'm going to ask you an open-ended question. When did you find out it was going to be a murder?
Halfway up here.
One brief moment, Your Honor, to switch over here. Mr. Rivera, you remember on October 4th of 2016, right after you enter into the deal to cooperate the day before, where you met with Agent Sanford, with Investigator Isom, with Investigator Monica Jordan, and your attorney, Mr. Collins, that you met with them all to give your proffer, your information about the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, before that meeting, you swore to tell them the truth and the whole truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your testimony a moment ago is that you found out halfway up here, right?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. This hasn't been admitted into evidence.
Correct, Your Honor. This is impeachment.
What's your objection?
Improper impeachment, Your Honor.
This is a 30-second clip directly on this point.
All right, you may proceed.
That caused you to come to Tallahassee the very first time?
I thought the first time it was coming up here, I thought it was going to come here and rob somebody. You know? So when I got in the car, that's when Marcia told me, what are we coming up here for? Coming here to kill somebody.
So before you got in the car, you had a conversation with Sigfrido Marcia Tudo at your house. And he says he wants you to go with him to Tallahassee to do a drug robbery.
When I understand when we was talking to him, first I thought it was going to be like a robbery.
Just a robbery.
I thought it was going to be a simple robbery. But then as we kept going on talking about it, that's when he told me, listen, I gotta come up here for a job. I'm finna get hired. We get hired, but to kill somebody.
And you already left, or is that before you?
No, I was still in my house. Okay. Then I got to the car, we got in the car, and he told me no problem. We were in the